I got a visa, that's one swipe. The change of demeanor, I got that almighty baby. That bitch came with a beat, but cold as a freezer. Free heat up in my leisure. I feel like a feel, baby. You know I'm a keeper, I got a visa, that's one swipe. The change of demeanor, I got that almighty baby. That bitch came with a beat, but cold as a freezer. Free heat up in my leisure. I feel like a fever, baby. You should know that I'm a keeper. Jesus will keep saying, hey, you can keep that tucked away. Some gon' come with the lies. Remember them when you pray. Some gon' cry when they die. You don't worry about decay. Look, I done whipped away my time and show, so I'm living today. That shit was real. What happened to all the slaves? But you gotta be brave. It's a land of the free. Gotta move like waves. Put the beat to the path. I give them path for the rage. Then I put them on the path to take them all up the stage. I got a visa, that's one swipe. The change of demeanor, I got that almighty baby. That bitch came with a beat, but cold as a freezer. Free heat up in my leisure. I feel like a fever, baby. You know I'm a keeper, I got a visa, that's one swipe. The change of demeanor, I got that almighty baby. That bitch came with a beat, but cold as a freezer. Free heat up in my leisure. I feel like a fever, baby. You should know that I'm a keeper. This is a kid saying, hey, you can use this right away. Some gon' come with the truth. Honor them when you pray. Some gon' laugh about their life. They don't worry about delays. Look, I done whipped up away that level's real where you can use it today. Don't worry about how you're gonna get paid. Low kid, if you take it away, hey, don't you wanna be free? Remove that rage. There's a path to the light. Don't misuse those ways. Sweet love for the truth. Gotta move that ways. I got a visa, that's one swipe. The change of demeanor, I got that almighty baby. That bitch came with a beat, but cold as a freezer. Free heat up in my leisure. I feel like a fever, baby. You know I'm a keeper, I got a visa, that's one swipe. The change of demeanor, I got that almighty baby. That bitch came with a beat, but cold as a freezer. Free heat up in my leisure. I feel like a fever, baby. You should know that I'm a keeper.
Yo, we back. We back at it, man. Back-to-back shows. You know how we rocking, man. 7 gang, Source gang over everything. We're going to get right into it. You know what's coming, man. We're going to deal with this Ashkenazi Jew, man. Like Lotus Lux says, got to get to chopping up this fable. Let's chop up this fable about these Ashkenazi Jews being the actual Jews of the Bible or being actual descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. I don't know how you have a group of individuals with, as the last time I checked, multiple haplogroups, meaning multiple male founders, multiple male ancestors from separate lineages making up one group. J, R, G, K, they even have H in there. Even our haplogroup, E, is in there. So how is this group acting as if they have some kind of uniform identity that goes back to a single common ancestor, which will be Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? That is impossible. It is genetically impossible. According to the phylogenetic tree, you cannot show that to be feasible. But in the society that we live, it is socially accepted that every Ashkenazi Jew are the real Jews. And when they see African Americans, of those are African descent, those that have melanin in their skin and may have a different hair texture, they automatically exclude you from even considering you to be a Jew, and they automatically assume the Ashkenazic people to be actual Jews. And this comes from hyphenated whiteness. What is hyphenated whiteness? We covered it on the show before. Hyphenated whiteness is identity of certain groups will have to have a hyphen and white on it to be authenticated. So therefore, you can't be a Jew unless you are white. This came in the late 19th century when we had a large influx of Ashkenazic Jews migrating and immigrating to North America. And that's with anything now. And that has been pushed by the left, by certain holders of this quote unquote white supremacy ideology, that in order to be any of these great races or great nations that have been wrote about and recorded in history, they have to have some kind of affiliation or represented as what we call the white races. This is all built on a construct from an oppositional, basically oppositional model where a binary oppositional model where black cannot be white, white cannot be black. You understand? Exactly, from Yahusha are born 91. When I say majority, it means they are not all Jews. Doesn't mean some of them may be Jews, like I brought out earlier. Some of them do have E3B and E3A, which is E1B1A, E1B1B haplogroups within their matrices, within their population. So I'm not counting out all of them, but we're going to bring out in this study that 75% of these people are haplogroup R. 75, that's a huge consideration. And those that are counted to be Jews is only 14 million worldwide. And that's another thing people don't know. It's only 14 million worldwide Jews that are considered or counted as being official Jews or Ashkenazi Jews. And we're going to study that DNA. We're going to look and reveal what DNA has to say about this and what that DNA actually shows. All right. So I'm going to share my screen. James, you had anything you want to add before I get started? You're free to do so.
Nah, brother, I'm just going to hear what you got to say and then add in what I think a few pertinent facts maybe needed to be added into the conversation.
Okay. Okay. We got a question from the audience. How Music said, 49ers, have you done a DNA test? What's your haplogroup? My haplogroup is E. Haplogroup E, and I think it's EU190. I'm not looking at it right now, the specific group, but yes, I have taken my DNA test. I know exactly what my clade is. So I'm going to share my screen and let's get started on this, because it's a fable that needs to be dispelled, that these people are automatically considered to be these Jews, and the authentic Jews, for that matter, with no evidence, no archaeology, no nothing. It's just because they say it, and these people have had a tradition of being so. Therefore, they must be true. But that we need some more merit behind these claims. That can't be the end all be all. And just because it's socially accepted, then okay, now we got to ride with it. All right, you guys should be able to see my PowerPoint presentation on the screen, and I'm actually going to go into the slideshow. As you can see, I wanted to open this up with giving a formal understanding on how Y chromosomes identify populations. Since the Y chromosomes is transmitted only from fathers to their sons, it is an ideal genetic locus for purposes such as tracing paternal ancestry. Now, remember, when we're dealing with who descends from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, that's a paternal ancestry. That's dealing with fathers. So in order to determine a paternal ancestry, we have to analyze the Y chromosome, right? And that's what we're going to be doing in today's presentation regarding the Ashkenazi Jews. We're going to be studying their Y chromosome to see what male ancestry do these people have? What paternal ancestry do these people have? So we can trace their genealogy. And does it match up with the biblical record? Does it or does it not? All right, so it says tracing paternal ancestry and genealogical relateness among contemporary males, basically males that live in the present, right? The absence of Y chromosome recombination enables merging of all contemporary Y chromosome sequences into a single, ever-evolving phylogenetic tree whose branches are often referred to as haplogroups, which we talk about a lot on this show. The source for this genetic variation, R1a clade among the Ashkenazi Levites, Y chromosomes, Nature. So you can find that, published November the 2nd, 2017. So I wanted to cover this first. I also want to cover paternal demographics. Recently, the availability of high coverage Y chromosome sequences marked a significant transition in the field of phylogenetics, allowing the resolution and understanding of paternal demographic events that are heretofore obscure. Meaning, in the past, learning about ancient demographics, paternal demographics, and ancestry about these male groups was an obscure thing. We didn't know much about it. So you could get away with, the Ashkenazi can get away with just saying, hey, I descend from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. I have a tradition of descending from that. But now that we have the ability to examine the Y chromosome and see and trace ancestry, we have cleared up that obscurity. All right. Jewish DNA, traces of the Y chromosome of the Jewish diaspora. So we're going to deal with the question of Jewish DNA. We're going to deal with the Ashkenazi group, who are known, accepted socially as being the Jews. First off, I want to also point out that higher frequencies does not mean authenticity. Because they'll say, well, many of these Jews have high frequencies of haplogroup J or haplogroup R. That means since we see higher frequencies of J and R in the Middle East, Near East, or what have you, therefore they got to be the real Jews. That is far from the truth. Just because you have a high percentage of people somewhere doesn't mean they're the original people, one. Secondly, it doesn't mean that's the haplogroup that represents Israelites or any other group that you're trying to study in antiquity at all. Because population replacement happens, migration happens, famine happens. People move, people die off. For instance, people can originate, like the Native American or Native Indian population of North America. They estimate 90% of them died off. So if we use, if we use the ideology that just go off for the people living there now, then you would say Europeans originally inhabited America, because majority of the people living in North America are white European males. So if we use the same logic that you're using with these Jewish people living in the group today, living in Israel today, and say, well, we see their genetic marker and high frequencies in these lands today, and you juxtapose that, or you superimpose that rather into the past, then we can do that in America and say, well, the white Americans are the original people of America because majority of them are here. That's what higher frequencies indicate, right? So it says the multiplicity of distinct ancestral paternal lineages is due to the extensive mixing between Jews and non-Jews throughout their history, plus the possibility of founder effects at different places in Jewish history. In other words, it is possible that a non-Jewish Y chromosome is found at higher than expected frequencies in specific Jewish populations today, simply because it happened to be represented in one of the men who founded a small colony. And that's what we see with the Ashkenazi groups, the Ashkenazi tribes, the Khazarian tribes. We can trace when these guys converted and came in, and we trace that, and we can see that they got these higher frequencies, but that doesn't mean they're the original group. That doesn't mean they're automatically a Jew because of higher frequencies or more of them. Higher frequencies, there's more of these people that carry these genetic DNA markers. So a lot of people will say, well, haplogroup J is a high frequency in the Middle East, so they got to be the Israelites. That doesn't indicate if they're the original Israelites or not. That just means in today's times, there's a lot of them in that land. And the source for that is the Genetic History of the Israelite Nation by Robert W. Carter in the Journal of Creation in 2018. Here's another myth that we have to dispel before we get into the meat and potatoes of this. Just because they practice a culture does not mean they are the originals. For instance, people will say, well, they speak Hebrew, so they got to be the Jews. That doesn't mean anything. You learn that in the society that you're in and the community that you grew up in. So they have a community that teaches and recapitulates Hebrew. That doesn't mean that they come from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They have a community that teaches Passover, Pesach, Sukkot, many Jewish holidays and festivities. They teach that. That doesn't mean they come from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. All right, so the majority of people now speaking or given language or practicing a particular religion, in some sense, a cultural phenomenon, or who are making particular artifacts may not be genetically, genealogically the closest to or the same as the founding population or the one initially associated with particular phenomenons. So just because people associate these people with following Judaism today does not mean they come from the founding population, the founding fathers, which would be Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. It does not mean that at all. It just means that they today practice this so-called religion called Judaism. That's all you can get from that. Anything else will be pure speculation. So that's from the source, The Genetics of African Populations by Ibrahim Mutazer, page number 55. Modern Jews are not all related. So if you want to throw out the blanket statement that, these Ashkenazi Jews are real Jews, how could they be when it's a group? It's really a hodgepodge group, right? You have different genetic markers within that group. So we're going to get into it. It says the distribution of haplogroups found among Spanish Sephardim was similar to a Jewish population in Turkey, sometimes included with the term Sephardim. This pattern also held for Jewish men from northeast Portugal. Nearly 1/3 of Y chromosomes were European, R1b common in Eastern Europe. So with the Sephardim today, the Spanish Sephardim today, 1/3 of them are R1b, which is a European clade. All right, it says, and over 1/2 were Middle Eastern, 37% J and 16% T. These are different haplogroups, meaning they descend from different male ancestors. In order to be from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, you would have to share what in common? That Jacob would be that male ancestor that we all would have to share in common. It wouldn't be different haplogroups. It wouldn't be R, J, and T. And it wouldn't be E. They come from separate sides of the phylogenetic tree. They would have to share one common ancestor. That's strike one again. Well, really, we went through 3 strikes against the Ashkenazi claim. It says, note that the Middle Eastern chromosome come from diverse lineages. Thus, all Jewish men do not all trace back to Jacob and Israel, in which lineage might represent him as a matter of debate. So a lot of people will point out that, the J haplogroup as an axiom, but many of these Jews don't even have the J haplogroup. Many of them have R1b, T, G, H, K, E. You cannot say that they are all Jews if they have different paternal ancestors. They have to link back to one ancestor, one paternal group, one haplogroup. Not 7 of them. So according to Robert Carter's work, they all can't be Jews, man. They can't all trace back to Jacob and Israel. It's just clear. Just because people live in a current location doesn't make them autochthonous or the original people that lived there. That's another argument. It was they live in the Middle East today, and people say they've been there for 500 years. So why can't they be the original Israelites? Just because you live in the Middle East don't make you an Israelite. That group, that locality was inundated by a multiplicity of nations. So that doesn't even make any sense from that standpoint. Also, the argument is just false. Like, you can't just, again, with the American whites, we can say a white American males were the originals of North America based on the fact that they live there now. And that makes no damn sense at all. Population history is complex, and the people living in a location today are not necessarily the descendants of those who lived there in the past. Population replacement and abandonment of a region due to warfare, climate change, or other natural catastrophes happened in the past and continues to happen today. So again, you can't just superimpose that these people are the real people of the book or are the children of Jacob simply on where they live today. That's just crazy. And many of them Jews weren't even in Israel at the time. Many of those Jews were scattered throughout Poland, Germany, North Europe. You understand? It wasn't until 1948 they became a collective and came into that land. So it's just a faulty premise all around. Let's keep chopping this fable. Gene history and its implications. So that's what we're dealing with. This is a genetic argument. So we're going to deal with it through gene history. It says in some models of research, genetic profiles could be interpreted in terms of ideas about the geographical origins of genes found in a population, which may give us a history of interactions of gene bearers. But it must be kept in mind that gene history is not the same as population or cultural history. The mediators, i.e., the gene bearers of particular genes, may not be the population or from the region of the ultimate origin of the genes. So again, it's the same argument. So you'll say haplogroup J is the Jews. You said Ashkenazi are the Jews. They'll be the gene bearers that you're claiming to be these people. But that is not in itself evidence that they are the people. They are from Jacob. And that's why it's a separation of population and culture history. All right. Populations are subject to change. You have to know this. I'm taking you through these steps because this dispels a lot of the myths surrounding this people group called the Ashkenazi. You have to understand that populations are subject to change. There is a larger set of philosophical issues about the notion of any of the continental or communal identities. What are one of the continental identities? Africa. And many people take the word African to mean uniform identity. That is false. Everyone that's identified as an African is not of a uniform identity, just like everyone as a European is not a uniform identity. Communal identities, the Ashkenazi Jews. That's a false notion because all of them, as we showed and demonstrated, are not of the same clade. They do not come from the same male ancestors. Therefore, they cannot all come from Jacob. Here's the questions. When do they start? What is to be their basis? What must their time depth be? Are there notions of ancestral purity embedded in certain perspectives? And who gets to decide these questions? Populations are known to have changed religion and or language. Many people will say, well, y'all say y'all claim to be Jews, but the West Africans that majority of African Americans come from are animists, or they have the Akan religion. They follow various religions within the African diaspora, right? So how could they be Jews? You can change your religion. A population can change their religion over time. Again, a lot of this stuff comes from acculturation, assimilation. So just because these people were practicing what you will call African traditions or whatnot, does not negate them from having Jewish or being of Jacob's descent. Faulty argument, faulty premise, and a false dilemma and a false dichotomy. Populations are known to have changed religion and or language and acquired ancestry from other groups. Sometimes identities have changed in the process. And we know this has happened. This has happened in the world history because Native Americans weren't always called Native Americans. They were given those names. We weren't always called African Americans, so on and so forth. This happened to the Jews in the first century. During the time of, actually it happened twice. First time it happened was under the oppression of the Greeks. Antiochus made it where we weren't allowed to call ourselves Jews. And then the Roman emperor in the second century made it where you weren't allowed to call yourself Jews. So our identities had changed. Those are small examples. But over long periods of time, your identities can change. Go ahead, James. You want to say something?
Nah, man. I just like I add this to it. I mean, I think what you've been saying is very basic to anybody who's ever even studied this. You know what I'm saying? That if you come from different branches, you can't come from the same father. You just come from different branches. That's just logical. You can't have people coming from E, which descends from the DE clade. You can't have people coming from J and H's, which descend from CF. You know, you can't logically have that. They can't come from the same patrilineal father.
Exactly, man. It's just crazy that you're saying it's basic, and everyone should that claims to study this stuff should know. But many of the way these adults argue this is as if they don't know this. They don't have the basic rudimentary information to even deal with ancestry, genealogy, and genetics. All right. This also says religions change, language will change, and acquired ancestry from other groups. That comes from assimilation, marrying foreign women, or the foreign men taking our women, vice versa. And we know that happened in Israel's past. John Hyrcanus sanctioned Edomites to come within the fold, long as they learn the tradition. These will be a genetically distinct people, right? And we could go on and on and on with the examples on that. Hell, when we first established, we were a hodgepodge because we had different Canaanite groups, different Hamitic groups mixed within us, especially when we came into Canaan. It says we weren't able to drive them all out. And we had a law that welcomed the law of the stranger. They could become citizens of Israel as long as they agreed to the customs of the people. So these will be people of distinct, different lineages that were a part of Israel. They kept the culture, they learned the language, they ate the same foods as us. They were in the same social climate, but they did not come from Jacob. Sometimes identities have changed in the process. There's also the issue of the relationship of more specific bioethnic ancestry to social and or cultural identity at any moment of history. And that's the issue we have right now. They're conflating social and cultural identity because these people claim to be Jews and the world accepts it. And the fact that they practice Passage and different, what we call Judaism, right? They practice these things with bioethnic ancestry. Bioethnic ancestry is what you are in your core biology, your paternal ancestry. Who do you go back to? We have fused those two concepts, but they are separate entities. Here's another argument. Non-uniform identity. An accurate biogeography is needed, one based on a constant dialoguing with data and theory. Populations are processes and ensembles, assemblages not akin to monoliths consisting of uniform particles of a single element that emerged over time. It is important to remember all other things being equal, that over time, a biologically defined group could change cultural practices in or language by adopting new customs and language. This is what these Ashkenazi people did. They adopted the Hebraic faith, Judaism, and these customs. Okay? I debated Garfield on this and showed emphatic proof and empirical data that Ashkenazi tribes and Khazarian tribes did that. It's recorded history that they converted over and they adopted Judaism.
Not only that, when you stem from the research on the Khazarians, it gives you a migration pattern. Where did they end up? Smack dab in the heart of Europe, in Poland. Is that a coincidence that 75% of the people that got planted in Israel came from Poland? Is that a coincidence? So we have to take those things into consideration when we're looking at that and we're tracing the migration patterns. And the people of Poland, who are known as Ashkenazi Jews, did not start in Ashkenazi. That's another argument which they try to link these people to Japheth because of the word Ashkenaz. But when you do the research on the people of Poland and the Jews of Poland, you will find out that they actually migrated there from the Ashkenaz region, which is the Caucasus region. Thus, white people call themselves Caucasian. Is this a coincidence, Joshua?
No, it's not a coincidence at all. So exactly. So right here says, and that a culturally defined group can change biology via intermarriage both only limited by social political milieus of the interaction. All right. So again, now we're going to get into the meat and potatoes of this, but I had to go through all that terminology and those concepts, these core concepts that you have to understand first before we start talking about genealogy, ancestry, and who these people come from. All right. Had to establish that first before we even talked about that. Majority of these Ashkenazis are R1a in this study. It says approximately 300,000 men around the globe self-identify as Ashkenazi Levites, of whom 2/3 were previously shown to descend from a single male. The paucity means the lack of, right? Or there's not that much of it, right? The paucity of whole Y-chromosome sequences precluded conclusive identification of this ancestor's age, geographic origin, and migration patterns. Here we report the variation of 486 Y chromosomes with the Ashkenazi and non-Ashkenazi Levite R1a clade. Other Ashkenazi Jewish paternal lineages, as well as non-Levite Jewish and non-Jewish R1a samples. These people are R1a. R1a is a European clade. R1a comes from F. And from our model, F would be Japheth. That's what F would be. DE would be Shem. A and B would be Ham. That's who these people descend from. Not all of them. You do have E3B in there, which is some of them will be Edomites. But a lot of these people that came from the Ashkenazi tribes and Khazarians, they would be mostly, primarily, what we call Japhetic. All right, let me keep going. And also, this ancestor that they come from is less than 2,000 years old. So this happened in recent times. This goes with what we've been talking about. These people converted in recent time. When you look up the Ashkenazi conversion, this happened within the last 2,000 years. They're not a part of the original population that started and organized what we call Israel. They wasn't a part of that. Cumulatively, the emerging profiles of a Middle Eastern ancestor self-affiliating as Levite and carrying the highly resolved R1a lineage, which was likely a minor haplogroup among the Hebrews, a star-like phylogeny correlation similarly to other Ashkenazi paternal lineages 1,743 years before present, suggests it to be one of the Ashkenazi paternal founders, to have expanded as part of the overall Ashkenazi demographic expansion without special relation to the Levite affiliation, and to have subsequently spread to non-Ashkenazi Levites. So this clade is less than 2,000 years old. I want y'all to remember that. 75% of the Jews. World Jewry estimated at 14 million individuals can be roughly divided into Ashkenazi and non-Ashkenazi Jews. The former group is considered to have been formed approximately 2,000 years before present and to account for approximately 75% of contemporary Jews. Ashkenazis represent 75% of contemporary Jews, and they only formed around 2,000 years before present. So don't even go back all the way to the original formation of Israel, which would have been about 3,000, 3,500, really 4,000, somewhere around there before present. They only go 2,000.
Hey, that's crazy because that article about that African gene flow in the Jewish people says that they didn't even get that admixture, that sub-Saharan admixture that all the other diverse Jewish populations had until about 400 AD. Somewhere around that time, so that ain't too far from your date you get about 1,500 years ago or so.
Yeah, 1743.
Yep.
1,743 years, yeah. So yeah, that's around the ballpark, man. That explains this. These people were
look like they admixed with, admixed with the original group and converted and probably kept on the practices and stuff as the original group moved on.
Exactly. As the original group got displaced, moved on, These people kept these traditions, went to different various parts of Europe, some North Africa, and all they did was keep the customs after converting. They may have did it over 1,000 years, but that doesn't give them a genetic credence to being Jacob. 75% of contemporary Jews are Ashkenazi. 75. And they formed from a singular ancestor 2,000 years ago. Come on, man. R1a dominated. The Cohen dynasty was studied and found to have a limited number of founding lineages shared between Ashkenazi and non-Ashkenazi Jews. The most frequent Cohen lineage, comprising 46.1% of contemporary self-identifying Cohen males, is found within haplogroup J1P58, which is prevalent in the Middle East. Next, it was shown that the paternal ancestry found among Ashkenazi Levites is dominated by a set of tightly evolved Y-chromosome lineages falling within haplogroup R1a, which was at the time of publication the most resolved branch known on this evolutionary path. So you got J and R. Both of these groups are disqualified for, first of all, because both of them can't be Jews because they different male paternal ancestors that they're coming from. Secondly, both of these groups ultimately go back to F. They go back to F. CF, and then F. Which me and James was just talking about, one of the biggest groups on the earth. And that goes back to what the scripture says, the Lord enlarged Japheth. They're the biggest macro haplogroup and descendants considered. They're the biggest group. These are Japhetic people. This includes your Chinese. Many of them are O. Many of the Japanese are O and M. The Indian population, a lot of them are H. They come from Japheth. It's that simple. Let's keep going. The most recent common ancestor, other haplogroups reported among Ashkenazi Levites demonstrated no additional significant founding event in the haplogroup R1a founder event was not shared with the Sephardi Levites. These findings captured the attention of both scientists and laypersons, as the magnitude of the founder effect suggests that fully 200,000 males with the tradition of Levite descent share a recent common direct male ancestor within recent historical time frames. Less than 2,000 years ago, if you guys are paying attention. Follow-up studies summarizing information from whole Y-chromosome sequences focused specifically on this Ashkenazi Levite lineage and confirmed that 65% of the 97 randomly assembled Ashkenazi Levites carried haplogroup R1a. Strikingly, the better resolved whole Y chromosome-based phylogeny of haplogroup R1a showed that 100% of these samples could be reassigned to refine haplogroup R1a. This distinctive R1a lineage was found other than in Ashkenazi Jews among 15.7% males self-affiliated as non-Ashkenazi Levites, and importantly, at low frequencies only in the Middle East, consistent with this location as its ancestral origin. So again, we're seeing R1a in majority of these people's DNA. This has nothing to do with Jacob. You can't even argue it. All right, let's keep going. 7th century CE. The observed sequence variations between these three samples is consistent with the proposed genealogy, and accordingly, their genealogical claim could not be refuted. This prompted us to use this node as an internal calibration point. The two additional individuals affiliating with the Horowitz dynasty formed the closest paraphyletic clade R1a YP268 to the described three sample clusters, correlation with them 691, somewhere between 555 and 852 years before, 500 years before present. So here's the question: how did they obtain this Levite status? The most enigmatic question: the timing and location whereby the founder Ashkenazi Levite R1a pedigree obtained Levite status remains unresolved. They don't know. But here's the answer. These people converted into this. It's just so funny. We got Garfield, you got Dagger.
Right.
You guys are the converts. You guys are the converts. These people popped up out of nowhere 2,000 years ago claiming this. They the converts. When you got E1, B1A tracing back to the Levant, tracing back to the time of argument, which would be before the Israelite diaspora, we have the Israelite DNA dating back to that time where you would actually expect to see it. These people only go back a few 2,000 years. That's why they're saying it's unresolved. How the hell is these people coming up with this identity? And it's only been in 2,000 years. Israel been in existence for at least 4,000 years. This question might be beyond the scope of genetic studies using contemporary genetic variation, given the absence to date of any tested men whose lines branched off between the time of shared direct male ancestors of all the R1a men 3,000 years ago and the shared direct male ancestor R1a Y2619 Ashkenazi Levite men 17,000 years ago. So in other words, they don't have any empirical data that can actually link this that far back. Future historical or archaeological insights might provide the means to further investigate this issue. But we know exactly what happened. Man, these people converted, man. You want to call African Americans converts, the ones that claim to be Jews, Israelites, converts. But these people actually have a history tying them back to the time period of when they would convert. Now, we're going to deal with the genetic history of Europe to put you guys up to speed on R1 and J and all of those haplogroups. Although the Armenian paternal gene pool exhibits limited genetic affinities with modern European Y-chromosomes, a paleogenetic study examining the gene pool of Neolithic farmers in Europe 6,000 years ago found that these fossils display a greater genetic similarity with individuals from modern Near East into modern Europe. These ancient individuals are characterized by haplogroups G2A and F, which is GHIJ and K, right? Which in the present day gene pool are mostly restricted to the Near East and are not prevalent in modern Europeans. These results suggest that the genetic profile currently observed throughout Europe potentially originated from migrations that took place subsequent to the Neolithic era. Such a scenario may explain the lack of segregation separating Armenians and Europeans that was observed in the network containing only the older lineages, R1b and R1bL23, as these haplogroups may represent remnants of an older European population. Now, all these years we've been teaching the Bible, teaching about Japheth, Ham, and Shem. Which group of people are said to be the original inhabitants, the first ones to migrate and move and settle into Europe? Which group of people out of those three? Well, according to Josephus, the original people to go into Europe, if you're following a biblical history, if you're following that thought process, it would have to be Japheth. So F, CF, and all of its lineages, G, H, I, J, these would be the original Japhetic people. So if you have R, you have J, H, K, O, M, you come from Japheth.
I tried to tell Kevin G and LaRon that, but they didn't seem to understand or follow the logic. But Kevin G swear he know about genetics stuff.
Right. These are the original people of these lands. And Kevin, you're welcome to come on the show and make your argument public. A lot of you guys are afraid to make your arguments public, man. You want to have these spouts on social media, but you guys are afraid to, display some testicular fortitude, man. Like, who raising y'all? Man? Where's the man side of this? You understand?
Or is it Hillary?
In fact,
a lot of
they
times,
won't
man,
touch this
brothers
kind of
are
topic.
really
They would like to have some buffoon on that they can,
they're
who
really
knows nothing about the
afraid
topic
of
that they
being
can make fun
proven
of.
wrong
But if
because they
somebody
care more about
actually
being
knows what
right
they're talking
than
about,
the information itself.
no desire to
It's
have a
called
conversation with that
dishonest
guy.
scholarship.
And this, I'm afraid,
And when
also
you don't
extends to the
vet the
intellectual
information
academic
because you
debate.
have a preconceived notion and
Professors,
you have a
I won't
narrative
name
that
names, but it's
you're
true in
attempting to
general,
push,
are scared
which
to
will
debate.
lead to you
They say things, but they won't
having
stand up
biased
behind them.
scholarship.
They rely on their
Anything
own
that goes against your
hospitable
narrative,
crowd of
I'm not dealing with that.
well-wishers to
Because
endorse
now
what
I
they say,
cannot no longer
amplify it.
go on
They
a
want Michael Moore to
campaign
make a movie
to
on it, and
attack
they want
brothers
to
who are
be in the New
claiming to
York
be
Review of
Israelites.
Books. But they won't
When we don't
stand up
vet the
man to man
information,
in
like
intellectual
it's the
debate
information is
and allow
here.
their ideas to be
What is the
tested.
problem with dealing with the information honestly, man? I yield.
That's a fact. That's a fact, man. A lot of these people are afraid to stand man to man on the things that they say, that they believe on. They don't want to stand on it. I'm gonna read some comments before I finish the presentation. Y'all know how we doing, man. You know how we rocking. D-Tree for y'all been going hard. Hey, where Jihad? I be going hard in the yard with a library card. You hear me? D-Tree for y'all says, in fact, there are no major Y-chromosome haplogroups found among Ashkenazi Jews that are not also found among Armenians, and vice versa, which would indicate the source population for these groups. Exactly. That means the Armenians and Ashkenazi Jews share a common paternal ancestor, and it's not Jacob. It's not Jacob. and that's where we at, right? Let me see if I can find some more. The Turks have the J1 and J2, while the Scythians are R1a, another European group. Right here, the Scythians, D3 for y'all, going hard in the yard, man, with a library call. He said the Scythians are a bit different from the Turks, where the Ashina clan, the Turks were the Ashina clan. All right. Ezekiel said, what about the Mizrahi and Samaritan Jews? Now, the Mizrahi, some of them, I ain't gonna say a lot. Some of the Mizrahi Jews are E3A, E1B1A, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So, that's some credence. Again, I'm not saying all Ashkenazi Jews are not Jews. Some of them are, and we're going to go into it later in the presentation. Some of them E1B1A, E1B1B.
And as far as the Mizrahi Jews, even those, they converted back in the time when it was Israelites in the land. It shows on their DNA that they had mixed with the same sub-Saharan African DNA that all these other diverse Jewish populations who claim to be Jews and seem to be converts, like the Ashkenazis, admixed with. So they at least, like you said, some of them are E1B1A, which means they would be real and true Israelites, but others are just populations that admixed, accepted the ways of the Israelites, and just kept perpetuating them ways until present day.
Exactly.
That's why they practice so different from the Ashkenazi Jews. Most other Jews practice extremely different from the Ashkenazi Jews.
Right. I want to, excellent point, James. I want to, Luminous Mind Game says, many brothers identify so-called white people with Esau. White people appear to be overwhelming R haplogroup. If Israel is E, how can Esau be R? I got you. We're not saying Esau is R. We're saying R is Japheth. But also we have to understand that EV13, that's an E haplogroup, went into Europe as well. It even accompanied R during the invasion from the steppes.
Yeah, and we gotta understand that the sister or brother haplogroup, let's say it this way, since we why, to our E1B1A is E1B1B.
Facts.
You'll find that mingled in amongst the Ashkenazi Jews. Is of my stance that Esau would fall in a line with the E1B1B. I'm not saying all people who are E1B1B descend from Esau. I'm just saying he would fall within that category or that classification.
Right. And many of these people look white European, because a lot of people say, well, how could Esau be white if he Jacob's twin? Many of these people that are our brother clade, E1B1B, there's a significant amount of them that will look white European. So there's not even an argument. But yes, we acknowledge haplogroup R as being Japheth. That's our model. That's our argument. Ahaya B. Praise says, if Y DNA is I is Japheth, then his brother J is Japheth also. Bingo.
Exactly.
Bingo.
That logically follows. Like if you look at my the presentation I did, which touched on it, which is more like I laid out a model, Jashub going into the details. But if you look at that, you will see I and J are from the same basal clade of IJ.
Exactly.
And if that comes from GHIJK, which comes from F, then guess what? They all come from Japheth.
Exactly. Exactly. Get Out the Matrix says Israelite heritage is not solely dependent on haplogroup, and Israelite can be any haplogroup as long as the majority of its autosomal DNA clusters with E1B1A. That is false.
I would say so too. That's false.
That's
if you
false.
are a haplogroup, you don't descend from Jacob. Okay.
Exactly.
If you are IJK, you don't descend from Jacob. Or A or B, you don't descend from Jacob. If you E1B1B, you don't descend from Jacob. Now you may culturally accept our practices and want to serve our God, which, hey, I invite you, go ahead. You know what I'm saying? Our temple's supposed to be a temple where many nations can turn to and praise our God. I don't have no issue with that, but don't try to claim your blood descendant though.
Right. Right. In autosomal DNA, people with E1B1A is autosomally European. Like you got people in France that's autosomally European, look white, have the stringy hair, but they Y chromosome is E1B1A. So autosomal DNA is not an identity on your ancestors. It's not telling you who you paternally come from. It doesn't tell you that.
It pretty much tell you who you mix with.
Exactly.
That's about it. Tell you who you mix with. So yeah, they could mix with us. I mean, like me, I'm not a stickler for, hey, well, you can't descend from an Israelite on your matrilineal side. The reason I stand by that is because we went into slavery. We don't know whose sons were cut off and daughters survive or nothing like that. So due to the extenuating circumstances, I leave the door open. I let God decide on that. That ain't for me to decide. I leave the door open. So brother may have a R clade because, you know, his foremother was ravished by one of these heathens. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not going to automatically say, well, then that means he's altogether just cut off from Israel. You know what I mean? If, like I said, the male generation was wiped out, then he's all that's left to represent Israel. You know what I'm saying? So we have to keep that into mind and take that into consideration.
Facts. How Music also says some Jacob syndrome have 3 Y chromosomes. That smashes the Y chromosome science. No, it doesn't. The exception to the rule does not make the rule. Now we do know there are abnormalities that happen. That doesn't mean we apply it across the board.
But that abnormality wouldn't turn an E into a J.
Exactly.
What it would do is create another subclade of E, or it would mutate it into a subclade that may already exist. You know what I'm saying? Some people still have E1B1B to this day. So if they descendants mutate, it can mutate E1B1A or E1B1B. I mean,
Right.
E1B1, you know what I mean? So, I mean, we got to keep that in mind.
Yeah, it's a lot of abnormalities. We can sit here and argue abnormalities until the moon turns to cheese. But here's the thing. Okay, you have what Y DNA can be passed down from a woman. It is possible. Is it likely? No. She can have a Y DNA contracted in her some way. Some people say they have it in her brain. Some people say they have it in her cells. If it gets into their reproductive cells, theoretically, she can pass that down through sex. Is it possible? No. So we can talk about abnormalities all day long, but the exception to the rule does not make the rule.
Yeah, and we also got to remember, possible does not mean probable. Everything in existence that we go by is about probability, not possibility. I mean, it's possible that I jump up and fly to the moon right now. It's not very probable, though. So we got to remember that.
Right. Exactly. Blaze Hart said typically with women, Y chromosomes are infertile. That is true, but there is a case where they can have, I think they call it Vestal Y chromosomes, which they can get from another man, according to science. They can get it from another man and may have slept with them some way. I don't even understand it all the way, but that's what they're saying. It can be in their brain, it can be in their blood, and if their body makes a copy of it and it's in the reproductive cells, theoretically you can say it can pass it down. But again, that again, the probability of that happening is so damn small.
Yeah, it was one where a woman, I think she passed on her father's Y chromosome to her son, and they had thought that she cheated on the husband because the Y chromosome didn't match, and then they found out that somehow she passed on her father's Y chromosome to her son or something like that. I'm gonna see if I can find that article.
Yeah. And again, that's an excellent example, but the exception, what these people need to understand, they're finding these abnormalities, they're trying to apply it across the board. It don't work like that. In normal circumstances, you're going to get father to son transmission in the Y chromosome. So that's what happens majority of the time. But that, hey, D-Tree for y'all wants to come on. I threw the link back there so you can come on. I'm guessing that's Lion Farm. I'm gonna let you in. I haven't finished the presentation yet, brother. So I'm gonna get back into the presentation here in a minute, but I'm gonna let you bring in your commentary. All right, you're on.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
My bad. I'm actually D-Tree for y'all. I'm actually D-Tree for y'all.
Oh, okay. Shalom, brother. Shalom.
Shalom. I'm actually doing a lot of genetic studying, a lot of historic genetic studying, and if I could, would I be able to show a note here?
Oh, go right ahead.
Oh, I appreciate it. All right, I'm gonna open this up. You're gonna love this. I'm gonna share my screen. All right, this is really amazing. All right, I'm gonna show you something real fast. This is amazing. This is something I found on the I was just doing some research on genetics and everything. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
All right. So this is a site right here. This is a real genetic site. I'm just gonna click it just to kind of like show it for the sake of your live. So you can see this is a genetic site that actually did a genetic study. So you can see all the credentials there and everything. I just do a quick little scroll just to kind of show that what it's a study. So you can see it's got sources and everything. But let me read you something. I got a screenshot from there. I want to read you this quote right here. It says this. It says, in fact, there is no major Y haplogroup found among the Ashkenazi Jews that are not also found among the Armenians and vice versa, which would indicate the source population for these groups, while diverse to begin with, were in geographic proximity. Now, look, I'm going to show you something else. I want to show you something that the Jewish library actually says. So this is in a Jewish library. And the Jewish library is like where they actually write their own documents. So we just confirmed that the Armenians are 100% Jews, because you see how it said vice versa on that little thing.
Right.
So check this out. On this little thing, this is what it reads about the Khazars. Matter of fact, I got the screenshot already on here. I'm gonna go right to it. First, I'm gonna show you what it says right here, because they call themselves Ashkenazi, and look what it says right here. In the past, Armenia has been connected with the biblical Ashkenaz. Isn't that something? The Armenians are termed the Ashkenazi nation in their literature. And we see that their genetics are exactly the same. Now I'm going to show you something what they say about the Khazars. It says the Khazars were sometimes credited with the Armenian origin. It says the term Armenia often includes much of Anatolia, which is, where Turkey is. So we know, like how you said, like the R1a and the J, that's actually in them. And we can actually see that in historical sources, the Armenians, which I'm gonna just open up a map here and kind of just show that locational area, because I think sometimes maps and locations make a big impression on the facts, like genetics and information. I'm gonna let that load in. But I got a picture of the map already. I think it's right here. So you can see Armenia is right next to Turkey up here, where the Caucasus Mountains is, right here. And that's why a lot of times when you see the name like Caucasian, a lot of times they're called Caucasian because they're past the Caucasian Mountains. So like everyone that's usually past the Caucasian Mountains, they'll call them the Caucasians because they pass this natural border where you see the Caucasian Mountains right here. It's like a natural border line. It's almost like Yah had put a natural border right there. You can see where Georgia is, and then you see Armenia. And we know the barrier for Israel is right here, where you see the Euphrates River. And then their genetics are actually up here, and their information, and not just that, let me also show you what their information says, because I seen you talk about Edom. They actually admit, I'm gonna go down a little bit on this note. It's absolutely crazy what they actually admit here. Let's see, where is it? Right here. So this on that same site. This is what they write right here. It says Armenia provinces made the Togarum Togarum. Thank you. Identify it with the daughter of Edom that dwelleth in the land of Uz.
Right. I've actually quoted that before.
That's amazing, because that's exactly what everyone's talking about, where it says Armenia is linked with Uz, which Uz is actually linked with Edom. So not only do they have connection, genetic connection with the Armenians, but they also, the Jewish library actually confirms that the Armenians are Khazars and Ashkenazi. So it's single-handed. That's right. Exactly. Is when I seen that was it. That was the thing. When I seen that, I was like, I don't know how people aren't putting these two pieces together, because it's undeniable. It's not. There's no way to deny it. It's undeniable. You know, it left me speechless when I seen it. It's just, there's no other way to put it, but it's undeniable. Everything that you're saying is facts.
Right. And that same information I beat up Garfield a couple years ago on about the Ashkenazi tribes and the Khazarian tribes, because genetically they lined it up. So we can see when they converted, we can see their genes, we can see when they came into the picture, it came into fruition, and it has nothing to do with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So great, excellent points.
And this one too, I'm not the best reader, but you can, if you see what it's saying right here, all the way up to right here.
Let me read it. I'll read it for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
In other expositions found in rabbinical works, Armenia is linked with Uz. The anti-Jewish attitudes prevailing in Eastern Byzantine Armenian provinces made the Targum identify it with the daughter of Edom that dwells in the land of Uz, or with Constantine in the land of Armenia. Hence, Job's land of Uz is referred to as Armenia in some communities. For instance, those of Nahamides and Joseph ben David ibn Yahya. The Uz Armenia of Abraham Pharisol is, however, the Anatolian region near Constantinople. Armenia is also sometimes called Amalek in some sources, and Jews often refer to the Armenians as Amalekites. This is the Byzantine term for Armenians.
Isn't that amazing? Like the Byzantines, which is the Romans, they call the Armenians Amaleks, which we know are actually Edomites.
Right.
That's
all right, but I'm gonna let excellent information, but we got How Music here. I want him to come in. I think he got a dispute, so I'm gonna let him come in and give his information as well.
All right, go ahead.
All right, How Music, you on the show?
I appreciate it. I'm gonna stop the screen share.
Shalom,
brother.
Yeah, and I just wanted to touch on the Jacob syndrome. That was all. What's going on, brother? Shalom, King. All praise, honor, and glory. Shabbat shalom to all the brothers. You know what I mean? Keeping it saying I just wanted to touch on the Jacob syndrome, how it's like 1 in 1,000 people have this, and if you being haplogroup E, you would know that with the small sample case studies that they have, if you go on 23andMe, you'll see that E is probably like 1 in 3,000 males have it. Other Y chromosomes are also rare. They're like 1 in 1,000, where something like R would be very common. It would be like 1 in 300 males have the R. So for this mutation to be 1 in 1,000 means that it's not that rare, and it doesn't mean that it's going to carry on to the next generation. It just means that the progenitor had this mutation where he was able to give more than one Y chromosome to his children. So, just that point. And some even have 3 Y chromosomes. I never heard of it. I've been studying DNA for mad years. I only heard about this about a week or two ago. So I just wanted to bring that out because all of my studies, this has like threw me in a loop when it comes to, people having more than one Y chromosome. They call it a super male, and they also call it the criminal gene for many years. So I just wanted to touch on that.
Okay, well, my response to that would be it would not change the overall scope of phylogeny, because when you're born, you're still going to pass down that Y chromosome, right? Now, I understand what you're bringing out is a rare chromosomal disorder, right? But how does it affect in reproduction? Because majority of us on this line, we only got one Y chromosome that was passed down in suggestion and succession from father to son. Each generation, right? So that wouldn't affect our model.
No, the point being is that a lot of times, if you study this, you will see that this goes undiagnosed. That a lot of people walking around out here, they don't even know that they have this disorder. That's the key point. Is 23andMe, they're not going to tell you that you have this. Family tree DNA, they're not going to tell you about this. I haven't come across any way for you to determine that I'm still studying this. I haven't come to my conclusion on it myself. And if you study the Natufians, you see that they had CT. CT is the progenitor to DE and CF. We understand that. We understand that the Rothschilds have haplogroup J. We understand how powerful these people are. I believe there's possibly a southern and a northern kingdom separation within Jacob's lineages. Something like they named it the Jacob syndrome. You could Google it yourself and see. I believe this is possibly a missing link, something, that could be further studied. And, I was just wondering if you ever heard of the Jacob syndrome. Have you studied it? Because I just heard about it recently.
Okay, I'm reading up on it now, and
I was just about to say that, Joshua. Put it on the screen what you read.
Yeah. I'm reading up on it now. You dealing with researchers. I'm going to pull up what it said.
But it wouldn't jump phylogenetic trees, though. That would be my own stance on that. It would steal from the same phylogenetic tree. It wouldn't jump to a whole different branch.
Right. I'm going to pull it up, James. I'm going to pull it up. Yeah, because that would be that would be HGT, horizontal gene transfer. And we know genes transfer vertically, but there is no proof of horizontal gene transfer. For instance, that means someone with an Y chromosome can't give their children an E haplogroup or a K or an A. It's just impossible.
No, this is a fact. Just like you said earlier, your haplogroup is EU190, I believe you said. But I didn't see nothing for that. Maybe it's 180.
Maybe I got it wrong.
180. Yeah, maybe you got it wrong. But the point being is when it comes to the mutation, now you could go and look. There's going to be J mutation CT. There's going to be ECTs. There's going to be TCTs. There's going to be a lot of DNAs, all that descend from CT, that their mutation is not M169 or M89 or M96. It's going to be whatever the letter is in the beginning. Yeah, so that mutation is CT. So that shows right there, CT is capable of having a plethora or a smorgasbord of different results.
Your CT is supposed to be the hypothetical parental group to D, E, and CF, but it's purely hypothetical. They haven't really found any ancient specimens with it. That's kind of where I branch from the phylogenetic tree into what's the name of it, Jashub? I can't remember. Yeah, starburst theory.
Yeah. Everyone having separate lineages instead of a connected direct lineage. But I understand what you're saying about the CT becoming these different various groups. But right here, we got the etiology of the Jacob syndrome, and it says Jacob syndrome is not an inherited condition. It most commonly arises during meiosis II in the father, at which time an extra Y chromosome is attributed to the resultant sperm. So again, if this is going on in meiosis in the father, this is not a separate chromosome. If this is haplogroup E, the extra one will still be haplogroup E, and you cannot inherit this condition. It happens during the reproduction process or meiosis. Are you there, brother? Did we lose him? How music? Am I live? Am I live?
Hello. You hear me?
Can I be heard?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, I was just listening. That's all.
Yeah, so Jacob syndrome cannot be passed down, one. It only happens during meiosis. And all it's doing is giving a copy of the Y chromosome that's already within that male. So if it's E1B1A, we'll just get an extra copy of E1B1A.
That's the slide that you're showing right now?
Yeah, that's coming from the let me show you. Can you see it? Can you see that? This is coming from the PMC.
Okay, I want to read this later.
Yeah, so Jacob syndrome by Brittany Sood. It was updated February 1921.
So you would believe that the Rothschilds is Japhetic, not Esau?
I believe the Rothschild, if they, I believe, what are they, R or J?
They're J.
If they're J, they're Japhetic. They're not Esau. Now, Lyndon B. Johnson is Esau. He's possibly Esau. He got an E haplogroup.
And all the E1B1Bs in Africa and East Africa, those are all, what would they be? Ham or?
This is what I can say for def. Let me let James back in. I didn't know he fell out. I can say this for sure and for certain that they are Shem. All of haplogroup E, which descends from DE, and DE will be considered Shem. And our model, DE is Shem, CF is Japheth, and A and B is Ham.
That's true. If I can have a chance, I would actually would want to show something, because what you just said, I actually found out that that's true. I looked at the genetics, and that's actually true.
Oh yeah, go ahead, share your screen. You got it, brother.
All right, I'm gonna show you just to confirm what brother just said right there. Let me see. I'm just opening up something right here. I'm gonna show you something. So tomorrow, I'm glad that you actually touching on this, because tomorrow, y'all willing at 3 p.m. Central Time, I'm gonna do a study on the E1B1A gene and talk about a lot of detail with it. But I want to show you something that I noticed. Let me see, where is it?
Hey, where are you doing that? You know you can do that show on the Source, brother.
On the Source?
Yeah, you can come on the Source, have a bigger audience.
Man,
divulge that information.
Oh, that'd be good. That'd be good, because I want to show you. I'm gonna zoom in, because I also I just love just learning about genetics and stuff. I'm not no like geneticist or nothing, but I'm in the medical field, so I'm kind of familiar with some of this stuff. So I noticed this at CT is splits into Japheth. So this split right here, the black arrows, these are all Japheth from CT. This is actually where the split is from CT, splits to BT, and it goes to CF. So CF is officially Japheth, and then CT splits into DE, and this is going to be Shem. And then you're going to get lines. But what I noticed was something very interesting. I'll talk about that. On the source, if I could, I'll talk about the E1B1B and the E1B1A that I found to be interesting. What I found out is that E1B1B is most likely Ishmael, and that E1B1A is actually going to be the Israelites. But there's another line, which is E1B1C, which is that one would most likely be Esau, because if we look at let me just show you just for that one. Oh, let me go down a little more. You can see I got a whole bunch of little genetics. What I noticed is that Esau has to be from Abraham and Isaac and Jacob. That's why I noticed. But one of the interesting things that I learned that P2, you got to see this. P2.
I just want you to
go
clarify. Hold up 1 second, brother. I just want to clarify. You said Esau has to be from Jacob too?
Yeah, Esau has to be from well, not Jacob, Isaac.
Right. Just make it clear, brother. We don't want
no. Yeah. I might have to have you in the background just to do some checks, make sure everything's right. So yeah, Abraham is actually E1B1 P2, and then he actually breaks into E1B1A because no one is there's no one today that's E1B1A, but we do find someone E1B1B. But we actually find no one that's E1B1 P2, but we find P2 in the Levant. We actually find the P2 line in the Levant, which represents the family of Abraham.
Right.
But that's more of another subject. This is where we find P2 right here. And these are how you say, I forget how you say the word.
Natufians?
Yeah, you got it. Natufians. You must have already looked at this then. Yep, Natufians.
Yeah, we covered the Natufians on the show. Our shows. Yeah.
That's good. That's good. I'm gonna get back to what I was saying about Ham, Shem, and Japheth. Ham, Shem, and Japheth, the split is exactly where you said it was, because also a geneticist also noted it too. This is not from me. This is a geneticist. He found out that there's like 3 different groups.
That's Nathaniel Jensen. I recognize his work. That's the Starburst model. Yep.
Yep. That's right. This is that, and he knows that it's true because it's totally different branches. It's completely different branches, and there's 3 of them, and it splits because one of the problems that a lot of modern geneticists do is that they think that the Hamites are the original people and that we all came from Hamites, which, that's from that idea that we all came from chimps and stuff like that. So they make it all twisted.
Well, that's also that out of Africa theory.
Yep, that out of Africa theory, which we know is not true, because we know that when they landed, Ham, Shem, and Japheth, we had 3 different branches break off from them, and we can see the same results today. And in fact, the AB from the BT line, that's going to be the Hamites, except for this one rare line that's A00, which is only seen as Shemites. It's only seen as Shemites. And that's actually a quote that I found out in another thing that let us know that that's only found in Shemites. There's some other stuff that I got on this thing, but let me see, where is it? But yeah, I would love to bring this out on your platform, because I also found that out too, that D is connected. This one's a little more confusing, but if you can see right here, this is the split from Noah right here. And then when it splits, you get Japheth. Every one of these, you'll see C, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, P, all the way to S. Those ones are all Japheth because they're all in the same branch, all of them.
They're the largest group. They're the largest.
They're the largest group. And just like the scripture said, he said the Lord will enlarge Japheth.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got a separate branch for the E and D, and then you got a separate branch for the A and B. So that those are actually, they're completely separate branches. As you can see right there, the split 1, 2, and 3. That's exactly where it splits at, right there. But just like the out of Africa idea, they think that we start here and work our way down, which makes no sense. And that's how that racial superiority came, because they'll say like these are the monkeys and these are supposed to be the more superior human beings. But that's actually, we know that's false. We know actually it's kind of in a way the opposite. People are actually deteriorating over time. The Japheth line, actually, a lot of it, it has a lot of deterioration, which is actually found. But that's a whole nother subject.
Yeah,
But,
a lot of them are very highly inbred. That's why they don't have a lot of diversity.
that's right.
They have a lot of genetic disease tied with that inbreeding as well. Also with China, Chinese, they suffer from a lot of what we would call ancient inbreeding. That's why a lot of them are homogenous. Anytime you see a society that's very homogenous, many of them all look the same, same phenotypes, that's a sign of inbreeding.
Interesting.
Yeah.
What you had said what this was, I wanted to put the name on this underneath here. You said this was from, because I go ahead.
Dr. Nathaniel Jensen.
I'm gonna put that here. Dr.
Nathaniel Jensen.
Did I spell that right?
No, Jensen.
Oh, Jensen.
Mm-hmm.
Say it one more time. Jen.
Nsen. Jensen. Nathaniel Jensen. Yeah.
Did I spell Nathaniel right?
I think so. That's it, right? With the I, the top one.
This one? Okay. I just had to put that there because I'm gonna research that a little bit later. But that's good, because when I seen this, I thought that was really interesting. When you said that, that just made me feel more assured, because actually you're actually the first person I ever heard say that, besides someone else was trying to guess, but he didn't know if it was here, if the split was actually at CF, and then he thought it was here. But you actually, you hit it right on the head, and you said it was DE, CF, and BT, and that's exactly the split, right? This is gonna be like in the middle, and then the split goes out these ways, and it's confirmed, except for how it goes this way, and then you got A00, but it's confirmed that A00 is only found in the people who are actually Shemites, which is really interesting, because A00 actually pretty much breaks all the rules that we know about genetics, which is really interesting. And this is, if I get a chance to show this, I'm gonna show a really interesting study that is kind of under the radar, that they actually know that there was real Jews in the land of San Tome, and they did a genetic test on them, and those Jews who they knew were Jews are actually E1B1A in them. And it's really interesting because they also confirmed that they were taken by the Portuguese, because the Portuguese DNA is in them, because they were doing all types of wicked stuff to the people who they took. And it's real interesting. It's a real interesting thing. So if I get a chance, I'm gonna talk about that. But let me see where I want to show that E1B1A first, just to show that confirmation that it's actually in the only in the African Americans, right here. Well, they call them African American, what they call them. But I'm gonna show you when this thing loads in that split. That's exactly the split, except for we got to note that A00 is only found, as you can see right here. It says the extreme ancient age combined with the rarity of A00. Let me see if this is the one I want to quote. Actually, I think it's a better one right here. This is the one I want to quote right here. It says A00 pretty much descends from a former slave in North Carolina. The closest matches was found in Western Cameroon, which, where like the slave coast and everything. That's what it says, the location of the slave trade and everything. So a lot of the people that's taken in America, some of them you may even find that A00 in them. So you can see right here, this is on an actual genetic site. That's who they find the A00 in. So even though that map, that little thing, if you ever get a chance to see it, just for the mentioning of this to the viewers, Let me go all the way to that one. Right. That one's okay too. Right here is a little better. That A00, don't let that throw you off, because that's that so-called Y chromosome atom, which is only found in pretty much who they call African American, which is actually Shemites. So, but it starts here, it shoots out, and this is actually the Hamites, and this is the Japhethites, and these are going to be the Shemites, the D and the E. And I also, on this little thing, this little study that I have right here, I also talk about the D and the E and how that's confirmed. How that's confirmed that they're linked together. Like, for example, this little thing right here, they just showed them that that D and E branches off. That D and E actually branches off, and they're linked together. And you can see the CF, that's a different branch. So the CF is a different branch, but the D and E, these are together. These are one branch.
Right. Right.
Yep.
Yeah, that's phylogeny for you. I tell people you got to understand phylogeny, and I try to teach genetics while we're on the live. I know sometimes people are over encumbered by the terminology. It might not be familiar. That's why I try to break it down on a basic level for you first, spoon feed you, then we can go to the collegiate stuff. So
that's right.
Great information.
Amen. That's why I did, because I think visuals are really good, because I used to do art, but I gave that up to seek the Lord. And so that's why this work and this stuff, I'm just always eating and trying to learn more. So I was glad when you start talking about that. So that's good.
Yeah. Add me on Facebook, man. We can do a lot of things, man. A lot of work we can get done.
I appreciate it. Oh, I don't have a Facebook. I should have a Facebook, but
so how do we contact you for the show tomorrow? Or when are you ready?
On Lion Farm, I got a page. If you ever put a message there, I answer every single comment. Or I can do email or text or any way. But I don't really have any other social media besides YouTube.
Okay, all right. Hebrew Jedi at gmail.com.
Okay. Wait.
Hebrew Jedi at gmail.com. Send me an email, and that's how I'll contact you.
All right.
I'll email you my actual cell too, so we can be in contact.
All right. Hebrew Jedi. Okay.
At gmail.com. Especially if you're good at graphic design, because I'm guessing that's you doing the arrows and the Shemite and stuff like that. So you putting that in there?
Yeah, I'm the one that's doing all these designs. In fact, I got a different page. I'll show you real fast. See, because this is me, but I got a different page called Flawless Breeds, and I do animations sometimes. I haven't did one in a while, but I got an animation of Messiah that I did from the ground up. This is one too, but I'll pause that. This is one that I did, but I did this more for kids. I'll just turn the sound down.
Man, I got a project that we could work. You did that? Oh man, bro, I got a.
It's word for word too. The whole thing. It's 2 hours long. It's word for word. It's yeah.
We got to wrap on this because I got a project that I want to make that's very simple to explain what we're talking about today, phylogeny, genetics, but it's going to be in a cartoonish children book type of way. So yeah, we're gonna have to wrap on that one.
That's what I can do. I can do that. I can definitely do that. Like for example, I did Genesis 2 right here. So I do animations sometimes and stuff. So I can definitely do that. I could definitely I believe so. I think I could definitely work something out for that.
Okay, that's pretty cool. Genesis. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. See you.
Yeah, because Go ahead.
I want to address this person in the comments. Said, what scripture reference genetics? Do genetics matter to God and Jesus? First of all, I would say yes, it do matter because the Most High has a chosen people and it's going according to a seed of Abraham. So therefore, we're dealing with genetics, we're dealing with phylogeny, we're dealing with genealogy. Secondly, so we have to find a certain scripture that says specifically, thou shalt study genetics. First of all, that wouldn't even been a thing when the scriptures was written. Like, we got to stop being overly religious with this stuff, man. That's dogmatic of you to even say that.
Yeah, I think one of the major things that we got to remember is that, remember the people in Israel today, they call themselves Jews. Everybody's fine with that. But when we call ourselves the actual people and have all the evidence, a lot of people take offense to it. Though we are actually coming out with the truth with it, like the actual evidence in the matter.
Exactly.
Because Israel's not forsaken.
Right.
God hasn't forsaken his people.
All right. How music? Did you want to chime in?
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on when you look at the progenitors of K, not the progenitors, the offsprings of K. We have M, we have P, we got Q, S. A lot of those are, Aboriginal peoples to the land masses that they're from, like S, M, P also is in there, M. Those is found mainly like in Australia. You don't really find E so much in that region of the world. And in the Americas, we find Q heavily. I just wanted to touch on you. Now you're calling all of those people Japheth, all the Aboriginals, all the Native Americans in the Americas. I just wanted to touch on that.
Yes.
Genetically, the Native Americans are actually, if I could, I'm gonna let a geneticist, if you give me a chance, I'll let a geneticist actually answer that. A geneticist actually answers that really, really good, that the Europeans genetically are actually the same as the Indians. Right here. I'm gonna show you something real fast. This is a real geneticist at 4222. I just want to show you what he says here. Oh, wait. I mean to click that. Let me see. Right here. I don't know why it's taking me there. Open another tab. It's supposed to take me to YouTube. I think I'm clicking something too low.
Yeah, while you're getting that, I want to address those that have F lineages would also be Japheth as well. And I know that may cause friction with some people because of we believe Israelites were over here. I still believe Israelites were over here. And some of these people that we call Indian are Israelites. I just think they would have to have E markers to verify that. But the Q marker, many males are either Q. Many of the Native Indian males are either Q, and I can't think of the other one. Q is definitely Japheth.
That's right. Q actually was branched with the R chromosome. The R line, which was they was connected a long time ago, and it's undeniable. I'm gonna show you this. This is a geneticist. I forget his name and everything.
Nathaniel T. Jensen.
There he is. Yep. He knows. I'm gonna go to 22 and watch what he says. Not on this one. Let me go to the one that he actually goes over it.
Yeah, that was a good series too. I know what series you're bringing up. That was an awesome series, unparalleled on YouTube, by the way. He basically did the population genetics of the world,
of the whole world.
Yeah.
All right, so this is right here is at 4222, and watch what he says here about the Europeans and the Indians. He found out
some of them would have shared a common connection in 600 BC. In other words, some of these so-called white Caucasians who were battling the red man, the different-looking peoples, some of those U.S. Army soldiers had a closer genealogical connection, at least in terms of genetics, a closer Y-chromosome tree connection to the people they were fighting than the people they were fighting with. There were some of the members of Armstrong Custer's army who were more different from one another on this tree than they were from Sitting Bull.
You see what he just said there? Now, because the thing is, we look at skin color and we think a different race, but these ones, they may be branched off, but they're actually genetically related. Right. Isn't that's a real interesting one if you want to look into it more, the Native American connection with modern Europe.
Right, like you said, R and Q, they have the same clade.
Yep, that's right.
Oh,
that's right.
My haplogroup how music is EU290, U290. My bad. But yeah, when we dealing with that, again, it's gonna rub people the wrong way because we have this monolithic idea that every Native Indian is an Israelite. That's not true.
That's
a lot
not
of
true.
them are Japhetic. A lot of them are Japhetic.
Exactly. And in fact, they actually proved that 12 tribe chart was false. There's another person. He was showing how a lot of the tribes, a lot of the camps, when they actually was bringing out the 12 chart, the 12 tribe chart information, a lot of them actually knew it was false and unreliable because they were basing it off of the idea that they looked the same, or they're just different than how they said the Caucasians. Like they seem like they're different. Like maybe they don't have blonde hair or brown hair or blue eyes or brown eyes or green eyes, but they're genetically the same. The genetic, because remember, everybody came from Noah, so you're just gonna have a little difference in pigments from different people. So, but we can look right here. This is the best way to look at it. You can see Q right here, and that's actually the line of the people in America. You can see they would be Q. I'm gonna just close this because I don't get confused. But you can see Q is on the same branch with R, and we know R is European, and the Q is on the same branch as it. And all these are connected to the same branch. As you can see, they're all connected together. Except Q and R are super closely related, and they start out together in the beginning.
Right. I want to also point out about the Ashkenazi. The Ashkenazi Jews are haplogroup R, and you can see where it is on the phylogenetic tree that he has here.
Yeah.
Right? It's all the way down there. Then look where J is.
Right.
J is on up there. Yeah.
Yeah.
J is an older branch and a separate branch from R. So how the hell do you have R and J people claiming to be these Ashkenazi Jews when they themselves are from separate ancestral males?
It makes no sense.
Right.
I actually made I actually looked up all the Turkish and like certain Y haplogroup groups, and I made this little thing, and I put all their haplogroup groups together. And if you look at it, it looks almost the same. All of it looks the same. Some of them are the Ashkenazi, like this one. Like some of these are the Ashkenazi, and then some of these are the Turks, like the Iranian Turks, and then like some of these, like the Turkish DNA, and they have all the same. You can see J. A lot of people have J1 and J2 and R1a. A lot of them have the same ones. You can see J2, J1, R1b. Probably sure R1a right there, and these are the Turks. These are Turks with the same exact genetics as the so-called how they call them Ashkenazi Jews. They have exactly the same. In fact, a geneticist, couple geneticists, word for word says this. It says the Jewish populations in this cluster, the Ashkenazim, were closest to South European populations, especially the Greeks and also the Turks. And that's in a genetic study.
That's huge because if we're talking about Greeks, then we know Greeks were Jawan and Jawan, especially we're saying original. The Jawan would come from Japheth.
Exactly. And just to have that connection like that, we can't deny that they would be European, because to say the Greeks aren't Japheth would deny, the facts. It'd be denying the facts that Yavain or Javan, like he said, Javan, that's going to be clearly Japheth. That's going to be clearly Japheth. So by connecting the R and the J, that's going to automatically collect every single thing in the cluster. Every single one of these are connected. So that means they all, and just like we see right here, that big stem right there, these stem off. They're not connected to these or connected to these. They stem off in their own direction. Though there's a couple different ones, they're all of the same stock. They're all the same common stock. That's why that little thing that I just showed right there said that. And I have obviously I feel like you always got to have multiple witnesses. So I got a couple different ones where they say it too, where he says right here, in comparison with data available from relevant populations in the region, Jews were found to be more closely related to groups in the north of the Fertile Crescent, Kurds, Turks, and Armenians than their Arab neighbors. Because we know Arab, that's E, that's more the E line and everything.
Yeah, a lot of them are the Arabs of the Egyptian Republic. A lot of them have E. The Yemenites. We can go on and on.
Exactly. And all these are official, genetic studies that actually all agree. Like this one, just doing a study directly on the Jewish one, says exactly the same thing. It says in comparison with data available from other relevant populations in the region, Jews were found to be more closely related to groups of the north of the Fertile Crescent, Kurds, Turks, and Armenians than their Arab neighbors. Because the real Arabs are E1B1B. Actually, I was doing a note on that the real Arabs are actually E1B1B. And let me see. I want to show you this one. This one's kind of interesting too. Right here, I found out who are the real original Arabs, and if the Jews were actually Jews, their genetics wouldn't look like this. They wouldn't look like this. Their genetics wouldn't be broken up like this, but it would look something like the real Arabs' genetics. Like, let me show you an example right here. You see how there's a giant one line right there, E1B1B1? This is one of them from the people of Morocco. Like, I'll show you what they look like, what the real Arabs look like. Right? These are just examples. These are 100%. These ones are actually more than that. What you see right here. This is more like 93%, but the Somali, they are 100%. Like these ones, I'll just click it. This is what a real Ishmaelite looks like. I'll show these two 100% ones. These are what real Ishmaelites look like. So these are real Ishmaelites. And here's another one on the Somali. These are the real Ishmaelites. This is what the real Ishmaelites. They're 100% E1B1B. 100%.
No, they also have heavily haplogroup T. T is also found amongst the Limba. T is also found heavily in Jewish studies amongst Sephardic.
Yep.
It's also found in the Peking Cave in Israel. 9 out of 10 samples will haplogroup T. And the Peking Cave, which dates, I believe, about 4,000 years before Christ, if I'm not mistaken. And it's also found in the Natufians.
Yep.
So you can they're majority, but I wouldn't say they're completely Somali.
C would be more of a mix. Like if it would be in them, it would be mixed in.
So I do believe that the Southern Kingdom is E, but now the point would be that so the majority, the bulk of the Israelites is in West Africa. They're in Nigeria and Senegal, Ivory Coast, the Gold Coast over there.
That's right.
There'll be more Israelites. There'll be more Israelites than in West Africa than in the Americas.
Yeah, I would say that because in Africa you find a lot of E1B1A. It's just like a two comparison. E1B1B is different than E1B1A, and they're separated.
If they never left the continent, how do they fit the curses? And then how would they be joining with the Northern Kingdom if they never left Africa? And the Northern Kingdom and the Southern Kingdom is in Africa, and they never went through any of the curses of Deuteronomy.
Well, they did go through the curses, because if you know about the Berlin, the Berlin Conference, where they divided Africa, almost every single person in Africa went in captivity. when they took over the land. Almost every single person in Africa, almost every single.
But we do know that the European was not sophisticated enough to go into the interior and collect slaves. We know that these were pre-existing slave markets, and that you had so-called Africans selling so-called Israelites into slavery. So,
well, that is extremely false. My love to you, brother, but that's actually false, because it's proven without a doubt that the Europeans, with their machine guns, went all into Africa, and they was causing a lot of people. Like, for example, they went into Africa because Africa was extremely rich. Like, if you know the history behind Babylon, like how they say Babylon to Timbuktu. In Timbuktu, where the Niger River is, that was one of the richest places in the world. There was no place more rich than the place that was there. I forgot his name. I forget his name, but there's a person that started with an M, which this is the picture of him right here. This is a map made by the Europeans, and this is an African king.
Mansa Musa.
Mansa Musa, yeah, there it is, Mansa Musa. And Africa was so rich and it had so many resources that in the Berlin Conference, they basically came together and they decided that, I'm gonna just click this. This is what they did. This is the divide of Africa. So you can see who rules over what area. You can see the French ruled over West Africa. You can see the Portuguese, the orange, they took over these areas. And you can see different colors for different areas. In Spain, the Spaniards, they took these areas. And you can see the Germans, they took some of these areas. You can see, different ones that took a lot of different areas. And the reason why is because they had different resources in different areas. Like some places had diamonds, some had oil, all types of different material that was taken here. And they killed millions and millions and millions, maybe billions of people there with their machine guns. And they swept through the area. And anyone who was left,
machine guns are modern technology. Back in the days in 1600s, they were only like muskets.
This was
single shot.
This was
you have to go further back in 18. You got to go to the 16s, to the 15s, to the 14. So like 1492.
Why we have to go that far back for the curses? Because remember, the curses happen remember what Messiah said? He says they shall fall by the edge of the sword, and they shall go into captivity into every nation until the time of the Gentiles come to this fulfillment.
The point being is that you have many tribes that maybe they shift location, but they never left the continent of Africa. They stood there. The bulk of these people that are still there.
Well, I can say that.
The Bantu expansion, we go back 4,000 years. So let's say that's the Israelites leaving Israel and coming into West Africa. We know that in West Africa, you do not find, from what my understanding, you don't find very archaic haplogroup E. E was new in the West, and it took over. It conquered West Africa, the E haplogroup, after like 4,000 years ago. So now you have groups within Nigeria that been there for thousands of years that never went on a slave ship. You do have small numbers of people within those groups that were brought into it, but the bulk of those people stood there. They never went there, so they do not fit Deuteronomy at all.
Well,
and then
touching on that statement of E, anyone who's of the E line, they actually migrated here. Like there's a confirmation, there's an actual recording by Flavius Josephus that the people, the E1B1B, which were the Ishmaelites, they migrated from what is called the Arabia Felix, which is right about here. And they pushed their people into Africa, and they filled this area in Africa over the years. And this happened around, obviously, way before Flavius Josephus' time. So that gives them enough time to fill these areas. So you can see this is where they were. Now, Africa's separate by, as you can see, Africa's separate by a desert, which, I forget what you call it, the Saharan desert. So there's a desert that separates them right here. And you can see there's a group at the bottom right here, which is going to be a separate group, which is going to be the Israelites, which is the E1B1A. And we can actually trace their history through actual, not just genetics, but actual historical sources, how they got down here.
Yeah. And I would say the Israelites would have been more EM96 when you look at like the Natufians in that area. And, earlier you said, oh, no, that's completely wrong. There were pre-existing slave markets in Africa. The Europeans stood on the coastal lines. If you look at all those slave castles, they weren't going deep into that. They would die of malaria. They would die from, you know what I mean? They were not that sophisticated, the Europeans. You're giving them a little more credit.
Do you have a source that says they would die if they?
You could go to Ghana and their open letter of apology for slavery to the so-called African American. There's plenty of history on that.
There were Africans selling Israelites. I will admit that. We know that that's a historical confirmation that Africans were selling Israelites, but in the majority, it was actually, because we got to remember, when Jerusalem fell, a lot of them were actually shipped to Spain. And when they was in Spain for a while, that's when they was pushed down to Morocco. And then they went down here. And that's uncontested, that there was Jews that were pushed into Africa, and they actually, but they cut this part out, that they migrated downwards. They cut that part out of history, but they'll try to tell you that somehow, some way they went from here and got up over here without going to here, and different things like that. And they say that they'll settle up in these areas, which makes no sense.
Yeah, no, you're right. It makes sense that he was in North Africa, the early, before the early Green Sahara, or during that time period. They definitely were throughout the Mediterranean. Definitely, you study the Moors. They were ruling Spain, Alhambra, all of that. So, and then after the 1492 decree of Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand, those people had a diaspora. Some of them went into Europe. Majority of them, went back into North Africa, into Mauritania, Morocco, and I believe a lot of them did come to the Americas, that they had pre-existing trade markets over here, and So.
Right, and we got to remember in history who owned Morocco, who was actually the power, because we're not talking about a modern time where, like nowadays people are more, it's videos, people record stuff. If the people went down here with these ones, they would have either merged with them, which sometimes we find the genetics, but not so usually, because the Ishmaelites, they were usually, like, remember how it said Ishmael, he has 12 tribes of himself. They would stay together. That's why you don't really see a big mixture, right? You don't see a lot of this up here. And this is from a geneticist that actually, put these things together, just showing these major mapping of where the major groups are. You can see the darker ones where more of them are. And if you remember,
I don't see your slide there. I don't see nothing right now.
Oh, nah. That probably would have made a little difference. Can you see my?
Maybe he has to control it for me to see it.
Okay. Can you see it? Can you see my screen now?
Nah, it's just like a little.
I'm gonna reset it. I'll reset it. Maybe it bugged. Maybe it had bugged. All right, I'll reset it. I'll let the brother put it on there, and then maybe it'll show this time.
Yeah, I got to get back to work because I had a little break.
I could see his screen. I could see it. I actually saw it.
Oh, okay.
I can actually see it.
Okay, now, this was from earlier.
Okay, I'll summarize it. I'll summarize it with this quote from a actual historian.
Let me just say peace to y'all brothers. I'm gonna stay listening. I'm gonna continue to listen, and I definitely want to chime in with y'all again in the future. Hopefully, all praise, honor, glory to the Most High. Shalom to y'all brothers.
Hey, shalom. Is how music? Are you Ashkenazi?
No, I'm not Ashkenazi.
Oh, why is brothers in the chat saying that you're Ashkenazi?
Am I out here trying to defend Haplogroup J?
No, I'm just telling you what the comments are saying, brother.
Yeah, good for those comments. Those was a bunch of trolls that never stepped foot into Israelite congregation. They ain't never show and prove nothing. Maybe on the keyboard, but I've been around plenty of so-called camp brothers outside of the camp. You name it down the list. I don't even want to, be on some clout chase, like naming all the people I've been around. I put in work, how music, period. I study plenty of genetics. When it comes to this, I know what I'm talking about, period. I never discredited Haplogroup E at all. I believe it is the Southern Kingdom DNA. I believe the patriarchs of the Bible were CT. CT is not a myth. CT is real. When you look at mutations, I could go into slides and show you where E has mutations of CT, where J has mutations of CT, where T has mutations of CT, and so on and so forth. I have plenty of slides also. I'm just on the phone right now. I can't show slides.
Well, hey brother, you can give that presentation right here on the source.
Amen. Yeah, because I would love to see.
And I'm definitely friends with you. I'm definitely friends with you on Facebook. I'm Gedaliah Benetta.
A specimen that's been found to have CT, an actual skeleton that's been tested that has.
And we understand that the geneticists, they're gonna say haplogroup E is Ham or whatever. So they could call me Ashkenazi or whatever. People could call somebody, bear a false claim on somebody, bear false witness on somebody. They need to repent for that, as far as that goes. But definitely, I want to build with you, brother. I'm going to reach out to you. I got you on Facebook already. We're already friends. So I will hit you up. And
I'll keep watching that. I'm
definitely going to keep listening. And I'm going to reach out to you, definitely.
Okay. All right, man. Appreciate it.
Brothers, have a blessed day now.
You too, brother. Shalom.
Shalom. Shabbat shalom.
Shalom, shalom. I just wanted to say something for clarity. I've been doing genetic research for a while, and I never ever heard. Now, that's a difference between mixing, but these branches are totally different, and every single geneticist know it. Now, if somebody, like for example, if an A line mix, like if a dad from the A line later on from generation mixed with someone from the E line, then you'll see things like this. You'll see things like this. This is what happened when people mix.
Yeah,
and that's what
that's called autosomal. That's called autosomal DNA, but it doesn't tell you who your paternal ancestor is. It just tells you, like you just said, who you may have interacted with and got foreign DNA from.
Yeah, exactly. But you'll never see something like JE. You'll never see something like that. You'll never see JE, or you'll see like this, like J, and then you have a percentage of it, and then you'll have E1B1B, and then you have a percentage of that. But you'll never see something like JE, because that just doesn't happen. That just doesn't happen. It doesn't work like that.
Shalom, brother.
Hey, shalom, Red Lion. What's going on?
Oh, nothing much. You know, I see y'all going on about them so-called Jews.
Yeah. We just proven genetically that they could not be from Jacob 1 because that group has a lot of different ancestries. Let me put it like that. Some of them descend from R. That means that's a different male ancestor. Some of them descend from J. That's a different male ancestor. Some of them descend from T. That's a different male ancestor. Then some of them descend from E. That's a different male ancestor.
Yeah.
That makes no sense. They should go back to one common male ancestor, which should be Jacob.
Yep. They're surely not a pure people.
Right.
So they're not Edomite?
Some of them are Edomite. Some of them are Edomite. I'm not saying there's not an Edomite component within the Ashkenazi. Some of them are, but a lot of them are Japhetic.
Yeah.
Like when you read, I think chapters, Genesis chapter like at 10:6, where it says the sons of Gomer, Ashkenazi, and the Ashkenazi, you know where that's at, right? That's
German.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So I think what we make the mistake of, we make these monoliths, we make these statements, these broad strokes on people. So we'll say all of them are X, Y, Z. All of them are this. All of them are that. It's not true.
That's right.
All of them are not the same. Just like I brought out in a class I did prior. All African Americans are not the same genetically. Some of y'all are A and B. Some of y'all have A. Some of y'all have R. R1a, R1b. You're European.
It's true. It's possible. Mixes happen.
But I thought according to Numbers 1:18, you go by your father's line. Numbers 18. 2018.
Yeah.
Red line. I'm going off of the father. When I say haplogroup E, that's talking about your father. It's talking about your Y chromosome that you get from a male, from a man in your ancestry and your genealogy.
Right. And I know this so-called Jake because he's not a Jake, and I thought he was a Jake, but because he said that he was a black Puerto Rican. I was thinking, I'm like, wow. Then he told me that his father's grandfather was a Edomite, a so-called white man and everything. I'm like, wow. And you would think he's a Jake and everything, how the way he looked, a black Puerto. I'm like, wow. That's why you can't go by his skin color sometimes.
Yeah. I think that's a lot of that confusion come from a lot of the camps kind of like taking stuff and running with it, but not really. A lot of times they kind of shout stuff, but don't really prove anything. I think that's what that comes from.
That's true as well. But I mean, his grandfather could be white. That don't tell you nothing about his genes. They don't tell you his ancestry. They don't tell you his genealogy. You know what I'm saying? They don't tell you that. Like you got a white Ashkenazi, I think it's an Ashkenazi Jew from Poland, I want to say. He's E1B1A. If you go to Family Tree DNA right now and look up the Jewish E Project, you will see that you have white Jewish men with haplogroup E, and some of them are E1B1A like you and I are. E1B1A. Got white skin. They look European. They related to us, man.
But I saw a photo of this brother's grandfather on his father's side. He, old photo, like from the 1930s something. He looked like a Edomite, a Caucasian, regular Caucasian man.
Can I add something? Also take note that now we get our Y chromosome from the male, but let's say somebody had a Y chromosome of the male and yet they always kept marrying Caucasian females. They may end up looking white, but their Y chromosome may end up showing something different that shows like maybe it'll show like their E1B1A or E1B1B, depending on who they mix with. If they mix with someone of darker skin, but on their female line, on the mtDNA, which is the female DNA, it may be different because of the woman, but on the male, it may be different. So that's just, I guess that's something just to consider.
Right. Just like I've come to find out, I guess it's possible. I come to find out that Martin Luther King, that his grandfather and his father's side was a so-called white man. I'm like, wow. I guess he could be his grandfather on his father's side could be a Confucian face.
Yeah, and that's how genetics work, man. Some you got this ABOs movement, but the funny thing about the ABOs movement, some African Americans do have haplogroup Q. You can go to Family Tree. Family Tree DNA is a good website because they have groups of people that submit their DNA, and when you can analyze their DNA online for free and see what came up. So there's an African American group in Alabama. They all did their DNA, and some of them were haplogroup Q, which is Native Indian. Let me let G-Con on. G-Con's on. We got somebody that wants to oppose all of this. He believes that the Ashkenazi Jews are the real Jews. So we're gonna let this brother speak and give his opinion and see can he defend it and stand up to empirical scrutiny. Let's get it. All right, G-Con, you on? G-Con, man.
What up? What's going on with you brothers?
You know what's going on, man. We chopping up this fable.
Shalom.
I see you brothers, man, in here doing some sloppy work, but this all good. I'm gonna get you brothers right back.
Sloppy.
So basically, what's y'all argument? Y'all argument is haplogroup E. E is what?
No. The argument. Hold on. First of all, they brought up E, but the argument is the Ashkenazi Jews cannot be the real Jews for the simple fact that they do not all descend from one common male ancestor. For example, they have R, they have J. These are all different male ancestors. They should all have the same common male ancestor. That's the argument.
Right. So technically, this is why most Jews they have an argument that it's not based upon your ethnicity, Jew, because of the dispersion. Because for instance, if your ancestors was from the Levant area, and then you go through a dispersion and you don't take any wives, and you dispersed out and you go to like Europe. Let's use Europe for an example. Somebody got an echo. And when you go to Europe, you take on women that's of Europe, and so on your mtDNA, you have to where you have European markers. You know what I'm saying? And so then let's say, Finch, you don't have any sons, but you have a daughter. You know what I'm saying? But we know that you don't get your paternal does not pass down, but then you get the mtDNA. And so that's say, Finch, that woman, she has a child with a European, and when she has a child with a European, that child gets what you call a haplogroup that comes from a European, but still, he's still a Jew, but that child has a haplogroup. That's how you can have a black person to have an R1b, or you know what I'm saying, that you see to have an R1b haplogroup, and as a male, and that means that at one part of time, his mother, a white male, got with a black person, and then had a child, which was that child, and then that child later on, he goes and gets with another woman, and he's carrying that R1b haplogroup, and so that's how that happens. There's a swapping, and so that's what the.
Can I say something real fast? That is absolutely insane to even think that you can get a Y haplogroup from a female.
No, I didn't just say that. I didn't say that at all. You didn't.
Oh, okay.
I actually said that doesn't pass down. I said how you can get basically I'm gonna say it again. A woman, right?
Go ahead.
mtDNA.
Right.
She has a European haplogroup, right? So
right.
She has a European haplogroup. Let's say she takes on and she marries I'm gonna say an Israelite. She marries an Israelite, right?
Okay.
When she marries an Israelite, even though she has a European haplogroup on her mtDNA, that Israelite, he has markers that we see that comes from probably areas out of the Levant area. So then she marries that person. He has a haplogroup that we see that comes up out of either, I'm gonna say J. You know what I'm saying? And so when he has that J marker, he passes that marker. He has a child, or he has a male. He passes that marker down. So that's the only thing how that happens. That's how you can have, as I stated before, a black person that has an R1b haplogroup, because what happens is his father is a European that 9 times out of 10 married a black woman. That's how this happening like that. And so then so that's it. That's the only thing that happens. So what you have is on the mtDNA of an Ashkenazi Jew, he's European. On the paternal side, he has markers that trace back to the Levant area. So that's what they find. And so
can I show you something? I want to show you what genetic actually traces to the Levant area.
Go ahead.
What you're talking about is that R1 line, right? That traces to the Levant.
No, R1 does not trace to the Levant. That's European.
It does trace to the Levant.
What's important, if you was here earlier, G-Con, 75% of these Ashkenazis from the studies we just brought up are R1.
Yeah.
75%. That's a huge percentage, brother.
I'm gonna show you. I'll show you the J, but first let me show you what actually traces to the Levant. Is actually the Philistines. The line that they found from the Philistines, actually 70 to 60%, and this is not me saying it, this is the people saying this. It says Ashkenazi Jews have roughly, and this is Natural Geographic, it says Ashkenazi Jews had roughly 70 to 60% contribution to the Philistines, because that's what this is actually talking about. But let me show you so this is what the Philistines have. They know that they are actually the seed peoples behind the Philistines. They just says they include that R1b M269, which is also found in the Ashkenazi DNA, just to show that is actually found inside of them. I got this little list right here, and this is from them. This is from Jewish Facts from Portland, and you can see they have that right here, RM269, which is in the Philistines. So that's what you find in the Levant. Now, if you're talking about J, now J itself is from the Turks. J itself from the Turks, and I can show you a geneticist that actually confirms that himself. That actually confirms J1 and J2 actually is from the Turks. That's why when you was bringing that out, I heard some of that before. I was just making sure what you were saying was actually what you was actually saying.
J, you got J1 and you got also J2.
That's right.
When you have like for instance, if you say that's from the Turks, then where you run into a problem is that you have Ethiopian Jews that have J1C3 markers. And
that means they mix.
Yeah, so they these markers that we see as a person that came up out of the Levant area and came down into what we see of those areas that we see Ethiopia, Kush. He comes into that area, and on his maternal side, he has L3 markers that come up out of the Bantu expansion, and on his paternal markers, he has these he has G markers that comes also from Arabia, and so that's where that comes from. And so when you start saying J, like when you look at when you look at the what's those Jews that's over there, the Cohens Jews, those Cohens Jews, they have markers that come back from the Levant area on the paternal side, but on the maternal side, they have markers that we see that comes from people who are native to that land. That means they migrated to that area. So what they look for is, do these people have historically traditions that we see that come from Jews? Also linguistics. They speak a type of Hebrew / the
Yiddish.
Those lands. No, I'm not talking about the Koshin Jews. The Yiddish that we see is a slash of Hebrew and also Germanic languages. Yeah. Just like the Ladinos, the Sephardim Jews or Sephardic Jews, they speak Ladino, which is Spanish and Hebrew. So what they're finding out is that these Jews traditionally have traditions. They have we can see biblical migration. We can see also extra biblical sources, and linguistically is there, and also genetically. So
I want to show you something.
Wait, line form.
Can I add something?
Hold on real quick. Everybody chill. Let me address what he just said. On my presentation, I touched on every point that he just made. First of all, language, just because someone carries a language does not mean they genetically descend from an ancestor. That's one. You speak English. You don't come from the originators of the English language. You speak it. Secondly, just because they have a culture and they practice a culture does not mean they descend from Jacob or they descend from a particular ancestor. I covered that in the beginning because these are some of the myths that you have to dispel when dealing with people that advocate that the Ashkenazi people are the Jews. Language and culture does not mean that you come from the founding population. Location does not mean you come from the founding population. Your argument is based on location. But even if we do argue from location, J1, J2, a lot of these places are in Mesolithic and Neolithic Europe.
Yeah.
And according to Josephus, the original inhabitants of Europe would have to be Japheth. You mentioned R earlier and dismissed R. Oh, they're Turkish or they're Armenian. Okay, R is related to J. They share the same father. That father.
Wait a minute.
Right. So what that is that's actually prophetic when it says that the Shem will dwell in Japheth will dwell in the tents of Shem. The first time that we see, and that's actually, it's funny that you brought out the National Geographic article, right? Because there's another article that talks about the Canaanites. Are you familiar with that article, brother?
That's what I point out.
I am familiar with the Canaanite. They found J in the Canaanite haplogroup, which also break and add confusion to the argument. So you're saying J is Canaan. How the hell is J Canaan? And you have this same group that have J haplogroups as well be considered Shem. Canaan is considered Ham.
Wait, hold on.
You know those wasn't Canaanites.
Wait, hold on.
No, we know they wasn't, but I'm just arguing.
I know you know.
I know y'all getting kind of confused, but how this works is basically when you start dealing with a lot of things of certain mutations, right? Now, when you look at what they talked about Canaan, right? Technically, everybody that's in that geographical location, you will have sexual selection, you have diet, and you will also have environment, you know what I'm saying, and climate. And so these people that's in these areas, they're going to pick up these same mutations And so when you look at them, when you look at their genome, they're going to be sequenced almost the same way, because that's what they looking at, how these groups, these haplogroups, how they migrated out, how they connected to each other. And so when you look at that argument that you make about Canaan, right? The article says the results compared against the DNA of 99 modern-day Lebanese residents. So you see, they were sequenced from a people that we see that was in the city of Sidon, that they found, and they was able to sequence them, and then look at the people that was in Lebanese today. About over 93% of their genome was sequenced the same as these ancient Canaanites that we see, and that's
That's
very
only
shocking.
matrilineally, though.
But hold on, let me
Not
finish.
patrilineal.
I got you. So when we see that there's a sequence that's the same, then we have to look at like 93 that it's almost the same. Then we have to look at it and say these people been here for the first of all for a long time in this area. And then we have also historical from Strabo and also Herodotus within that article that says where the Canaanites actually came from. Now we know the Canaanites spread it all the way over to because you had the people of Maru or Mari, which was the Amorites. And so the Canaanite kingdom was full of Amorites and also Canaanites, which stretched all the way over to Babylon. Now, what's interesting about when you talk about Babylon and those markers that's over in Iraq, guess what markers you find in those areas? You find those markers that we see J. You find also T markers. You find also those G markers, all in these very areas that we see. So we see that in these areas, what Strabo and Herodotus say that these people came, like even the Phoenicians, they came from Bahrain. That's in the Persian Gulf. So if that is the case, then you can see the admixture and the connection between these two people. Madai actually mixed with the Iran, which was the Persians, because we see that they had a kingdom together. So the admixture is definitely there. So to say that genetically that this is a Japhetic marker, but then we got Indo-European language or Indo-Iranian languages, seeing that these people had to mix together.
Language.
Let me add something to it real quick. If there's too much noise in the background, but it seems that went over the point that R is related to J, which is related to I, and all these. So he would have to be arguing that R would be Shem, but he's arguing J is Shem. So I need him to kind of go over how are these J, R, pretty much all the J haplogroups fall in with all the CF lineages. How is that possible when all the CF lineages are mostly found in Europe? And I want one more thing. And you mentioned about that Japheth was dwelling in the hands of Shem. That's correct. That's why you have Medes who were in Iran who carry haplogroups like J. You had like F that you find up in India, places like that. That is Japheth dwelling in the tents of Shem, bro. That region was occupied by basal Eurasians. If you look at basal Eurasians, they're E haplogroups. The whole Near East was occupied by basal Eurasians, E haplogroup. So the I is out of place, the F is out of place, the J is out of place, and they're all related to lineages we find in Europe. So we need you to explain that.
Right. So I just before I go to explain, I want to let y'all know your argument pertaining to the Ashkenazi Jews, even within that article of National Geographic, right? It clearly states that these Jews have more have more paternal DNA that goes from the Levant area than of European when it comes to their paternal side. And also they were connected with the modern day Lebanese people by a high percentage. And also,
so one of the more exciting
so I just want to make sure that you know that, because when you get to start to making arguments and saying like, oh, these people are predominantly Japheth or because that's the argument, but I'm just using that because it ain't really scientific about that, but I'm just using that.
Do you want to answer my question?
Yeah, no, I'm gonna answer your question. I just want to make sure Did you guys know that within the very articles that you read, and when you if we was go through that article and read it, it's not saying what y'all saying. You guys are basically sign about.
We haven't made any arguments about mitochondrial DNA. The articles about mitochondrial DNA. Can we move on to my question?
All right, so yeah, and you said it's actually not by it's not about mitochondrial DNA. It's, you know what I'm saying, just as well. So I just want to bring that out. But yeah, so with your question or whatever, you first of all, the assumption is, and you can tell you really don't know the mechanics on how DNA actually work. You can actually just see that because
we're gonna do one thing first. Hold up, I'm gonna stop it. Look, don't sit here and do that. Just make your point. I'm not gonna speak down to you. You don't speak down to me.
All right. So first of all, your question was like, it's how do they have these R markers? Because you kind of was loading it up. You talked about these R markers that was in connection with what other markers?
J marker.
If I may allow me, because he thinks that we are in confusion, but I want to show him.
No. I want to ask the question. I don't want to.
Hold on.
From him answering that question. I want him to answer the question. How is the R marker descended from the same paternal ancestor as the neighbor, but you recognize one as Japheth, but you want to recognize the other as Shem? I need an explanation.
I can't really hear him. He kind of breaking up. Can somebody repeat his question?
He said, how is the R and the J marker coming from the same ancestors, but you recognize one as Japheth because you brought up the Medes earlier, and one as Jacob?
Well, actually, exactly. I don't that, like I just told y'all, for argument's sake, because y'all want to say this is a Japheth marker, or you want to say this is a Semitic marker or Hamitic marker, that really is not even scientifically sound. So
can I show something? Because he's saying it's not scientifically sound.
I got you, bro, but you just cut me smooth out before I was talking. You know what I'm saying?
Go ahead.
I got you. I want you to show what you're gonna show, but at least let me finish.
Go ahead.
So first of all, there is no Japheth marker, there is no Hamitic, there is no Semitic marker. I'm saying none of that. That doesn't. Only thing. What we do know is these people that are connected to each other, come from these areas, these geographic locations, are connected to each other because through sexual selection, climate, environment, or either diet. You know what I'm saying? These where these mutations happen within these certain groups. You don't have to be specifically how can I say it, of another ethnicity to basically not of another ethnicity.
It's magic.
It's a subsection.
You know, never believe it's not so. It's magic.
Well, yeah, goofy.
Hey, yeah, I'm sorry. That dude threw out the whole Genesis table of nations with what he just said. To sit here and say that the people didn't migrate to the regions which the Bible says they migrated to, is pretty much tantamount to saying the Bible is not true. Is that what you're trying to say, that these people didn't migrate to regions the Bible said they migrated to?
Right, and so they did migrate to those regions, but
that's
they're not.
They did. So all I wanted was the answer to that. I'm asking this question. So if they migrated to those regions and died in those regions, then we know the haplogroups, and they're all connected to one primary haplogroup. Are you trying to tell me that wouldn't be Japheth? I know science doesn't call it the Japheth haplogroup. That's something we're saying. But you're saying those people would be descended from who we call Japheth?
That boy hit the road running.
Can I show something? I want, because he thinks we don't actually know.
We waiting on G-Con to get back. Hopefully he fell off. He coming back, but he hit the road. He got magical real quick. I just want to announce
that was crazy. I never heard nothing like that.
The brother said the haplogroups don't matter. You understand? Haplogroups don't matter when it comes to Ashkenazi Jews. But let your black ass say that you a Jew. Where your DNA? What haplogroup you come from? They gonna probe your ass. But when it comes to Ashkenazi Jews, now none of that stuff matters. Go ahead and show your video, brother.
All right, I'm gonna mute myself and I'm gonna play 2 videos first. Let me just address what the first one's gonna show. This first one is gonna talk about the J line, and it's gonna reveal that they're Turks 100%. This is a geneticist, and you know who he is. And then this is another doctor, and he's an Ashkenazi, and he's gonna talk about the female line. He's gonna confirm to you that the female line obviously is not, she obviously is not of Shem. And he actually addressed that all of them. He addressed all of them. It's not just that they end up mixing, but this actually confirmed that there always been these same females in their line, in their lineage. And I have a genetic study that actually confirms that. But first I'm gonna play this, and I'm gonna show you that the J line is Turks, and then I'm gonna show you that obviously their line is gonna be Japhetic.
So who are the Jews? Who are modern day Jewish people? Well, it seems that a section, I should say, a subsection of modern Jews, along with many other Middle Eastern peoples, and some Europeans, like Greeks and other Balkan Peninsula folks, and Italians, and even some Spaniards at a low percentage, and even some Indians, all share a common Turkish heritage.
Don DeMarco.
Not all of these people, but if you're in the Middle East, a heavy percentage of you do trace your origins via Group J to the Turkish people. What we've seen in this episode.
Man, run that back, man.
Right.
Run that back. Play that one more time.
I'm gonna play it one more time, but let me play another one because I want to confirm that that's actually what he meant. I'm gonna go to this one in 250, and if I show that he didn't make a mistake, he confirms that was true. In a question and answer one, I'm gonna show that he didn't make a mistake there.
Let's go. Let's get it.
18, we walk through some of the problems. The lineage specifically, and this is a direct screenshot from the paper. You may not be able to zoom in and see here. I'm going to try to highlight here. There's a whole bunch of different lineages being shown. There's D, E, C, G, H, I, J, L. There's many of the major groups in this tree that we've seen, and they have arranged by columns here the frequency of these various lineages in various Jewish groups. So this first column, which is headed by the letter C for the Cohenim, those who claim descent from the Jewish priesthood. This I column is just Israelites in general, who don't necessarily claim descent from the priesthood. And here's the percentage overall. The point I was emphasizing in that episode was dealing with one particular lineage, this J. You may not be able to see it because the screen is so small, but it's this J-P58. It's a sub-branch of the J lineage. I went on to conclude that J is probably an echo of the Turkish conquest of the Middle East, going in and then being pushed off by the Mongols and coming back in again. The reason I spent a lot of time there was because this was the main lineage that the paper highlighted as being potentially Jewish. What I didn't emphasize as
Hold on, man. You can't. Oh, man, you have to let that.
Yes.
Let that rock.
Powerful. So I'm gonna go back on that other video so you can hear it again. I'm gonna go back on this video so you can hear it one more time, just to show that this wasn't a mistake that he made here.
So who are the Jews? Who are modern day Jewish people? Well, it seems that a section, I should say, a subsection of modern Jews, along with many other Middle Eastern peoples, and some Europeans, like Greeks and other Balkan Peninsula folks, and Italians, and even some Spaniards at a low percentage, and even some Indians, all share a common Turkish heritage.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Nathaniel T. Jensen, man. I gotta see it, man. I love his work. I read his work. Replacing Darwin was one of his latest books. Great, awesome geneticist, right? Master geneticist. But he has his PhD. That's why it's Dr. Nathaniel T. Jensen. You understand? Oh, he killed it right there. So these Ashkenazi Jews, according to Daniel T. Jensen, the master geneticist, is a result of Turkish invasions.
Got him.
Where you at, G-Con?
Where he at?
Where are you?
Where he at? And this who we should show. And now I'm gonna show the one for the female line. And this is his name. I'm gonna show you his name first. And I'm gonna show you that the Khazars are indeed Ashkenaz too. I can show you a video in the Library of Congress that they admit that the Khazars are actually the Jews today. They admit it in the Library of Congress. But this is who I'm going to show now. He's an Ashkenazi, and he obviously knows a little bit about genetics. I'm going to go to 1225, and I'm going to let it play. And watch what he says here. I'm going to let it play to the end. He just killed.
Jewish ancestry was formed. As for the female DNA, this is interesting. I have a startling statement to make, which may be that none of you here who are Ashkenazi Jews may be under the laws of Israel Jewish. That is true by DNA, and this is going to present some fascinating theological problems. The reality of it is that most of female DNA that they've done testing of traces back to European populations. Whether they were pagan or Christian, it's not clear, but they almost certainly were not Semitic. There is a sizable percentage of DNA on the female side that does trace back to the Middle East, but the majority of it traces back to Europe and seems to indicate that the pattern of Jewish communities, Ashkenazi Jewish communities, was traders or middlemen, nobility aides, whatever, either brought up by the aristocracy or who wandered there because there was a sense of opportunity during brief periods of openness, and they took on local wives. Now, if the conversion process, and that's your genetic line, you are Jewish under Israeli law. If they didn't, if they just took a local woman as their wife and that local woman was pagan or Christian, they didn't go through a formal conversion process. If the rabbis of Israel find out about it, you have a little bit of a problem. The reality of it is that most of us today who are Ashkenazi are probably the descendant of a Semitic Jewish male and either a convert or a Christian or pagan who didn't convert, but quickly was assimilated with a small but soon growing Jewish community, raised their children as Jews, but if you ultimately trace it back, they're not so Jewish.
If you ultimately trace it back, they're not so Jewish, and that's from an Ashkenazi.
All right, so you covered the Y chromosome, the male side. According to Daniel, the master geneticist Nathaniel T. Jensen is of a Turkish invasion, and then if you go to the maternal side, because the Ashkenazi Jews, state of Israel, say you have to have a Jewish mother to become a Jew. They are European, so these people are clearly, according to geneticists, not Jews.
And if you can read the Science Mag right here, this part right here, because remember how he said make the assumption, like he kind of like he said I'll make sure I quote it right. He says probably, he says the male is probably Semitic. What he's actually quoting there is a script. He's actually quoting a script, and that script is right here. That script actually, I'm gonna read that part where he's actually saying there. Well, actually, I'll read it because I think I can read this a little bit. I'm not the best reader. It says, if being Jewish is defined as genetically descending from Israelites through the material line? Maternal line, then many Ashkenazi Jews failed the test according to this data. And then it goes on and it just talks about the geneticist. Richard acknowledges that the work is likely to be controversial. And he says this, I anticipate some resistance to our conclusions in certain quarters. He says, watch what he says here. Watch what he suggests here. One way to reconcile his team's finding with those of other researchers, because a lot of people confirmed it already, he says, is to assume that the founders of the male, to assume that the founders of the male Ashkenazi lines were indeed originally from the Middle East.
Right.
So that's why he said he's assuming. He's assuming that the male is from that line. But you can see from the actual geneticist actually studying it, his Y chromosome, as they have multiple Y chromosomes, which is not, you will have a strong, if they was the Jews, you would at least have a 50% in one of those. But because they have that major J, that's that Turkish line, and it's undeniable.
Right, those are Japhites, and that's why G-Con got on here and tried to denounce. Oh, it don't matter what haplogroup they come from. Man, play that. Hold on, bro. Hold on, real quick. Go back to that Nathaniel T. Jensen, because we got G-Con in the back chat, and I want him to see this. Go back.
Oh, he didn't see it yet? Oh,
no,
yeah.
he was gone. Go back to that thing, man. That joint was fire. Man, play that back, man.
All right, I'm gonna go to it, and also you can look at it yourself. You can see these are Turks, Avars, and all these. This is 99% J. They're 99% J. They're the Turks. This is the Turkish line, and that's what he found. I'm gonna go and
play it again. Play it again for him, man. Let him say it's a result of the Turkish invasion. Let that play, man.
All right.
J today. So who are the Jews? Who are modern day Jewish people? Well, it seems that a section, I should say, a subsection of modern Jews, along with many other Middle Eastern peoples, and some Europeans, like Greeks and other Balkan Peninsula folks, and Italians, and even some Spaniards at a low percentage, and even some Indians, all share a common Turkish heritage. They trace some of their origins to Central Asia. Not all of these people, but if you're in the Middle East, a heavy percentage of you do trace your origins via Group J to the Turkish people. And what we've seen in this episode is, once again, Central Asia seems to play this dominant role in the world history of peoples. We've seen other.
All right, now. Precept that one with the other joint.
With the female line?
No, the other joint from the.
Oh yeah. This is, and I'm gonna confirm that he didn't make a mistake here, because that's good to always know that he didn't go back on his word.
Right.
Go right here. Go right here.
Let's get it. Let's get it. Press play, man.
And if I may, I got one more after this one that I didn't show you yet, but that's going to confirm to you that the Jews are actually even Khazars, and that's in the Library of Congress. But I'm gonna let this play.
Including Jews who had some comments, and some were not too pleased with what I said in episode 18, and I realized I wasn't very clear on the point I was trying to make. I emphasized a point that the mainstream scientific community did, and I didn't get to everything else they said. So let me back up to episode 18, where I was arguing that one of the dominant lineages in modern Jewish people, particularly Ashkenazi Jewish people, there was this paper in 2009 that came out claiming they could find one that seemed to fit all the proper parameters for being a Jewish lineage. Episode 18, we walked through some of the problems. The lineage specifically, and this is a direct screenshot from the paper. You may not be able to zoom in and see here. I'm going to try to highlight here. There's a whole bunch of different lineages being shown. There's D, E, C, G, H, I, J, L.
Pause it real quick. Pause it. All these lineages amongst the Jews, these are different males. The Bible says Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. These, you need one line. You're not going to have G, H, I, K, E, A. You're not going to have all these groups if you all descend from Jacob. All right, man, play that back, man. Play that video back, man. The hell going on here?
Other Central Asian lineages are groups in this tree that we've seen, and they have arranged by columns here the frequency of these various lineages in various Jewish groups. So this first column, which is headed by the letter C for the Cohenim, those who claim descent from the Jewish priesthood. This I column is just Israelites in general, who don't necessarily claim descent from the priesthood. And here's the percentage overall. The point I was emphasizing in that episode was dealing with one particular lineage, this J. You may not be able to see here because the screen is so small, but it's this J-P58. It's a sub-branch of the J lineage. I went on to conclude that J is probably an echo of the Turkish conquest of the Middle East, going in and then being pushed out by the Mongols and coming back in again. The reason I spent a lot of time there was because this was the main lineage that the paper highlighted as being potentially Jewish.
All right, so another bomb for Nathaniel T. Jensen. That J marker amongst the Ashkenazi Jews is a result of the Turkish invasion.
That's right.
Come on, man.
I got one more hit from I need him to see this one, because this one, I guarantee you'll never see this in the news. It's so rare to find. I was very lucky to find it, but I'm going to show you that. And that was a study. If you try to search it, you probably won't find it, but it's a study on the Armenians. What they actually find out is that the Jews 100% are related with the Armenians and vice versa. Now, I'm going to show you that what they just confirmed here while doing a study on the Armenians is that they are Khazars.
And it turns out
that the Khazars are actually the Jewish people. And remember, I'm going to read this historical quote so you know that this is actually confirmed in history that the Jews actually converted, right? I mean, the Khazars actually converted. This is a quote from, what is it? A Conquest of a Continent, the Expansion of Races in America. And it just talks about many of the Khazars and their kin, which is a common word for the Turkish tribes, the kin, which were their leaders, were converted by Jewish missionaries. And that's another quote that actually lets you know those missionaries were Persian missionaries, Persian Jews that were also converts, Jewish missionaries, and they formally accepted Judaism in 740 AD. It is doubtful whether there is a single drop of the old Palestinian Semitic-speaking Hebrew blood amongst these East European Jews. Now, and then he talks about they speak Yiddish and everything, but let me show you this video, because this video is pretty deep. Let me actually make sure I get the right timestamp, 25:55. So this is where it is, and you can see that this is the Library of Congress. You know, you can see this is official. This is the real site, and I'll play. Matter of fact, I'll play it from the site, and I'll go to 25:55 right here. A little bit right there.
Reference to their royal background. So now beyond the Ossetians, and that's why I chose these case studies, all of this, the Armenians who are A2, the Georgians and the Ossetians, the people then closest to them they are relatively numerous, and they all indicate various countries of Eastern Europe as place of origin. And all of these people are of Ashkenazi Jewish ancestry. In all likelihood, the connection between them and the I2C from the Caucasus must have taken place through the Khazars. It would be difficult to conceive of another possibilities. The relations between the Khazars and Ossetians in the Middle Ages are well known, not to mention the episodic Khazar invasions of Transcaucasia. So to conclude, thanks to a few people we have tested, a little bit of saliva, this is what we have been able to determine. We have been able to find out the YDNA of the original Bagratid dynasty. The Georgians have been working on
it's gonna talk about a little bit of the stuff. He's gonna talk a little bit about the Armenians real fast, but he's gonna get right back to the Khazars. Just give it a little bit. You'll hear him just talk about the Jewish people, then he's gonna get right and talk about who they're connected with.
They belong to the line of David Soslan belongs to the Q1 or something like this line. It's something which kills the Georgians, that they're royal families of Armenian origin, the Bagration, and then from an Ossetian, David Soslan. It's really something very difficult for them to swallow. We have been able to find the origins of the house of Hachen, the Hassan Jalalian. So determine that they are in fact Bakradids and not Aran Shahid or Sunni. The origins, we have been able to confirm the origins of the Tzitsishvili Panaskerteli princes. At some point I thought maybe they may be Mamedonian because type belonged to the Mamedonian before it passed to the Bakradids, but obviously they are Bakradids and not. which confirmed that the tradition of the Taraur aristocracy was not fiction, but it was there. They indeed have something Armenian and patriotic on top of that. And also the links between Ossetians and Khazars. I mean, Ossetia, the Alania was included as part of was vassal of the Khazar kingdom. And we have been able to establish that at least some Ashkenazi Jews are indeed of Khazar origin, because there is this discussion that are Ashkenazi Jews Khazars, or are they from the Jews which came from the Middle East? I cannot answer the question for all of them, but at least here at this micro level, we can see that some of them at least are of Khazar ancestry, because I cannot see how it could have been otherwise. So it's quite ironic findings, because there is this Moses Khorenatzis says that the Pakratids were of Jewish origin. And it turns out that it is not so, but it's the other way around, that some Jews now are Pakratid origin.
You heard what he just said? He basically just said that the Jews are Khazars. That's what he just said there. Now, this is actually a study dedicated to the Armenians, but throughout history, it was known of the Khazar conversion. You can look it up on YouTube, the Turkish Jews or Turk Jews, and you can look it up just yourself. You know, you can just type it down, and you can get the history of it when you just put Jew,
right,
Turk.
Right. They're known. They're on record as converting as a people.
Yeah. That's
they're
right.
on record converting. So what you have is these proponents of these people being Jews. They see someone being black or someone else that may be diverse, claiming to be a Jew, and then they will say, "No, you're the convert." When you're on record converting.
Yep. Exactly.
How that works.
And you know, one of the problems with what you guys are saying, and some of the geneticists are speaking right now is because a lot of them follow after, you know, Aaron Elhak, right? And the problem with that is that when you can go check out the missing link of Jewish European ancestry, contrasting the Ryland and the Khazarian hypothesis, Aaron Elhak, right? Now, if you go down right here to when he did his surrogate population, let me go right here. I'm gonna show you exactly what he quotes and what he says. And this is his data collection.
That was fitting. I'm not gonna lie, that was fitting.
Hey, so y'all gonna keep on muting me and playing and acting goofy and stuff?
I want to see you address those videos.
Right. I actually try to address, but he putting on which niggas don't be wanting to get on with y'all because y'all do stuff.
Are you saying that these geneticists who did a private study are wrong?
Listen, I'm bringing something out right here. If y'all would stop muting my mic and playing silly music, and
go ahead, brother. You was getting on your X-Files stuff, man.
Right. Yeah. Somebody got a bad echo in the back.
I'll make sure it's not me. Muted.
All right. So this is So did y'all get the article? Did I just name out?
Put it in the side chat, and I can pull it up so everybody can see.
Put it in the side chat.
You said what?
I'm on my phone. I can't put it in the side chat.
Well, call out I'll pull it up. Call it out.
Playing goofy music instead of getting the link.
Brother, don't get upset, man. It's a show. Now, tell me what article you want me to pull up.
This is the missing link of Jewish European ancestry, contrasting the Ryland and the Khazarian hypothesis. This is by Aaron Elhak himself.
Right? Missing link of Jewish ancestry.
Of Jewish European ancestry. The missing link of Jewish European ancestry.
Okay, I got it.
Hey, Jashoka, after GCon, can I go after GCon because I want to show something?
Yeah, you can. You can. I'm gonna let the brother go. He on his X-Files tip. Go ahead.
Go right here down to
let me share the screen so people can see.
All right, this is let's see.
I think I got the study here.
Choice of surrogate populations, right there.
Okay.
You there? Keep on creeping on down.
Choice. Matter of fact, let me do it easier. Choice Boom, right there.
There it is. Now, look what it says. As the ancient Judeans, right, and Khazars have been vanquished, and their remains have yet to be sequenced in accordance with previous studies.
Yeah.
Watch what he says here. And then he gives you the sources or whatever. Bahar et al. 2010 or whatever. And then Levy Kaufman 205 or whatever. Look what he says. Contemporary Middle Eastern and Caucasus populations were used as surrogates, right? Palestinians were considered Proto-Judeans because they are assumed to share a similar linguistic, ethnic, and geographical background with the Judeans, were shown to share common ancestry with European Jews. Now, the problem with this and why most geneticists disagree with Aaron Elhak on this is because, as he stated before, as the ancient Judeans and Khazars have been vanquished and their remains have yet to be sequenced, so there is no bones, right, of no Khazars to even be sequenced and saying that you can take modern Jews today and sequence them and say that they line up with the Khazars. Because hold on, bro. Hey, bro.
Hold on, brother. Hold on real quick.
Damn,
hold on. I was telling him to hold on, G-Con. Why is you getting so emotional, brother?
No, I'm
some Ashkenazi Jews.
Right. No, it's not that. It's just this brother is holding fast, bro. That's all you gotta do. You gonna get it, bro. So look, it says it has not been sequenced yet. Khazars are vanquished, right? Now, what he did was, which was a mistake, was that they're saying most geneticists, is that he went to those populations today, right? And when he went to those populations today, we know that that area is an area that is a bottleneck. That area has the most diverse place that there is when you in these areas. You know how many empires have overran that area, Turkish, the area that we see this in Western Asia and Central Asia and Western Asia? Many. You know how many empires have flourished during this time, from the Parthians to the Persians to the Medes to the Aratu, which is a BC kingdom. We know what that kingdom was about. So to sit up there and say, well, we're gonna go to that place that they test these modern people today and test them with the Jews and say these are the Khazars, because we realize that these people been here all this time. This in this era, they are the actual Khazars. That's faulty. That's
Wait,
what that.
Hold on, line form. Let me respond to him. Hold on real quick. Hold on real quick. I'm gonna show you, G-Con, that was biased, because the article says, as the ancient Judeans and Khazars, there's no remains of them. You just, truncated the Judean part, because you know why that's important? Since you don't have no ancient bones of verified Judean vessels, then how are you going to say that the Ashkenazis are Jews in the first place? That cuts your argument.
No, actually, that's where you finna get cut up at. Now
you just cut yourself.
I got you. Hold on. Now the problem, the reason why I said Khazars is because I know we do have a linkage to ancient Judeans, which would be your Canaanites. And so when we look at, that's why I didn't mention them, because we just read an article that's saying that these Canaanites that moved into this area, which would have been Judea too, you know what I'm saying, they was stressed all the way from Lower Israel all the way to the north, southern to the north, to Sidon and all these Lebanese, all these different places. These Canaanites that we see, they say was there 3,700 years ago, is an admixture of Iran, people who came from Iran, and also that mixed with the people that was there of those days, that mixed with people that was in Euro-Asia in those areas. So they're an admixture of them. That's what Strabo and Herodotus said. So, and they became your Canaanites, right? Now,
got you. But you can't use that as a source population, because if you're saying they're Canaanites, that's a different tribe of people, meaning they have a different ancestry than Israelites. You don't have a confirmed Israelite burial. That's the point that's written in this paper.
Right. So I understand that. I understand, but I'm just telling you I'm just telling you, if you say that you're gonna take these, what we do find is you don't have no Khazarian DNA. It has been vanquished. You don't have no Judean, right? We can make that argument. But to sit up there and say, well, we know these are the Khazars because we basically went to these populations today that's in the same area and sequence those people, those populations, and they match up with the populations. But what you're not understanding is if you go and you look at the history of the area that you sequencing, those are areas that we see that other empires ruled all the way from the BC times. You got the kingdom of Aratu. That's 590 BC. These are Persian people. You got also somebody got to mute their mic.
Okay.
You got also what is the other king? You got the Persian and the Media. That's 728 BC. The Achaemenid Empire.
Right, those are Japhetic people that invaded those lands.
Persia is not Japhetic. No,
well, the meat. Hold on.
Wait a minute, the Persians were Japhetic because they were the meat.
Media is basically they're Japhetic. Persia is
exactly.
Not.
Yeah, okay.
That goes our point. That goes up. Yeah. Japhites all throughout these lands. And if you was on here when you heard Nathaniel T. Jensen, he said the reason why you see J prevalent in the Jewish groups is a result of the Turkish invasions. Now, if you know anything about history, in the 6th century, there was a Turkish invasion of all of those lands.
What is the 6th century?
6th century CE.
All right, so the problem with that is this J marker existed before Turkish damn invasion, bro.
Yeah, it did, but it existed in the northern Turkey region, and some people argue it may have been in southern Arabia.
J marker comes all the way.
Hold on. We understand it. Hold on. Let me just say something. Again, the major thing is the J marker is related to all of the European populations. This ain't all modern population density. This is based off the actual bones we find in the ground from Mesolithic, Paleolithic, Epipaleolithic, all these different times. We can see that all of these related peoples are throughout the European region, some off in Eastern Russia, but still in the European region, and they're all related to CF. Then you find J, you find F, and a few others throughout the Near East, which is where they say they may have arisen. But then that would lead me to believe that if their basal clade would be like GHIJK or IJ, then that haplogroup could have migrated to the Near East, which we know the Medes did. And then that's how we get this Japhetic haplogroup in the Near East. You're pretty much, by saying these different things, kind of going along with what we're saying to an extent. We find these Japhetic lineages in the Near East, like we said, J, F, and others of that sort, but they don't really belong in that region if we're thinking of it according to the biblical table.
All right, so are you guys familiar with the?
I heard is that they're the Japhetic lineage that is found amongst the tents of Shem. That's why the
Right. So James, if you can hear me, you cutting out, brother. You cutting out. So basically, that argument is it's very faulty that you have, G-Con, because you're bringing up these premises and saying, well, he's arguing against that, and the reason why he can't use his argument because there's no Khazarian DNA. Fine, let's take the word Khazarian out of it. These people are clearly foreign to the Israelites, clearly. Yeah. And they're a product of the Turkish invasion. We have the history to coincide that. And when you look at when the Ashkenazis hit the scene, 75% of them come around 1,500 years ago, around the 6th century CE, during the Turkish invasions.
There it is. It's undeniable.
Hey, you know what's crazy about what you guys are saying, though? Because it's clear that when you study before there was even a Khazarian empire or Khazaria within itself, the Israelites were scattered to these areas already. That's why when you look at Paul talking about Scythians, talking about these different other people, because they've been in these areas before 700 AD, scattered in these areas. But the problem that y'all gonna have is you got the Assyrian Empire, right? You got the Parthian Empire. You got all these different empires that you see. And I got a question for y'all. When Noah was got off the ark, where was he at? Where did he get off the ark at?
In Turkey.
Mount Ararat.
Where's Mount Ararat at?
That's right next to the Fertile Crescent.
It's in Turkey.
Right. So Mount Ararat is in Turkey, right?
Correct.
And so the problem you're gonna run into, and this is why a lot of Afrocentrics, even with the real black atheists, they don't take the Bible as to be history, because they tell you, and they know it, that the biblical text says that everybody came after the flood from one place, which is Mount Ararat. And you know how I know that you know how I know that, here's another thing. In Mount Ararat, that's what you call Twin Peaks. Anybody ever realize that it's Twin Peaks that's there, right? And in these Twin Peaks, that same the same pylon that you see in Egypt, which is the primordial mounds that you got to walk through that pylon, it's seen also all the way down in Elam and also Babylon, Twin Peaks, because they have Shamash, who comes and cuts between the mountains, which is the sun, and it traces all the way back to this area, which is Mount Ararat. And so when you're looking at Mount Ararat, that's why they say Noah came from this area. So it's not far-fetched to say that when you start looking at genetically what's going on, that when you look at J coming up out of this area geographic, that the majority of what we see of the people that comes from out of those areas would have that haplogroup that was in those areas for a long time.
We don't even understand the relevance of what you're saying to the topic.
That's fine. Only thing I'm saying is this is the very people that you see today come from those areas, which is your ancestors. They would
we don't have an issue with that. Our major issue is that we have different phylogenetic branches of a tree, and you're trying to make two different branches the same on convenience. Wait. Let me make my point. I've been hearing y'all talk for a minute. Two different lineages the same on convenience. You will recognize that R would be a Japhetic lineage, but as soon as we point out that J comes from the same paternal ancestor as R, then you have an issue with this being a Japhetic lineage all of a sudden. Well, all of Japheth would happen to descend from the same common ancestor, which the Bible calls Japheth. All of Shem would descend from Shem. You can't have Shem with Japhetic paternal markers. It's just impossible. And some people may be extra biblical, say, hey, well, the Bible don't say genetics. Well, it does. When it tells you after their father's house, or from father to son, they're talking about, God is talking about the Y-chromosome. They just didn't know about it back then, so he couldn't talk to them like that. God isn't ignorant of what we're ignorant of. He knows all.
Well, you know what's crazy what you just said? You said you can't have Shem with these Semitic markers. I mean, with Japhetic markers, or whatever the case you're trying to how you trying to classify that. But if you look at it, you got brothers that this is in this room. They got haplogroups, European haplogroups, right? They believe that they Israelites. You know what I'm saying? So how is you saying that you can't have a
Because I would tell them that they don't descend patrilineally from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. There are brothers who claim to be Israelites who have R1b markers. And I tell them brothers straight up, just like I would tell you, that, hey, you don't patrilineally descend from it. But I will tell them this. It may be a case in which where, hey, the mother was raped. I would not consider you an Israelite because your foremother was raped. I wouldn't see it that way. So I'm gonna treat you as my brother, and I'll let God sort that out. That's what I would say. But I would acknowledge that his paternal lineage doesn't go back to Shem.
Now the problem with that is that as I stated today, you have these Canaanites, right? We see that they sequence them. 93% of these people match up with the people that we see that is the Arabs in the Levant area. So when you look at those markers that you see among those Canaanites that's been there, traces back to the times that we see of the ancient Israelites, right? They sequence these modern day Jews and the people that's of the land and the Arabs with these Canaanites. They are sequenced the same. But what's the odd thing is because Canaan comes from Hamitic people. But guess what? Did Canaan have admixture? Did Ishmael have admixture? We see that. Did Esau have admixture? So all these games that y'all playing is not lining up,
Are
actually.
you trying to argue that admixture can change the Y chromosome? Is that your argument, that admixture would change the Y chromosome from a Japhetic lineage to a Shemitic lineage? That's
No,
your argument.
I'm not. I said admixture. I
I
didn't
said
add.
that's what I said. I said, are you
I'm
arguing
not arguing
that
that. I'm
that
still going.
admixture? Hold on. I got you. What I'm saying is, in order for you to be negating what we're saying, you pretty much have to be saying that through this admixture process, they can pick up new Y chromosomes. I would argue against that because Y chromosome is passed from father to son. It doesn't change.
Hold on. I'm not saying that. Hold on, because you making the argument and you straw manning me. I didn't say that, first of all. Now, this what I said. I said that we know when I say admixture, when you look at autosomally what's going on with these fellas, and then also when you look at the dispersion, I told you how a person can go and they can be a Jew can go out. He goes and he goes out to a distant area, takes on a woman that's of those areas, right? He has a woman child. Let's say, for instance, that woman child takes on a person that's of that area, and not a person that's of her countryman, but of that area, right? And she has a son, right? When she has that son, that
I already gave an example of me acknowledging that as a, well, if you're saying, hey, there was no, like, for instance, like in Numbers, when the daughters of the tribe of Manasseh didn't have a male heir, so it went through the female side. Well, one of the stipulations is that you're supposed to marry someone of your father's tribe. We do see an example where someone was a servant of a tribe, where if they were moving in accordance with the law, they would have waited 3 generations, and in their 3rd generation, he would have been treated just like a natural-born Israelite. But that doesn't make you a paternal descendant of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. It makes you someone who is grafted into the Israelite group.
Right, you're not letting me finish though. So I understand it. That's why I said earlier that when you look at Jews, right? Jews do not count themselves as a race of people. Now, some are starting to do that, but the majority of them don't count themselves as a race of people. Why? Because they know that to be a Jew, right, is more, if anything, of different ethnicities that come into a faith, right? That's what.
No, it's not. It's an
I got.
ethnicity.
Hey, listen, bro, you don't have to agree with me. I understand that, right? Other nations can enter into the congregation in the 3rd generation, whatever the case may be. Can somebody mute their mic, please? Because you got a little noise going on in the background. So
it might be me.
So what I'm saying is it when this admixture is already early on within Israel, right? We see also the Maccabees, Edomites coming among them, getting circumcised, mixing in with these people. We see also that they said when they went to war, they can take a woman that we see that is from a far distance. These are mixing in. And so if that woman has a child, right? Let's say she has a male child, right? But she has a male. If the woman goes out, she goes from a distance. Her son, the Israelite has a daughter. That daughter leaves. She takes on a person that's native of another land, which would happen because these women and the males were separated from their spouses, and like the law said, she takes on a man that's native of that land. He's not an Israelite, but you pick up a haplogroup, right? as being a Jew, a Jewish woman, or a woman that is a Jew, you pick you get married that man, and then that child picks up a haplogroup that's outside of Israel. This is why most Jews did not use that to say, well, that's this bloodline and this and that, because you know why? Because they knew that through the dispersion, this would happen. The only way you can be a Israelite technically and be a Jew within Israel and not be cut off from your people is by way of the law, is by way of entering into covenant with God. That's the only thing that made you different from the nations. That's it. The culture that God gave you. If you go outside of that, your dad's side, on your dad's side, you got that. And so we got a brother that's in here that has that right now. And you already stated that you would consider him to be a Jew.
Oh man.
Yeah, he's talking about me. I do have the R1b haplotype. That is true.
Hey, Yahukanan, what I tell you the first time you told me that, man? That ain't no secret, bro. Ain't nobody worried about that.
Yeah. So he's trying to, basically what he wants us to do is he wants me and you guys to go at it. That's what he's trying to do.
I'm not trying to do that. I'm not. Listen, I don't know what. Listen, I'm just telling you that with that logic, I can understand that logic. But that's why I tell you, it's not based upon that Yehukanan is a Jew, whether we like it or not. You know why he considered himself to be a Jew? Because he follows the Jew faith. It's what makes you separate from the other nations. It's not you saying, well, ethically, I'm Africa or whatever. I can't say Africa because that's
so it don't matter if you come from Jacob. That's what you're saying. It don't matter if you come from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Don't matter about your paternal ancestry. That's
hold on. Yeah, technically that's because you could be cut off from your people. That's what it was stated. He says already in 17 that you can be cut off from your people. So the way you cut off from your people, even a person that was circumcised in the flesh that wasn't born in the household became the people of God through the circumcision. But he can be cut off from his people if they don't circumcise that man in that household. Whether it's a Jew, whether it's one born
that doesn't mean his genealogy is cut off, brother. That's talking about excommunicating them, and they can no longer come a part of the congregation or the nation of Israel. That doesn't mean that they're no longer the descendants of Jacob.
They're not they're not counted as a people to God. That's what that means. That means you're not in covenant with God. So if you're not in covenant with God,
that means you're cut off. Okay, if you're not in the covenant, you can't deal with the congregation. You can't come in and worship. You're just cut off. You're still a descendant of Jacob.
Yeah, we know. We understand that, but you're not a descendant of God. So you being ethically, however you want to say it, if you've been that doesn't make no difference to God. In other words, you saying that you are a descendant of God, but then you're not doing, you're not in the covenant. I mean, you're saying you're a descendant of Jacob, but you're not in the covenant. It doesn't mean anything. Nobody cares about that.
I got you, Chica. But the argument is about ancestry here. We're not arguing about who God is dealing with, who is God not dealing with. We're strictly arguing about ancestry. And the Ashkenazis are not ancestrally tied to Jacob.
I can't.
All over the place.
I haven't seen. Listen, when you get the arguments that y'all been making and that I've seen made, the what we see, especially with that blow that just happened in the 2017 with Canaanite, you cannot get around that. You to try
Actually,
to use that
can, because again, first of all, it's irrelevant because Canaanites are not Jews.
And those weren't even Canaanites. They were Philistines.
Right. They were Japheth. They were Japhetic. But that's besides the point. If you're saying that Canaanites, then they're Hamites. And if you're saying that, well, there's an introgression, what introgression? You have no Jewish bodies to prove that Jews introgress with them in the first place. You read that in your article.
Right. So you say they was Philistines, right? Now, let me
I didn't say they was Philistines. I said they were Japhetic.
The brother said they was Philistines. Now, if he know anything, Felicity comes from Ham. How in the hell is that Japhetic? What are you talking about?
Hold on. Did you say the Philistines come from Ham?
Yeah, if you want to, let's go to Genesis right there.
Okay, so wait, you can go to Genesis because you're not going to find it there.
Hold on, before you do that, let's go right to Genesis.
Go ahead.
Yeah, daughter,
Because
hold on, let me bring this out real quick, and then let's go right here.
Can I show my screen, because this is something that I have mastery in.
All right, well, let's see, because it seems like you ain't mastered enough. Let's go right here.
Okay.
Down. Look what it says here. This is Genesis chapter 10. Let's go to 13. It says, and Mizraim begot Ludium, and Ananinim, and Lahabium, and Nephtufium, and Patricium, and Calcium, out of Calcium. Watch this. Out of whom came Philistium, of Philistine.
And that's not Philistine.
And you say that's not what?
Hold on, let me show you something, because I know what you're finna quote. Let's look at the Hebrew word. Let's look at the Hebrew word that was actually used. You see where it says Philistines? So right here it translates to Philistine. But let's actually look at the word that's actually used for Philistine. Somebody give me a verse where the word Philistine is actually used. I want to look up something. Actually, let me see. We'll copy it right here. Right here. Okay. And I don't know what verse. I'm just going to put Strong's Concordance. I'm going to show you something. All right. Okay. Let me just close this. So I'm switching right back and forth. Okay, you see this right here? Now let's look at this Hebrew word right here. I'm just gonna copy it so you can see it compared to the actual one right here. So I'm just gonna put it here. Now what are we looking at? I'm gonna show you something real fast. Let me actually hold on. Let me make sure this is the one I'm looking at. Where is it? King James 14. Okay. So you see what it's saying right here? Out of whom came such and such. Okay. Now I'm gonna go to the Strongs on it. Make sure I go back to it. Okay, I'm gonna click this. Okay. Actually, it's the same on that one. But let's read it. I'll go back a little bit. Let me make sure. Where is it? Where is it?
Just to let you know, you just got cut up, and keep on studying, but you just got cut up.
Hold on, I got you. I'm just looking for. Where is it? I'm gonna pull up something real fast.
Right. All you gotta do
Go
is
ahead, keep going.
Go to the blue letter Bible, click on that word 6430, and let's look at where it's used at. Guess where it's used at? It's used at in Genesis 21 and 32, when it says, and they returned into the land of the Philistines. It's used also in Genesis 12 and 34, and Abraham sojourned in the Philistines' land many days. So once again, if you saying these Philistines is there right there, they are not Japhetic. And I rest my case. I'm about to get up off here. I'm gonna talk to you brothers later. I got family over, but nice talking with you brothers.
Wait, what just happened, man? We can't have no dead air, man. We got 70 people watching. What's happening?
He just got cut up and he can't explain.
No. I'm pulling up something real fast.
What we talking about? What we talking about? Oh, G-Con left.
He just left.
Yeah, I wanted to show something about this Cohenim so-called haplogroup too. That is full of crap, but I'll wait. Yeah, I got it.
No, go ahead. I'm pulling up something.
Okay, so like, you know, they always trying to say, well, the Ashkenazis are Jews because based off of this so-called Cohenim gene, right? Which is supposed to be a Y haplogroup, it's supposed to be, you know, from father to son. So they're saying that this is what Aaron had, right? And so it's full of crap. It's something that really they made up, and I'm gonna tell you why. Let me show my screen because I'm gonna show you these different so-called Cohenine haplogroups that they have. If you allow me to share my screen real quick.
Hey, the reason why G-Con really hightailed it out of here is because he know he ain't got no argument and no solid ground to stand on here. He bringing up the Canaanites, but you already told us that you have no Judean examples to reference those Canaanites with. You can't even tell us if they were Jews. Are they related to Jews? Because you said yourself, ain't no damn Judean bones. You know what I'm saying? That's why you got the hell up out of here. Now, most likely them Canaanites were Japhetic because they got J haplogroups, and we see that with amongst the Turks. We see that in the early European, Mesolithic, Neolithic times. We could see those skeletal remains during that time having G, J, I. Cheddar Man was I, and he was in Mesolithic Europe. Now, according to Josephus, the original inhabitants of Europe would have been Japheth. That's why he hightailed it out of here. All right, go on. Well, which one of you brothers trying to go?
Yeah, that's me right here for everybody to see it.
All right.
Because I'm addressing this so-called Cohenine haplogroup that they claim is full of crap. Can they see my screen?
Yep, we can see it.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? Now we know from the Bible that basically, especially with the Levites, right? They had a strict father to son pass down of the priesthood, right? So listen now, how do you have 8 different Cohenine haplogroups that this is supposed to be from Aaron, right? This is supposed to be, if you got the Cohenine thing, you're supposed to be basically a son of Aaron, right? This is what they go off of. You got E3B, right? You got G2C, you got H, you got I1B, you got J, K2, Q, R1a, and R1b, which these are the same, basically, but same haplotypes. So let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. You got 8 different paternal haplogroups that are supposed to be basically from Aaron. That doesn't make no sense, and it doesn't line up with the biblical text. So the whole Cohenine gene or the Cohenine haplogroup, it's all full of crap. Stop. I yield with that.
Right. Yeah, man. We all like if G-Con would have watched the beginning when I gave the presentation, I'm not done with that presentation. All of those points he made was dealt with in the presentation, whether they got language, tradition, amalgamation, or whatever. Because they got the culture, G-Con, that doesn't mean they're the Jews. That just means they practice a particular culture. That doesn't mean they come from Jacob. And then he tried to make it a spiritual argument. Well, it's really about whether you keep the covenant or not. Where? When? We're talking about ancestry here.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. You loud and clear.
All right, cool. Finish what you were saying. I just wanted to know.
No, you got it, brother. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, yeah, man, like you were saying, man, he keep acting like ancestry is so malleable. Like a person can just, be a descendant of Japheth for eons, and then all of a sudden he just accepts, the Israelite culture, and now he an Israelite. That's almost like, boasting against the natural branches. You know what I mean? We showing you that it's impossible for them to be a natural branch, but you will argue for them over the ones that science point more closely to as the natural branch, which is the common denominator of all the diverse Jewish populations, and that's that sub-Saharan African ancestry that is most similar to the Yoruba, based on analysis. So I mean, like, I don't even see like his angle. His angle is justify them by all means because I don't want to give a single step to an Israelite forward in the progress of what they're trying to push, because that's what it seems to be. Fight by any means, because they prove themselves as the actual Israelites. How can I even argue with them no more?
Right. The funny thing about it is the time adds up with the Turkish invasions. We read that this group popped up less than 2,000 years ago.
Yep.
And that lines up with the Turkish invasion. That's when we start seeing that infusion and introgression of this haplogroup J. That's what Nathaniel T. Jensen said. And that was very powerful. We see that during this time. You can't get away from history, brother. You can't get around it. That's why he's making all these other arguments. Well, Israelite women could have slept with a foreign man. You know what that child is? A foreigner. That child's not Israelite.
Exactly. It's still a descendant of that foreign man. You know what I mean? I don't personally believe that that child will get a special lot in the land of Israel. You know what I'm saying? He may get a nice, you know what I'm saying, lavish spot in wherever his father is them from. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think he'll be getting at home in the land of Israel. I just don't think so. It's for those who patrilineally descend from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. It was a promise that God made to Abraham, not that those who adhere and follow the ways in which he followed would inherit that land. It was promised that his seed, and he made a big emphasis on the seed that was chosen, not the seed of the flesh. So if Ishmael is out of the inheritance, how the hell other heathens don't be in the inheritance? And he's actually a son of Abraham. Doesn't even make sense.
Right, man. And this is why I said, you know, I played the X-File music, because the brother was getting on his X-File thing, man. He was really, like, he really was grasping for straws there, because you knew you had no argument. Your language argument was dead. Your Canaanite argument was dead. Your traditions argument is dead. All your arguments is dead. Now you want to say haplogroups don't matter. And, you know, they could have been a foreigner that came in, and now it's about those that accept tradition.
Hey, no. Haplogroups don't matter if it don't say that the J haplogroup is the Israelite haplogroup. But if it say it is, them haplogroups matter, all right?
Exactly.
And I want to say Ahia be praised. I'm in agreement with him, because a lot of people, the people they're calling the Philistines, are actually the Sea Peoples. And the Sea Peoples were a conglomerate of people. It wasn't just like one. So, yeah, it would have been Hamites, Japhites, and others in that. They pretty much became the mercenary corps of southern Europe for the most part. And then when they had the, whatever climatic event, they say it was earthquake storms and a lot of different series of climatic events which caused that area to no longer be, for them to be able to farm that area and stuff like that. They all came down into the Levant and invaded the Levant, where it was land for them to farm, and you know what I'm saying, and stuff like that. They even tried to invade Egypt. It ain't like it was just the Levant. They tried to invade the whole region because they was trying to go somewhere where they could sustain themselves. But it wasn't like just, oh, these were only Hamites. Nah, at this point in time, a lot of different nations, as they call them, would be amalgamations of people. Because that's what nations do. They amalgamate new people into them, mainly as subservient classes.
Right. And the proof of that, I had it in my presentation, and get to it, is you got haplogroup R is pretty much Akhenaten, Tutankhamun, and all of them. From the 18th dynasty, those new pharaohs that did not know Joseph, those would have been Japhetic pharaohs.
Yep.
They have the R marker, the same marker a lot of the Ashkenazi Jews have. They have that same marker. Those people that was oppressing Israelites. So now they are the Israelites, huh? they went from
convenient. Only when it fits the argument. If you start bringing up all this other stuff, they only gonna not be Israelites. They weren't Israelites before the time of Abraham. That's what he gonna say. After the Israelites became a nation, they just amalgamated in, and they get all the promises that was promised to the actual descendants of Abraham, except Ishmael, which is weird because he's a literal son.
Yeah.
I just can't get over that. So you gonna throw Ishmael to the side, but all these Japhites though. Yeah, they say Gentiles. That means Japheth. No, that means anybody that's not an Israelite.
Yeah. Facts.
We're trying to feel special.
And then he brought up the Arabs, like as if the Arabs is a specific ethnic group. No, it's not.
Yeah, Arab means mixed.
Exactly. That's a lot of groups. And then if you want to count Arabs, a lot of the Arabs are E3A, E3B.
Yeah, I was about to say the Marsh Arabs. Yeah, they go back to haplogroup E, and those are the indigenous Arabs. So now you got a big issue. The indigenous people of the Near East are haplogroup E, which goes back to my argument about basal Eurasians. Haplogroup E is the indigenous haplogroup of the Near East.
Right. Man, like everything he was saying was getting smashed. He couldn't handle it. He was kind of folding under pressure a little early and got a little emotional. I don't know if you saw that, man. I had to tell him to calm down.
Yeah, I was sitting there looking at that, man, because you know how I get. He going off of the very general knowledge that he has. He hasn't took the time to read these articles like we read. Like I can pull up articles that literally say that all these haplogroups descend from the same paternal ancestors. So now you got to deal with that. You got to try to rationalize that. Not me. Let me go grab some gas.
All right.
I found what I was looking for. I was trying to say that the Philistines, they're not actually like a people. They're actually named after a land. Kind of like the Canaanites, because with Philistines, they were technically the sea people. And then when they came, like during the time of Ramses, what was like Ramses II and Ramses III, that's when they was taken and they was settled in a land. But that name Philistine was actually put on them. And Philistines were actually a mingled people. They was actually a mingled people, but majority of them, which we actually look, like for example, they just found a Philistine graveyard in Ashkelon, which we know Ashkelon, that's where the Philistines were. And in the land of Ashkelon, that's where they were called the Philistines. But those original people they call them the Palisade or something like that. And what I wanted to click is this little thing over where you see on the Strong's, you'll see where it says the Philistines, but it comes from this word, which is, I don't know how to pronounce it, Peleshet. And it just basically is a territory south of the Mediterranean coast. So right. it's that they was actually a mingled people in the area that they was actually in. Originally, the Canaanites were there, but then after some things had happened with Ramses when he had moved over there, and he was pushing because the Canaanites tried to take Egypt, and they put the Egyptians came up, pushed them, and then came in the sea peoples and dominated that whole area. And that's when Ramses III had took those people and settled them in those areas of the Philistines. And that's why you'll see that J there. We don't see much A or B in that area, but we see most of that R1a in that area, especially with the Philistines that were found in the graveyard, the Philistine graveyard. But either way, it wouldn't matter, because either way, you either got a Hamite or you got a Shemite. So either way, you'll have a Hamite or a Shemite. But the people, that wasn't a people. They was actually just named that name off of the area where they was at.
I can see that. Another thing he said that was very weak. He said, well, we know we do have evidence of Jews because the Canaanites, bro. What part of Canaanites are not Jews and Jews are not Canaanites? What part of that you don't understand? If you're saying that these people are the biblical Canaanites, that they come from the male Canaan, that don't even make any sense. Now, we know everything about the introgression. Brothers need to look up what the word introgression means. That was an introgression of several people, like you just brought up, a mingling of Japhites. James just brought it up, Japhites, Shemites, and Hamites all throughout this area. Pre-dynastic Egypt, all of that was intermingled and mixed with different people. So of course we're gonna have graves with different haplogroups, and that's what we expect to see.
Exactly.
When you make the claim that this is a Jewish haplogroup, that's when you're gonna have issues and problems, especially when we see this same haplogroup tied with other people of known European origin, which Josephus would classify as Japheth. Can't get around that, man.
You really can't. In fact, I was gonna because I remember him talking about the area where Noah settled, and if you actually look at that, there's a map which is from 1874, which they call it the world map according to the Hebrews, right? And it says according to the Messianic account. It says according to the Messianic account, and then it shows where Japheth is, because this right here will be Japheth. And then you'll have the sons of Ham, which they would say the sons of Ham was over here. Some of them obviously being in these different areas. But this area was obviously mingled, as you can see. This would be Shem. So they had some Shemites. And the reason why we know some Shemites were up here, because we had the mingling that happened with Esau and the Hittites. When the Hittites, he took some of the Hittite women, like four of them, Hittite women that he had took. And then they basically became a kind of like a union. And that's important to note, because that's what's up here. You can see in this area, that's why they'll say, they have some Shemites in this area. But it's like a map, because he was saying like genetics don't matter, which, that's kind of like taking every study that every geneticist does and throwing it away. But there is a difference in genetics, geneticists. Genetics. There's a difference between the genes of one person and another, and they branch on different branches. We can see the difference of those. And if we look at the ones who settled in that area, they would be of European stock. They would actually be a certain type of European stock. They wouldn't necessarily, as that part was reading, it wasn't necessarily saying they were from the line of Ham, but they would be in the area that the Hamites were actually at. And that's why, like, for example, the Philistines, I think the name Philistine was actually there when the Canaanites were there. And then when they moved another people there, that was a different people. So it's also important to note the actual genetic study on the R1, was it 269? I think it's important that we note that that's a European line, that's actually going to be a European line.
Right. And since we're dealing with the biblical narrative, how is he explaining Japheth? And who was Ham according to him? If these people are Shem, then who was Ham and who was Japheth? How are you explaining it? It doesn't line up. It's not logically consistent. And that's all I'm trying to get him to see. But he was too busy buck dancing and trying to dance around what was actually being stated. Which was
I think he didn't understand. I think he didn't understand the statement that you was basically making when you made this. You're basically stating that there's no Y chromosome that points that the Ashkenazis in the majority of their Y chromosome to be Shemites.
Right.
Or in a sense, Israelites.
Right. I got something I want to show. This is from a book called The Tower of Babel.
I'm going to see it.
Hold on. Let me see if I can pull it up. There you go. All right. Can you see the screen? Is it on the screen?
Yep.
So it says some genealogies connect prominent modern houses and royal lines with the table of nations listed in the Bible. Anglo-Saxon chronologies feature 6 royal houses that go back to Noah. In these genealogies, Noah is found on the top of the list, and many of the documents, some of which feature variant spellings such as Noah or Noah. One historian discovered a relationship between the ancient name of Scaph, and the biblical Japheth. This seems reasonable, as Japheth had traditionally been seen as the ancestor, watch this, of the European nations.
Wow. I need that. I need that source.
So if Japheth, again, is seen as the ancestor of the European nation, as we see right here, he has the table right here. Japheth, Gomar, Magog, Madai, Javan. You can see Javan going all the way down to Armenian. He got the Franks, Romans, Britons, Albans, the Vandals, Saxons, Bavarians.
Wow.
You understand? This is how he mapped it out. The early Italians, the early Spanish, the early Iberians, Cappadocians, all of these people have G, I, J, K, H. So if the Jews got J, they got R, they're related to these people.
Do you know what year that is?
This was written recent times. Hold on, let me get the actual date. Let me page 78.
See, that's Shem, brother. You don't understand. All that G, H, I, J, K, that's really Shem. That's where you lost, brother.
So this is a book right here by Bodie Hodge, Tower of Babel. And what he does is he try to look at the nomenclature, the names of different various cultures, and try to do a comparative analysis with the biblical names, right?
Yeah.
That's also was done by Josephus when he
Wow.
talked about Tyrus being the island of Tyrish, I think it was, and stuff of that nature, tying these different localities and names to these Japhetic people.
Yup, and that's first century. That's first century too.
Exactly.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna try to, while you're doing that, I'm gonna pull up Flavius Josephus and search for the name Japheth and see if I can find a connection.
Yeah, I got that book too. I'm trying to see what year this came out. March 2013.
Oh,
March
that's one.
2013. Yeah.
He obviously sounded like he quoting something older though. Let's see where is it.
Yeah. He was mentioning the Scythe people of Europe. And then he lambacked that with the fact that they were always seen, Japheth was always seen as the progenitor of the ancient Europeans.
I mean, it would be very crazy to say that Ham, Shem, and Japheth just vanished in history and don't matter. For the scriptures to give us those things, they're going to have a play later on, especially with the world that we're in right now. Obviously, y'all would have knew that we would have studied geneticists. Otherwise, to tell us those three different branches all the way to the root of the past, they had to have a reason for that. There has to have a big reason for something like that to even be mentioned.
Right. And the Greeks were called Ionians. If you transliterated that now with a J, that will be Jawanians, really. That's what it would be. It would translate to. It's a transliteration in metathesis, Ionia, Ionians, to Jawanians or Javanians. That's what that is.
I think I found something on Flavius Josephus' new complete works of Josephus.
Mm-hmm.
And it says, let me see, where is it? Okay, right here. It says, let me see. All right. If you could show this, I'm gonna read right off of the actual source.
All right, share your screen.
All right. Is it shared? Is it showing? Oh yeah, it's showing. Okay. All right, so right here, just like it's just playing off of what you just said. Now, as to Javan and Mahdi, the son of Japheth, from Mahdi came the Madians, who are called the Median or Madis,
the Medes.
My Medes. I was saying like that by the Greeks. But from Javan, and just like what you just said, how you would say Ionia, and all the Greeks, Grecians, are derived from what's that?
Tobel or Tubal.
Tubal.
Uh-huh. Found the Thobalites.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead.
And the Mosokini were found by the Mosok or the Meshek. Now they are Cappadocians. They also mark. You went down.
I didn't mean to do that.
Yeah, but yeah, Josephus breaks down Japheth, and he pretty much put them in that northern Eurasian plate and European localities. That's why I kept referencing him.
I meant to make it scroll, but it wouldn't have scrolls. So that's what you was reading right here.
Right.
I'm just gonna scroll a little bit.
It says there's also a mark of their ancient denomination still to be shown, for there is even among the nation and the entire nation once called Tyrus or Tyros, also those who ruled over the Thracians. But the Greeks changed the name into Thracians. So he's saying Thyros or Tyros of Japheth are the progenitors of Thrace. Right? It says, and so many were the countries that had the children of Japheth for their inhabitants. Of the three sons Gomer, Ashkenaz founded the Ashkenazians, who are now called by the Greeks the Regians. So did Rephath from the Rephians, now called the Phelagonians, and the Thurgoma, or the Togomar, or the Thrugramians, who as the Greek resolved the name the Phygarians. Go down.
All right.
It says of of the three sons of Javan, also the son of Japheth, Elisha gave the name the Elysians, who were his subjects. They are now the Aeolians. The Tharsis are Tarshish to the Tharsians, for so was Cilicia of old called. The sign of which is this: the noblest city they have, and the metropolis also is Taurus. The tau being changed for the theta. Keep going down. It's a little small, so it's hard to read.
Yeah.
Setimus Kittim possessed the island of Septima. It is now called Cyprus. And from that, all the islands and greatest part of the seacoast are named Setim by the Hebrews. And one city by Cyprus has been also preserved, which is able to preserve its denomination. It has been called Situs by those who use, scroll down, the language of the Greeks, and has not by the use of dialect escaped the name of Sittim. And so many names have the children and grandchildren of Japheth possessed. Now we have premised something which perhaps the Greeks do not know. I will return and explain. I have omitted for such names are pronounced here after the manner of the Greeks, to please my readers, for our own country language does not so pronounce them, but the names in all cases are one and the same ending. For the name we pronounce here is Noeus is therefore Noah, and every case retains the same termination. So that's the end of Japheth.
Yeah, he basically says a lot of those names is what the Greeks put there, but then he I'm gonna see if he has one where he kind of puts that how he puts it.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, it should say Europe in there somewhere too. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, let me look it up because he actually Europe was named back then. My bad.
Let me try to find it because I think I have Josephus on my Google Play account. Let me pull it up. Shit, I thought I had the works of Josephus. I need to cop that.
This one, yeah, this one's put Jacob around. I'm gonna see if that's one. Go down a little bit.
Because I actually mentioned this in one of my presentations like 4 or 5 years ago. Let's see. Let me see if I can find it. Josephus mentioning Europe. But anyway, we saw him talking about Thrace, Greece. We know those places are European,
exactly,
around the Aegean Sea. We know these places, what they would call Ionia.
Because we know, like for example, I'll show you an old quote right here, because you see these maps. This is how basically the world looked to them back then, and then up here was like Europe and Asia. So that's why they would have this area as Europe, and then over here would be Asia going out over here. But let me see if I can get
it. I found it.
Ahead. I'm gonna look at yours.
All right, so it's in let me see.
Let me see, where's that quote?
It's in the same chapter that you're in, actually.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Let me actually.
When it talks about, the beginning. Right here it says, now they were the grandchildren of Noah. This verse 122. In honor of whom names were imposed on nations by those that first seized upon them. Japheth, the son of Noah, had 7 sons. They inhabited that beginning at the mountains of Taurus and Amunus. They proceeded along Asia as far as the river of Tanais, and along Europe to Cadiz.
There it is.
And settled themselves on the lands which they light upon, which none had inhabited before. They called the nations by their own names.
There it is.
Then he goes into Gomar and the Gomarites, Javan, the Ionians, all that. It goes into the Madai being the Medides, the Medes,
and the Scythians.
And the Scythians, right. It goes into it.
Wow. Because we know for a fact that the Scythians was up there in Europe.
Right.
So wow, I didn't even notice that. So the Scythians were called Gog and Magog.
I don't know about that. I don't know.
Right here it says this is what it reads. Oh, this is amazing because I did a study on the Scythians. I'm gonna show something that connects this. Right here it says, right here, it says Magog founded those that from him were named Magogonites, but who are by the Greeks called the Scythians. Right there. So he says the Greeks call them Scythians. I didn't even know. I never seen that before. That's amazing.
Right. I just wanted to get the generalization that he put Japheth in Europe. Once you do that, they went and inhabited these places. That kills G-Con, that kills the Ashkenazi argument, that kills all of it, because we know these Ashkenazis have the J markers, which are known to be in Italy, found to be in the Turkish groups, found to be in these different areas.
Mm-hmm. And the Scythians, they found because the Scythians, their leaders, they used to bury them in these hills. And the Scythians, they know the Scythian DNA is actually that R1a, and is in the Ashkenazi. See this genetic study right here. It says 6 male Scythian samples from the Kargan, and it just basically talk about Kurgan, and they say that they're R1b M269, which is in the Ashkenazi.
Right. I think we read that earlier.
That's intense. I'm gonna have to do a note on that later. That's intense because that means that they're Magog, right? Because that's Ezekiel 38 and 39 right there.
Yeah, man. So a lot of them have Japhetic lineages. Now, not all of them, because I made that disclaimer earlier. Some of them are E3B, E3A.
That's right. Some of them they actually have E1B1B in them from Ishmael.
Right. That's a perfect segue. I'm gonna open my presentation back up and give the people the rest of this presentation.
Go ahead. I'm gonna check it out.
Now my computer don't want to open it. Hold on real quick. All right, I got it.
Go ahead. So basically, they're Shem, but not Israel, and they got some Shemites in them, and they're mostly Japhetic. Is what you're saying?
Exactly.
Yep, that's
some
right.
Some of them are Edomites. Some of them might be truly descendants of Israelites, and a lot of them are Japhites. And we got the history of these people converting. Nathaniel T. Jensen, with the beautiful clip that you gave, basically did. It was congruent with the Turkish invasion, and G-Con couldn't get around that, man.
Some branch of the J lineage. I went on to conclude.
I'm gonna close those so they don't play. Man, I'm glad that I brought this up because you just made me realize something so important that I'm gonna have to note later on.
Right.
Man, that's crazy.
Make sure you email me, man, so we can exchange, be able to contact each other.
Yeah. I just sent it. Make sure it's the right email, I guess, because I just sent one, but it's on Coolion.
Let me see. Let me check it real quick. Then I'm gonna get into this presentation. We got about 8 more slides, so it ain't gonna be that much longer. I appreciate everybody. We had 75 people watching today. I appreciate everybody reaching out and actually checking out the information. We might have to do a part 2 to this, man. It's so intense,
So intense.
Let me see. Open up my Gmail.
Man, this is crazy. I'm sure, and I'm sure.
I see you. Yeah.
You found it? Yeah, there we go.
I'm gonna see you my number, man.
Yeah, man, this is what happened when brothers come together and work in harmony, because we just found out some very deep stuff. We pretty much single-handedly I'm going to bring a study to this. You just realized that you just brought to life Ezekiel 38 and 39. That's what you just basically just did, because you just confirmed that. Well, first you confirmed where Japheth is, and then you also confirmed that Gog and Magog are the Scythians, and we know that the Scythian that they have that R1 dash M269, which is in them, and this just blows me out of the water. It probably don't seem like much to someone right now, but to me it blows me out of water, because when I was studying the Scythians, it's just I didn't, man, it's just crazy. It just blows me out of water, because there's also a Aramaic historian that said that the Khazars would be Gog and Magog.
Okay.
It's crazy.
Yeah, man. Anybody watching this that's pushing the Ashkenazi stuff, man, you probably sick to your stomach right now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna read on in this. Ancient Europe inhabited by descendants of Haplogroup F, and that's who we're saying, Japheth. FGHIJK may have been found in Bronze Age remains from Europe, namely the individuals known as Deb 20 and Deb 38, who lived about 7,210 BP, meaning before present, and were found at Derenberg site in Germany. So this is ancient Germany. This is the people that would have came in, migrated in, and peopled this place after the flood, right? After the repopulation of the earth by Ham, Shem, and Japheth. The first people going there, the ancient people going there, would be the Japhites, according to Josephus. And we have the remains in the DNA, our F lineages. So anyone with an F lineage would be Japheth.
Facts.
This is what's called being logically consistent. The F lineages include G, H, I, J, 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 J. It includes R. The two major groups that are within the Ashkenazi. So how are there Jews again? How do they come from Jacob? They're not descendants of Jacob. They're not Jews at all. They're converts. All right, let me keep going.
Whew.
Neolithic expansion. The Y chromosome haplogroup E3b, which I believe many are Edomites, right? FM89 and J2, however, are clearly associated with the Neolithic expansion, although they are limited to southeastern Europe, right? Finally, N and I appears in Europe from the east, with N3 from Siberia and 2A associated with the spread of the Ugaritic languages, and I1b being traced back to the East Adriatic region. Again, during this Neolithic time, Neo meaning new, lithic meaning stone, this is the new stone period of Europe. You have J, you have F, you have I. Cheddar Man was I, haplogroup I. So anytime someone's talking about Cheddar Man, it's about 10,000 years ago, according to the secularists. And during that time, a lot of his relatives were there, and they were I. Now, if we couple that information with what Josephus said, we would have to say that, and what Bodie Hodge put in his book, that these original inhabitants would have been Japheth. All right, let's keep going. Are also found in ancient Egypt. Among Y chromosome lineages, the M173 haplogroup, characterized by M173 mutation within the haplogroup R1, RM173, is predominantly found in Eurasia, with the exception of Southeast Asia. However, Egypt and Oman were shown to be the only non-Eurasian populations containing all three M173 subtypes. Egypt's proximal location to Eurasia, the presence of the M173 subtypes, and the absence of the R1 M173 mutation in Eastern, Central, and South African populations suggests that the Levantine corridor was the most likely passage. So you did have haplogroup R making its way into Egypt. Now watch this. This is why this is huge. The haplogroup R in the 18th dynasty of Egypt. This is the dynasty of Egypt that did not know, when you read the book, that a pharaoh arose that did not know Joseph. This is the dynasty. This is the period of the Exodus. Now watch this. An investigative study was carried out on the familial relationships of a number of late 18th dynasty mummies around 1550 to 1295 BCE, including that of Tutankhamun. The study was based on the analysis of the autosomal and Y-chromosomal STR markers in addition to the mitochondrial hypervariable region 1 sequence. 4-generation pedigree of Tutankhamun's immediate lineage and the identity of his ancestors were established. The royal male lineage was the Y chromosome haplogroup R1b that was passed from the grandparent Amenhotep III to the father Akhenaten to the grandchild Tutankhamun. So all of these people would have been R1b, like many of these Ashkenazi Jews. The pharaohs that oppressed the Israelites, according to the biblical narrative, would have been Japhites. They would have came from haplogroup R, just like these Ashkenazis come from haplogroup R.
Wow.
Right? So, and that's from the source of the insights from ancient DNA analysis of Egyptian human mummies, clues to the disease and kinship. And that's from the Human Molecular Genetics Journal by Yahya Zegad, published 10/15/20. This is new information. So again, these people are the pharaohs of the 18th dynasty. These people are of the Ashkenazi clans. These people are of the Turks. They're not of the Jews. You see what I'm saying? They're not of the Jews. Now let's talk about E1B1A, because that's found within Ramesses, which I believe was an Israelite or Shemitic pharaoh. It says another genetic examination was done as part of the multidisciplinary study on the mummies of Ramesses III and the unknown man E, 20th dynasty, around 1190-1070 BC. Ramesses III was subjected to an assassination attempt by members of his harem as part of a palace coup. Historically known as the harem conspiracy and recorded in the judicial papyrus of Turin, the unknown man E was suggested to be Pentawar, the son sharing in the coup. The study concluded on the basis of the radiographic evidence that the pharaoh was murdered during the attempt. The genetic results confirmed that both mummies had the same Y chromosome molecular signature E1B1A haplotype and one set of identical autosomal alleles, suggesting of a father-son relationship. So we had an E1B1A rulership here. But right before this era, you had the 18th dynasty, which was R, and then something happened to end that rule in that royal line of males, and then another line of males came in that carried E1B1A. It's evidence because of Ramesses. All right? All right, so let's keep going. Haplogroup E is amongst the Jews as well. The phylogeny of haplogroup E, comprising 20.4% of the paternal variation found among Ashkenazi Jews, demonstrates a complex pattern of a few well-defined evolving sub-haplogroups. As expected, the Ashkenazi samples were distributed among various sub-E haplogroups. The emerging pattern is of a complex demographic history. A few well-defined recent lineages correlate 16,000, 14,000 years ago, 13,000, 12,000 years ago within haplogroups EZ, EPF, EB9, EB933. So again, point out that haplogroup E is amongst these Jews, meaning that these men have fraternal clades going back to haplogroup E that we share with them. So that's why I always say not all of them are Japheth, or all of them are Edom or whatnot. Some of them are actually Jews, and that's why I named this. Majority of them are not. The African genetic footprint, right? The presence of E3AM2 lineages in Oman, Yemen, UAE, and Qatar could lead to the oversimplified simplified conclusion that these chromosomes are also a contribution from the East African slave trade. So I'm gonna stop there. That's what most people say. Oh, if you see E3B, E3A, or E1B1A outside of West Africa, it's a result of slavery. It's a result of slave trade. That's racist and that's colorist, scientific racist at that. And that's not the example. It's not a panacea or an answer to everything when we see E1B1A outside West Africa. Now, watch this. It says mitochondrial DNA analysis of the Yemen Hadramaut indicates recent gene flow about 500 years before present from Africa to the Arab populations in part through the slave trade. Yet, an ancient arrival from East Africa is responsible for the Y chromosome haplotypes. What does this mean? E3A arrived in these areas, Yemen, Oman, Qatar, in ancient times. Prior to any of these slave trades, E1B1A was in these localities, right? That's something that the mainstream won't tell you. And that's from nature, from the source. Y chromosome diversity characterizes the Gulf of Oman. Haplogroup E has an ancient presence in the Near East. Haplogroup E is present in both Arab and Jewish populations throughout the Near East, as well as high frequencies throughout most of Africa. However, its distribution in the Near East suggests an ancient presence in the region rather than indicating recent gene flow. So this is not a result of slavery. This is not a result of slave trade. It's not a result of none of that. We have to remember, haplogroup E dominated the Levant during the Neolithic times and Epipaleolithic times. It wasn't until recent you start seeing in the Bronze Age when you start seeing haplogroup J introgressing into the Levant. But prior to that, haplogroup E dominated that. We covered that on the show and prior shows. So it is present not only in Near Eastern Arab populations, but also in several groups of the Jews, 12 to 23%, and Turks, less than 10%, decline to less than 5% as one moves toward the Caucasus and Europe.
Wow.
All right, let me finish. Okay, haplogroup E found within the genetic matrices of Jews. Among the Sephardic Jews, Y chromosomes from a diverse background can be found. The majority come from haplogroup J, strongly associated with Middle Eastern peoples, but others are from E1B1A and E1B1B, common in Africa and other places. R1a up to 30% in Ashkenazi men, R1b, the most common lineages in the group, Q in Asia, I in Europe, but rare, and G mainly in Western Asia. Again, all of these groups can't be from Jacob because all of these groups have different males, different paternal ancestors. You understand? The one that we ride with is E1B1A and E1B1B, being of the Shemitic line coming from DE. In conclusion, haplogroup F is the father of all of the European early Paleolithic Europeans, the original ancient autochthonous Europeans, the ones that belong there. Your people from Java Island, your Negritos, many of them, the Chinese, many of the Japanese, many of your Polynesian Islanders, your Hawaiians, many of them come from Japheth. They all share genetic links with each other. A lot of those Ashkenazi Jews, they are related, like the brother brought out, Native Indians, Philippines, they're related to these people. They're related to the Chinese. Genetically, they share a common ancestor, a common male ancestor, which we're calling F. And that lineage broke down into several other lineages that we see today. And that's the end of my presentation. And that's why the Ashkenazis, majority of them are not Jews.
Man, that was amazing. That's some stuff there. I'm gonna have to rewatch this and just take notes because that was amazing. I ain't gonna lie. If someone's studying the genetics, that single-handedly unites every single thing that they're finding. That's amazing.
All right, James, you want to say anything in closing? I guess my brother James not here. I appreciate everybody coming through. We had like 75 viewers. Everybody was tuned in. Y'all saw G-Con get his head pushed in. We also chopped up the fable today. We got rid of a fable today about these Ashkenazis being the Jews. Brother, if you want to add anything or go into some more information, the floor is yours.
I wanted to do one more thing because my mind's blown because I'm glad that I came here today because finding out that information it single-handedly unites Ezekiel 38 and 39. And if we remember in Ezekiel 38, 39, especially Ezekiel 39, that one talks about the ending of what the Lord's going to do. I just want to quickly just read that real fast, if I could. I just want to go to Ezekiel 38 and 39. Just one little part on it, because I think what we just did today was not just, bring truth to light, but we just, in a way, kind of solved the prophecy that I've been trying to figure out for a minute. I've been trying to figure out like the connection in its entirety for this part. And I can't believe that Flavius Josephus just wrote that, because he's a first century historian. So that's super old dating of things. But this is what it says right here. It's mainly talking about like a certain line. But one of the things that he really stretches out is this Gog of Magog, this Gog of the land of Magog, right? And he talks about this Gog of the land of Magog and what he's going to do to them. And then he even's going to have a burial site when he comes that he's going to call Hamengog, which basically just means a valley where you hear Gog, which is basically talk about like a lake of fire, which they'll see. And what's interesting is when we look at especially Ezekiel 38 right here, where is it? Right, talking about Magog right here. Came the word, I'm against you. I'm just looking for the exact verse. Gomer and his vans down here. I just want to make sure I grab that spot. Actually, I think it's on 39. My bad. It's on 39. Where's that one? Remember, it said, "I'm against you, O Gog," and then it's chief prince of Meshach and Tubal, and then it says, "of the land of Magog, of the land of Magog." Right?
That might be Isaiah. That might be.
Is it Isaiah?
That sounds like it.
All right. Well, I recommend. I just recommend just rereading these two, because these two chapters really touch on everything that we touched on. Because a lot of these names like Meshach and Tubal, Gog and Magog, Tugarma, stuff like that from the north quarters, and stuff like that. Oh, here it is right here. Son of man, set thy face against Gog, the land of Magog. Right there, of the chief prince of Meshach and Tubal. So we already know that it's talking about a family line, a certain family tree that it's talking about. And if you connect that with some of the findings that they found out from like I showed you with the Cohens and their DNA and everything, how the Scythians are this M269, and then you look at the genetics in the Ashkenazi, and you see that certain line, which is that M269, which is right here, that M269, which they have right here, 15%. And if you connect that with what Flavius Josephus said, he basically said right here, he says, Magog founded those that from him were named the Magogites, but who are by the Greeks called the Scythians. So that single-handedly connects prophecy and genetics together. And that shows you how important, even because remember, he was saying, just does genetics still matter? Well, according to this prophecy, genetics still does matter, because these people, if you actually trace the whole story, they're actually the ones that actually initiated the slave trade. A lot of slave boats, a lot of slave ships they owned, and all types of stuff like that. It's on levels and levels. But I just wanted to say that because it's prophecy. So it would be good to do a part 2 of this, because things like this, even studying genetics, is important, because that part of prophecy single-handedly points to a certain genealogy. And that's why I think it's important that you're bringing this stuff up, talking about the line, not just and what this whole video was mainly about was single-handedly pointing out that the Ashkenazi, they are not Israelites. They're just not. No matter how you paint it, no matter what genetic line you choose, it doesn't point to Israel, but what it points to is a prophetic understanding. That's what it actually points to in a different sense, not in the sense of Israel, but in a different sense that the Lord does know what's going on and he will recompense the situation. So I just wanted to say that that's what this study is that important, is even touching on prophecy, And I want to read one more thing, a historical quote right here. This is a Arab traveler. He writes in 921, and you can see it because on Wikipedia, a lot of people don't like Wikipedia, but if you know how to use Wikipedia, there's sources with books and stuff. And on one of the Islamic people that was recording stuff, this person right here, they're just writing about Gog and Magog and everything. And it's a lot on it. There's a lot of facts on it, going all the way to the Greeks and everything that talks about these certain groups and everything. But he writes in his one book, which I just want to point out that book, what book it is that he says this. I just want to make sure I'm pointing out that book, exactly what it is right here. This is the book. And if you can click it, and here's the book. And this person lived, in 900s, right? He lived very, very early on. And he says this. He records, some hold the opinion that Gog and Magog are the Khazars. And we just confirmed, just like looking at that Armenian study, that the Khazars are also the Ashkenazi. And just by seeing that, that's linking. Now, it may not seem like it's linking, but that's three different things that's linking. One, we know that the Greeks called Magog the Scythians, and we can actually confirm that the DNA of the Scythians are also in the Ashkenazi. So it's linked together. Now, obviously, I just wanted to say, obviously, like that, what he was trying to talk about, Christ is the way. But if someone's boasting on the flesh, they might be at risk for judgment based on their flesh. So that's what this study actually even points to. Even points that there's a high risk for them being Magog, and there's a prophecy directed to Magog itself. And there's so many confirmations that they might indeed be Magog, that it's going to be one of those things that's it's going to take off. For example, they talk about the Romanized Jewish historian Josephus knew them as the nation descendant from Magog, the Japhethite, as in Genesis, and explained them to be the Scythians, which we just seen. It says, in the hands of early Christian writers, they became apocalyptic hordes, which, when you say apocalyptic hordes, that's just talking about pretty much, how the barbarians came in and stuff. But you can see right here, it talks about it right here. It says medieval period variously identified them as the Vikings, the Huns, the Khazars, the Mongolians or Mongols, and I don't know how you say that, Turanians, or other nomads, and even the 10 lost tribes of Israel, which today we can see that they are trying to say that they're Israel. So it's actually saying that Gog and Magog was pretending to be Israel at some point in time and was linked with so many different names. I just think this is one of those studies that I think that this deserves a video to just go over, because it's prophetic. Is what we just found was actually a prophetic understanding. And just like how you said they was in the north, and we know 100%, there's a great video. I'm not going to play it, but you can find it on YouTube. If you don't know about the Scythians, I just suggest everyone learns about this group, the Scythians. And it's a little animated video, so it's kind of entertaining. Constant wars, right here. This one's not the animated one, but you can look it up. If you look up Scythians, there's some animated video of the whole history. It is extremely deep. Just to see it, it's so interesting. I just recommend seeing that. Matter of fact, I just put this down just to point to that video, just to show what I recommend seeing. This one right here, the Scythians. I just recommend seeing this, because what it's gonna do is it's gonna connect so many different pieces of the puzzle that when you see it, you're gonna understand what's really going on in the world that we're living in. That prophecy is about to unfold, And just to see it unfold the way that the Lord had wrote before it came to pass is just groundbreaking. Because otherwise we would say, like he tried to say, they're wiped out, right? One of the brothers, he came on here, he said they were wiped out, but they're not. They're not wiped out. The genetics still exist, and they're living on. And I just think it's one of those things that's super prophetic and important to know. So I'm glad that you actually brought this video out, because it made me realize the understanding to Ezekiel 38 and 39, because that's the ending. Just to confirm that that's the ending, you can see what the Lord says, right? He even talks about, it's just, you got to read it. You have to read it, because it's talking about what he's going to do, and he's going to give Israel power to burn people. And the way they're going to burn people is with the Spirit, pretty much. It's hard to explain, but you just got to read it, and it's going to be really deep. But we know, because this last part right here, he talks at the end, he says, thus says the Lord, art thou, not this part, on Ezekiel 39. Ezekiel 39 is the one you want to read, and you know that this is the end, because it's talking about the Israel being restored. It says, I will set my glory among the heathen, and all the heathen shall see my judgment. So you already know heathen means nations. It says, shall see my judgment that I have executed, and my hand that I have laid on them. So the house of Israel shall know that I am the Lord their God from that day forward. And the heathen shall know. Watch what the nations are going to know. He says, and the heathen shall know that the house of Israel went into captivity for their iniquity, because they trespassed against me. Therefore I hid my face from them and gave them into the hand of their enemies. So they fell by the all. So they all fell by the sword, right? So fell they all by the sword. And that's exactly what Messiah said. Remember, he says they'll fall by the edge of the sword and shall be led into captivity. And then Jerusalem shall be trampled down by the Gentiles until the time of the Gentiles be fulfilled. That's exactly what Messiah said. It says, according to their uncleanness and according to their transgression have I done unto them and hid my face from them. It says, therefore thus says the Lord God, now will I bring again the captivity of Jacob and have mercy upon the whole house of Israel. Because remember, in Acts 1 and 6 and 7, the disciples come up to Messiah and say, will you now restore the kingdom of Israel? And the Lord said, no, not yet. Basically, in a sense of understanding, he says, no, not yet, because it's going to happen later on. But he says he will have mercy not on just one tribe, because that's the problem with the Ashkenazi idea, that they think they're one tribe. They think that they're Judah or Levi or Benjamin, which we know in a sense Benjamin was confirmed being dark skinned by the Greeks in the book of Acts. The book of Acts said, "Are you not that Egyptian?" But you can see right here, and have mercy upon the whole house of Israel, and will be jealous for my holy name. After that they have bore their shame, and after their transgressions, whereby they have transgressed against me, when they dwelt safely in their land, and none made them afraid. When I have brought them again from the people, and gathered them out of their enemies' land, and am sanctified in them in the sight of many nations, they shall know that I am the Lord their God, which caused them to be led into captivity among the heathen, but I have gathered them into their own land, and have left none of them any more there, neither will I hide my face any more from them, for I have poured out my spirit upon the house of Israel, says the Lord. And that's why it's important, because this whole finding is about the revealing of Gog and Magog, and once that thing happens, it's going to be completely done. So I just wanted to say that's how important it is. I just recommend learn about the Scythians, and obviously reading Ezekiel 38 and 39. That's what this video is even that important. It's that important because it's prophecy. Everything that you're bringing out right now is prophecy. That's what I just wanted to say. I just wanted to say that, because that's what I like to study. I like to study on prophecy, and I just thought that was really amazing. I think that was amazing find. So, but that's all I got. That's all I got.
All right, brother. I wanted to touch on the comments. I think I shocked a few people when I brought up that Tutankhamun and Amenhotep III and them 18th dynasty pharaohs are R1. I shook some people up in the comment section. I think Class's section was like, I don't know about that. A higher reprise said the doctors who tested his DNA said Tut could not be R1b from what they discovered. But if you go back to what I read, this is actually an up-to-date one. The first person who brought this to my information, I did the same thing. I was like, no, that ain't true. I went to the article and they made another article saying they made a mistake, but that was 2014.
Interesting.
The article that I read is from 2020 by what's his name? God. Let me find it. Yeah.
Why you searching for that? I wanted to touch on something. We know that the family line of the pharaohs changed over time. It actually changed, and I actually did a note on Ramses that he actually left the so-called what's the word I'm looking for? The so-called royal line. That was a quote unquote royal line, but by the time of Ramses, the DNA of the kings changed because a whole nother lineage ended up reigning in that time. I recommend seeing the this family tree of Ramses on YouTube. This person does a great family tree illustration. I'll just type it down so you know what to look for. It's basically this Egypt family tree. And then look at this one, the Egyptian pharaoh family tree. Check it out. And then the time of Ramses is a whole nother, is a different king that gets on the throne. But let me show you something from something I was noting. I'm gonna go to it at the bottom down here. The kings in the land of Egypt changed because we know what Ramses looked like because we got actual pictures of Ramses. Like these are actual tombs of the real Egyptians. So this is would be close to the time of Exodus. That'll be Ramses II right there. And then you can see this is Ramses the second wife, who's Ramses the third mother. And we go down, at least I think that's mother. And then you can see right here, you can correct me if I'm wrong, if that's not his mother. But that's Ramses II. That was Ramses the second wife. But this is Ramses the third right here. And we can see how he looks, you know, and notice if you see that information right here, because a lot of people were trying to say that Ramses was E1B1A, but he's not. It's actually when they did a test on it, they knew that it wasn't. And even that geneticist, he even talks about Ramses and says he's not E1B1A. He says he basically says he's not, which I had that video on here too, but I'm not gonna play it unless someone wants me to. But that just talks about that information too. That person just basically says he can't be E1B1A. But a lot of people were saying that he was E1B1B V22. A lot of people. So all these are other sources when everyone was testing it, because when they bring, especially when they bring this stuff out, they got a machine that they type certain codes in. I'll basically just show an example what it looks like when they're using those things. They basically use a machine when they find genetics of ancient people. Most geneticists will honestly tell you that it will be degraded. They're basically making an educated guess off of the information, but that's not 100% that's what they are usually, because when they compare them, they actually need to know that when I say degraded, they won't know exactly like what haplogroup branch it would be. But right here on this study, so you can see what he's using. I don't know, you said that ante predictor, and it says it will result in E1B1A, which you can see right here on the results, it will get E1B1A. But he uses this other predictor resulting in Ramses III genetics, and he gets E1B1B. He actually gets E1B1B there. So sometimes, like when we look at and obviously this is a different line. He was actually Ramses the first was actually what's the word I'm looking for? Like a governor. He's like a governor of one of the pharaohs. And then when Ramses the first got on the throne, a whole nother lineage took over, a whole different lineage. But previous lineages would be, I'm gonna show right. Actually, let me see. I'll click this right here. Previous lineages were different. This is on this site right here. It says Ramses family of non-royal origin, because it changed. So when you think about anything previous of Ramses, it's going to be a different line. Like it probably is R1a, but I don't know. I never studied that part yet, that far into the other ones. But I know that Ramses himself is going to be E1B1B, and then past going on, it's going to just be that same family line. When you look at that right here, that little family tree on there, which just for the sake of information, I guess you know, you can see it. You can see that part itself where it splits, where it's a different person. But I guess it's important probably to 1433 to show that. Actually, I don't think that this part is 1433.
But
let me see. I think that's a different video. It's on. Let me just make sure.
I kind of differ with that one because I think Ramesses, and it's crazy that they throw Ramesses under the boat. I mean, under the bus, because they're trying to say that he was the pharaoh of the oppression, which is completely untrue. But I believe that he was actually E1B1A, and I say that because I saw what you were showing. But a lot of them point him to be, like the brother put in the comments, EV38, which would mean most of us would share a common male ancestor with him that either points back to North Africa or Western Eurasia.
Yeah,
that's from my studies.
So I guess for that one for King Tut, that he would probably have a different lineage from Ramses. You have a different lineage.
Yeah, but all of them up there, Akhenaten, Tutankhamun or King Tut, all of them will be R1. And I know people they have a hard time accepting that for the simple fact that they think because it's R1, he should be white. No, that's not true at all. The Chadic people are dark and black as any other SSA or sub-Saharan African would be, but they have Haplogroup R as well. But they come from these European people. They come from these Japhetic people. That's all we're saying. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, on this one, I guess when it comes to like the ancient, like for example, I don't know where exactly. In fact, I think it's right here. Here's that geneticist who talks about it. He basically talks about it that the information that they find is not technically reliable. 14. Let me see, where is that? At 1433. Here's where he talks. He's going to actually talk about Ramses right here, and basically address that situation. I want to show that real fast.
Right. Yeah, I saw this video.
Oh, you saw this one?
Yeah, I understand the argument against it because DNA decays over time and it's fragmented. Of course, these people lived 3,000 years ago, so we know that, but they're trying to get an approximation.
Yeah.
But like much of this old DNA is them trying to piece together DNA and trying to, like you said, they put it through a predictor machine and it goes to an algorithm to try to connect it to known haplogroups. So yeah, I understand that at all. I understand that completely.
I also feel like him being E1B1B will be highly prophetic because, you know, Ishmael, he was actually mocking Isaac a long time ago. And then when it talks about that 400-year streak, if we start from the time of Abraham with Ishmael, when he was actually like oppressing Isaac, and then going on to the time of Moses all the way down, we can get exactly 430 years. Kind of like how it says it, like it was 430 years. And then Paul talks about it too, where he says it was 430 years. And then looking at this line, I just wanted to throw that out there that some people found that instead of E1B1A, it was E1B1B V22. I just wanted to throw that out there. That's what I found in multiple different sources.
Yeah, I can see that, but I don't know, man. E1B1A, and you know why I push for that? Because many people will try.
Oh, I couldn't hear you.
I said many people will use scientific racism to try to say E1B1A never left West Africa. That's not true. We see EV38 in Corsica. That's right outside of Italy. We see that there. We see it in Oman. We see that in the Arabia Plate. We see that in Saudi, what we call
Yeah,
Saudi Arabia.
and in the Natufians.
Right.
That's just the break off from that. We know that the E had to be out of Africa.
Right.
But on that R1A for what's his name? That study that you had for that R1A, is there like another well, besides that one, is there like oh wait, no, because you said that they just found that was a new one that you had.
Yeah, that came out last year, but I remember it was an older article that was making that same claim, and it got a lot of pushback. Nobody wanted to believe in it, and I believe a major article said, "Oh, well, the results are not conclusive." But that was like 6-7 years ago. Well, they got another article by Yahia Gad, and they pretty much confirmed that the whole royal line of the 18th dynasty was R1a.
Wow, that would actually be pretty prophetic, because that would basically mean, and that would make sense, because that would be a change, because we know that Ramses, by the time Ramses the one got on throne, it changed. It was a different, like I said, it is like that historical quote said right there, Ramses family of so-called non-royal origin. So that would make sense, like that would be a whole different line than what Ramses would point to, being of the E line, whether it be A or B.
Exactly. And even before that, these Tutankhamun and all of them, they're responsible. Their line is responsible for getting rid of the Hyksos. So the Hyksos would have been a different line. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that
check
would have
it
been
out.
a different genetic line. So it's very.
I mean, who wouldn't want Egypt? Who wouldn't want Egypt?
Yeah, man. Yeah, so that's why when I try to caution people that deal with history, stop looking at it as a monolith. Like Egypt is not a monolith; it's a hodgepodge of people. Especially different times, invasions happen, migrations happen, people move in and out of those areas, because these areas were predominantly inhabited by Haplogroup A and B at one point, but they eventually got displaced and pushed back. You understand? So we can't when we look at history, we can't look at it as, okay, this period of time it was all this one group. No, that's not how it works.
Yeah, that's right, exactly. You can have a different, and this is just talking about the leaders. Now, obviously, we seen in the scripture where it said Egypt was Hamites. It could be that the Egyptians were Hamites, and the leader could have been a different race. He could have been a different creed, a whole different thing.
Right,
so
right.
That's definitely possible.
Or those Hamites that were originally there were moved or mingled. I mean,
it's possible.
Yeah. So that's why these people with these arguments, and I shook up the comments when I brought out that article. But hey, I mean, it's evident.
Apparently, they was used to mingling, because if you look at Egypt, even through the later times with Cleopatra and the Greeks and stuff like that, they were constantly mingling. It seems the Greeks, they had jungle fever. They liked the Egyptians, but the Egyptians during the time, I just wanted to throw this out there, the Egyptians were dark skinned during the time of the Greeks, and we know that because there's a painting right here. This is a painting during this. Some people probably heard of this event. This is that event that I forget how you call it, but a lot of Egyptians that were in the Roman army, they converted to Christianity during a time when they was being like going through it. But I'll just quote what it is. You can probably find it really easy. The martyrdom of Saint, what's that? Maurice and Theban Legion of the Theban Legion, and it's just a legion of Romans. It's a legion of Romans, but these were Egyptians. And if you see the picture, you can see this was actually painted by right here, Germany in the 1500s. There's a painting from the 1500s, and it's just depicting you can just tell what's going on there. And what happened was, I'll just quickly tell you the story. The Egyptians, when they converted, they was obviously in a legion, and that was a time when Rome wanted them to kill some Christians, and they said no. And then they basically said, you know, the Romans said, we're going to kill you then if you don't. At first they did a thing called, what's that? There's a thing that the Romans do that every 10th person they kill, I forgot what you call it. It's a name, it's a certain name for it, but they did a thing at first where every 10th person in their legion they killed. And then he said, okay, now go kill those Christians, to think that they was going to change their mind. But they said, no, we're not going to do it. And they laid down their swords. And that's why you see them here without their weapons and everything and without their armor, because basically Roman armor just goes over your clothes. And it's just like this armor that basically just goes on your top. And they killed them. They came there and they annihilated them. And it's a really heavy story. It's a really interesting story. This right here. It's a really interesting story. And this is a painting from the 1500s. I just want to show that, just to show that the Egyptians were darker skinned people. They were like a darker skinned people. That was just something I was just browsing and I just found, and I just wanted to throw that on there, because even seeing, you know, other visuals of it, and even as a genetic study on the Egyptians, and it just says modern Egyptians by comparison share much more DNA with sub-Saharan populations, and that's just another genetic study on these things. So I just wanted to share that, because I think that's really interesting to see things like that. But the people, like how you said, that study of the R1a, that's a really interesting study, because we don't know what they could have looked like. They could have still been darker skinned.
Right. Can you look up? Can you Google the Chadic people?
Yeah.
Some
how you spell that?
Chadic.
Oh, my bad. What? Say that one more time.
Chadic people. Chadic people.
Chadic. Okay.
And go to images. This is a group of Africans with the haplogroup R.
Oh, for real?
Yes.
Is this their main? That's their main group. I mean, their main haplogroup.
Yeah, majority of them are haplogroup R. Yeah, if you type in Chadic haplogroup.
Oh yeah, it is right there. It says Y chromosome R1b right there.
R1b, yeah.
Yeah. Check that out. Yeah, what's this? I don't know. That's language. But there it is. It's right there. Modern genetic studies of northwestern Cameroonians, the Chadic-speaking population, have observed high frequencies of the Y chromosome R1b. There it is.
Right. You know what it also proves is that people have been migrating into sub-Saharan Africa. They've been able to go back and forth.
There it is. That's great. I'm glad you showed me that.
Because a lot of naysayers out there will say, well, nobody was traveling between. There's no proof that nobody. No, there's plenty of proof. The Fulani is proof. The Chadic people are proof. You have foreign DNA in sub-Saharan Africa.
Let me look at them again. Yeah, look. You can kind of tell. You can kind of tell. I mean, look at that little boy. You know, his eyes and stuff. But I mean, I've seen different color eyes with all types of races. But
yeah, you can't really go off. The point is, you can't really go off looks. It's hard to go off looks because you can see that in any group.
Wow, that's amazing. That's interesting. That's really interesting. I'm glad you showed that. So that could mean that indeed Ramsey, one of the kings, could have been R1b. It could have easily been R1b. It's possible. That just opens the door for that idea. No one can say that Japheth never came down that way.
Exactly.
There it is.
We see the genetic evidence in their footprint in Egypt, and we see them in the Chadic regions, which is in sub-Saharan Africa. We see them there.
In fact, let me see if this. I just wanted to see if this was the Haplogroup groups. I don't think so. No, I just wanted to see. I wanted to see if they would have like the chain, because sometimes they'll have an interesting chain for them. I think this will be one of those this will be an interesting one to look at their chain, because I wanted to see like how high is high. Like, is it 50% or is it higher than that?
Man, it's like majority. It's probably higher than 80. Look where it's at. That's sub-Saharan Africa. Go up.
Yep, right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
According
Exactly.
to them, these people got there 7,000 years ago. According to them, that would mean if you see where the north where Egypt is, and you see the Levantine corridor, they postulate that that's the route that people were taking. If that's the way they got into Africa, that would mean they traveled all the way there, went across the Sahara, and made it to what we call the Chadic regions today.
That's amazing. Yeah, because they could have easily, if they wasn't, they could have been in Egypt and could have moved. Because we got to remember, like, migrations happen. That's just one of those things that we can't deny, especially with the divide of Africa and stuff like that. The divide of Africa just mingled the whole area around, move people around. But you know, major groups usually be around each other. But this one, that's interesting. I'm glad you showed me that these people. It was really interesting.
If you look up the Limba, some of the Limba got J haplogroup.
Yeah, Limba, the Limba, I looked up them, and they're mixed with the J. Yeah, they're mixed with the J. They're mixed with whoever mixed with them. Someone came down there and mixed with them, or they must have been either they came down there and mixed with them, or they were up there and they mixed with someone.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it was a group of Israelites, because we know the Bantu division are Israelites.
Mm-hmm.
It was a group of Israelites that were intermingling with other Bronze Age individuals, such as the J. Some of them even got T. They intermingled with them, and they were a part of our society, because the Bible does tell you that foreigners became a part of our society.
Yeah,
and they traveled with us into sub-Saharan Africa.
That's true. It's true. Because some and it's not unheard of, because we even seen when Israel came out of Egypt, they had some Egyptians with them, and that's we know because one of the Egyptian men was with an Israelitish woman, and
That's
they strove.
Right.
Yeah,
Right. They were mingling. They were what's the word? Assimilating with us.
That's interesting.
Look at that. Look at that. How
Yeah,
deep it's going to Africa. Look at that.
That's that group right there. That's the one you just talked about, and then obviously this is more seen in Europe. But that's that group, so you can see how dark it is right there.
Mm-hmm.
That's that group right there. I wish they went a little more into it. I don't think they go. I don't think they got a. I wanted to see if they had a branch or a haplogroup group of it.
Yeah, that's why I make a push for all these super Africaners, I call them. These people that think Africa is a monolith, it's a uniform identity. It is not.
It's not. It's huge. Africa is massive. It'd be crazy just to think that one type of people is there.
Right.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Josephus even talks about the Afir people, that they come from, or the Afri people, that they come from Afir. Who was Afir? Afir is the son of, I believe, Abraham or Shem.
Oh, I don't even know.
Yeah, so that's where they get the word Africa from, the Afir people. And they believe Afir is Ophir, according to Josephus.
I found something. I was just thinking about that. I found something interesting on Africa, that I found that Africa, the Arabians, they call Africa when they had moved there, when they moved their people to Libya.
Yeah, Northern Africa. Yeah, it wasn't the whole continent like it is today.
Nope, it wasn't. It was like this all that they had known. They only know these parts up here. And at first up here was called Libya up here. And then they took the Arabians, they moved their people in, they filled up these areas and called it all Africa, Libya. That's what they called it. And then they had called everything down here Ethiopia, because it was all a mystery to them. And then as they started to learn more of it, Ethiopia became a little more smaller and smaller and smaller. And then it's just shrank to this little area around this area. Really interesting on a map. I just wanted to see if that was any branch. I wanted to see if they maybe had a branch, because this is really interesting. These people, I think these people are kind of interesting, but I don't think they.
You said what now?
I don't think they made a. I don't think they went deep into they family tree, or what their haplogroup groups, or what they're connected with.
Well, when they first discovered their haplogroups, they didn't want to believe it. Because, wait a minute, this is European. What the hell are they doing in Africa? We thought that Africa was isolated from everybody, but that's not true, man. That's not true.
In fact, they definitely got to have a large portion, because the darkness on this thing looks like a high percentage. It looks like this would be about 60 to 50%. That's a high percentage. That is a high percentage. They're up there. I don't need to look further than that than just look at that color chart right there. They're a very high percentage. They're like at least 50%, at the least. So they're at least 50%. So that's interesting. That means they mixed early and became their own people. They became their own types of people.
Yeah. They became a little separate, isolated group from the people they came from, the other Arclades.
Check that out.
They brothers to the Ashkenazi. So if y'all saying the Ashkenazis is Jews, why not these people?
There it is. They relate. So they can't see. That's the thing. So color. That's why this stuff is so interesting, because when people look at color, they're just gonna say, "Oh, they're all the same people." They'll think they have the same genetics, and it's nothing special. But when we look at Africa, it's so diverse. The flavor is so changed. Or so different with different types. It's one of those things that is interesting just to look at those haplogroup groups to see what they are. Because I would have never, if you was to tell me that this was, now if you had no information and I didn't have this source, or I was able to look this up, and someone was just say to me that people in Africa who are black are more than 50% R1a, I probably wouldn't believe you. I probably say, well, we probably got to look at that. But just looking at all the information on it, them being this color, and them having that large portion of, because sometimes you see a little bit of R1 in them, a little bit of R1a, not that much. You never see that high of R1a, up to 50%. That actually would mean, because understand 50%, that doesn't mean like they, because when you think of a kid being half, he's not actually technically half. He's actually taking a portion of a parent. This actually means they mixed early, a long time ago. This would probably even show that they may have been those original Egyptians. They could have easily simply been those original Egyptians if the Egyptians had R1a there, and these ones would have that. That would definitely point to it. I just want to know what's the other thing in them. Like,
they showed Cheddar Man them were actually black. I think the Chadic people are those original Japhetic populations before they got the white skin mutation.
Yeah, just like the Indians, right?
Right.
Exactly. That would make sense. That would make sense. I wish they showed what else. Like, is it A? Is it B? Is it E? I just wish that they'll show what's the other thing that's in them, other than R1b. I wish they would show like if it was something else in them, like A or B or E. But I didn't find nothing exactly on that. In fact, I'm sure they got a study right here at 3 right here. This must be the full tree. Oh, they just showing me R. Okay. I thought they would show me the actual study. That's not much help.
I think I got a book on that.
They call them sub-Saharan. They call everyone sub-Saharan African nowadays. They call almost everyone sub-Saharan African. But I want to see maybe it's on here.
What they try to do is, sub-Saharan Africa is black Africa. That's also false too. That's a false, because you got T, you got all these different groups in there, and they're not all black. Even the Khoi, they haplogroup A, and them dudes are light as hell. A lot of them are light. very, 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 very light skinned, quote unquote Africans, right? So again, like we trying to paint Africa with this broad stroke, like you said, it's a huge continent. It's a very huge continent. You can't put everybody in the same damn racial group or ethnic group or whatever.
This is a, let me see.
Yeah, brother said original Japhetic populations may be black. Yet we know they were black because they did the genetic analysis on Cheddar Man, and they seen the same genetic sequencing that you see in a man or a person with color melanin in their skin.
This must have blew their mind because all they're talking about is that R1b. They don't even talk about the other thing. They almost like it's irrelevant to them. They don't even put it down.
From what I read, majority of them are VA8. There it is. Majority of them. It's like 80 or 90% of them are that. That's from what I read.
So that means that the other thing would be almost like nonchalant is nothing. Like it's not even worth talking about, pretty much. That they might even be originally the R lineage. They actually might indeed be Japhetic.
Yeah, they are. That's the point. They're like, wait,
that's insane. Because looking at them, you would not even consider that these would be of the line of Japheth, but their genetics are single-handedly, without a doubt, R1b.
Right. A higher P praise that I found out Ethiopian Jews are 45% haplogroup A. Yes, I saw that as well. That means 45% of them would be considered Hamites according to our model. They wouldn't be Jews. I used to always defend the Falasha Jews. I still defend the Falasha Jews, those that have our genetic signature. But a lot of them are from A, and a few of them are from B, but a lot of them from A. And A, we are not the same as haplogroup A. We're from E.
Yep, I saw that they are mixed with the real Hamites. They're mixed with A and B. I think I just saw that when I was scrolling. Yeah. That's insane. So this definitely this is groundbreaking, to be honest with you. Yeah, look at that percentage. Yeah, that's amazing. I'm glad you showed that.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up a reference. Muntaser talks about the Chadic people. And he talks about the irony of it and how people were looking at Africa as a monolith, and then you see this R1 presence of the Chadic, the Chadic people. But a lot of them have that Y chromosome. It's very high frequency. The brother said Cushites and Hebrews always had a connection all the way back from the Indus Valley. Yeah, that's true. I mean, all these people had a connection at one point. They when they started to radiate and expand from the Middle East and settle their found homes, that's when the differentiation started. And that's what the Bible talks about with the Tower of Babel.
Man, this is one of those things that I'm probably gonna be. This live was live. I'm gonna be thinking about a lot of stuff. I'm gonna be thinking about a lot of stuff after this live. This is definitely interesting. This is something is interesting. It's really interesting how complex the world is that we live in.
Yeah, man. And also, what that proves is Eurasian migrations have been going on for thousands of years into sub-Saharan Africa. You have to say it like that.
Mm-hmm. Into
sub-Saharan, the haplogroup R, T made it into sub-Saharan Africa, J made it into sub-Saharan Africa. The Khoi people, they have a Eurasian admixture, and they date it back to about around 3,000 years ago. Motaman is the man they found in the cave of Ethiopia. He's EP2. That was his DNA. He had a Eurasian admixture. So they knew that people were traveling in and out of Africa for thousands of years. But when we say that we're the Jews and we got a migration history, according to St. Jerome, the Jews were found all the way from India all the way to the western tip of Africa. That's what St. Jerome said in the 4th century. No, that can't be. No Jews went to West Africa.
Wow, isn't that something? They don't want to believe that, but they have all the evidence for them finding people that are in, and they're the root. They're the root of R1 of the B line. They're the originators. Anyone who's R1B came from them. They're the originators of it. They're not a branch on it. They break off, and then they're actually, because it breaks into R1B, or well, R1B and R1a, but this one is the branch of R1B. It's gonna be anyone who has genetics of R1B came from them.
No,
that means they're Japheth.
You're reading it, yeah, they are Japheth, but you're reading it incorrectly. Any one of those lineages from R1B on down to R1B1C comes from the mutation M343. You
say it one more time. Say it one more time. Yeah. Wait.
Where are you starting at? Where are you starting at first?
Because
M173, right? Is V45. Okay, point your mouse to V45. V45.
B45 right here.
Okay, that's the beginning of
that's the beginning.
Okay, now go down to M343.
Right here.
Okay, now go to P25. These are all male ancestors and groups, right?
Right
go
here.
P25. Now go up to VA8.
Right there.
VA8 creates all of those branches that you see after that are connected with the line.
But we notice, look how this one, because you know how they stem out like that. That's just that's just connecting with this one.
I know, but
this one breaks into all these.
Right.
This one breaks into all these.
Yeah, that branch does, but their VA8, their mutation signature is VA8. The Chadics, right there.
Yeah. What I was saying is that M30, like for example,
M343 made all of them. I agree.
Yeah.
But I thought you were talking about the Chadic people.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the Chadic people are VA8. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. They say the Chadic. Wait, where is it? They say the Chadic is Hey, where'd it go? They say the Chadic is 343.
No, man. It's
maybe I'm looking at something wrong. Let me go back up to what I was just
read the article.
Right here it says the Haplogroup RM34 earlier reports a single subject in Turkey.
From Turkey,
that's an ancient one. That's an older one. I'm thinking that's what they talking about. I'm like, that's
their progenitor, but them themselves, they're of the VA8 mutation.
Because I had clicked on where is it? I'm gonna go back. I had clicked on this, but they probably just didn't put that. They just put this right here, but they didn't
there it is. It's R1B VA8. Yep.
There it is. So so let's look at that again. Let's look at that with the correction. So basically, if anyone's after VA8, they would descend from these individuals. So if whoever's in this branch, if they R1B1A, any one of these, they will be related to these ones.
Yes, they will be the what's the word? The progeny, the children of V88.
Oh, that's interesting. So that's interesting. I'm gonna look up to see who they predecessors. I'm gonna see who they like what you said, who proceeds from them. I'm gonna look it up to see who's R1B1A and all those things. But I don't think any of the ones who I touched on. I don't think anyone who I touched on is connected to that. I just want to take a look real fast because that's really interesting. That they're a branch off, but they have a high percentage, yet they look how they look.
Yeah, man. I got my hypothesis is that's the genes that and phenotype they had when they left Europe or left Turkey or wherever they left from 7,000 years ago, quote unquote, and made it to Africa. Because again, and here's the thing about Cheddar Band, they knew that early Mesolithic, which Meso means middle, lithic means stone. I try to break these words down for you. Middle stone period. In Europe, people were black there. They knew that already. It's just when they went to Chetamman and they found and sequenced his genome and found out that he was black as well. They said, matter of fact, they didn't even just say he was black. They said he was very dark. They didn't just say, they didn't make it ambiguous. He was either brown or very dark. He was not novel. Novel means new. His case of black skin was not novel. Many of the genomes that they sequenced showed the same sequence of having dark skin in Europe and places like Bulgaria, stuff like that.
The Ashkenazi have RV88 in them. Right here it says a later 2005 study by Nobel found a similar level of basically 11.5 of male Ashkenazim belonging to R1a, a dominant Y chromosome haplogroup in Central and Eastern Europeans. And it just talks about, like we just talked about that M269, and then it shows RV88 are found among Jews. So that's crazy. That's crazy. That's really interesting though. That's really interesting. That's why I wanted to look it up. Man, that's interesting.
Hold on, I'm gonna show you something on Chetamman real quick. Who is this Somalian says they not Turks? They're a mix of gypsies or European gypsies who got mixed with the early Arabs, Persians, but they are not Turks. Turks come from Asia. They mix Mongols with European concubines. Okay.
I'm gonna just stick with what the geneticist says.
I want to open this article real quick about the Museum of Chetamman.
Oh, go ahead.
Real quick, let me see if I can grab this article. Yeah, Deacon got frustrated real quick. He said, I'm with my family. Let me go ahead. Any other day, he'd be 8 hours on her arguing. But today, today, man, he was getting his behind whipped and it wasn't feeling too good because he understood he was in a theological corner there.
Yeah, that's rough. That was a rough challenge, I gotta lie. Genetics it's not no guessing game. It's not really a guessing game. It's just straight facts.
Right. All right, I'm gonna share my screen.
Go ahead.
We'll give it back to you, brother. You rocking and rolling.
I'm gonna watch your screen.
There we go. Boom. This is from the Natural History Museum at UK, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I seen this. Go ahead. This is a pretty nice one.
Chetamman's Mesolithic Britain's blue-eyed boy. Ancient DNA from Chetamman has helped museum scientists paint a portrait of one of the oldest modern humans in Britain. You understand? And they have another archaic human that's melanated, dark skin. It says if you watch the Channel 4 documentary First Brit, Secrets of the 10,000-Year-Old Man, or read about the museum's research into Chetamman, you may have some further questions you like answered. Here are our researchers' responses to some of the most popular queries they've received. How can DNA survive 10,000 years? DNA can't survive that long. We're going to get to the part right here. How do you know his skin color? That's the important question everybody want to ask, especially a lot of white British people, right?
Yeah, I was going to say that. I was like, how do you know his skin color?
They go to the museum. They see this black man painted up there in the museum. They're like, how the hell y'all know his skin color? Now y'all want to question skin color. If it was a white man up there, nobody would ask that.
It just shows you how ignorant the world became with the racial superiority just from the change of pigment.
Right. It says we are able to extract enough information from Chetamman's DNA to run it through a forensic tool that predicts differences in level of skin pigmentation in modern world populations. The results indicate that Chetamman's skin pigmentation was most likely in one of the two most highly pigmented of 5 categories. One of the two most highly pigmented.
So he probably would have been darker than that. They say dark or dark to black.
Yes, this man was black as you know what, night.
That just shows you that when humans began, they were just darker skin. It's just something we gotta just settle for.
And it says, and definitely not in the lightest categories. And then they ask one of the frequent questions: is this a surprising finding? No, not really. Previous studies of DNA from Mesolithic individuals recovered from Spain, Luxembourg, and Hungary identified that they also lack the versions of genes associated with reduced skin pigmentation in modern light-skinned Europeans.
Oh, wow.
We found that Cheddar Man belonged to the same population as these individuals, usually referred to as Western European Mesolithic hunter-gatherers. So in that context, his pigmentation is not unusual. However, we predict how dark Cheddar Man's skin was by examination of variation in a wider range of genes related to skin pigmentation.
Hold on. So that clearly indicates that though the Indians are darker skinned, it's nothing unheard of. To see Japheth, Ham, or Shem in a lighter skin or darker skin.
Exactly.
That's amazing.
Exactly, man. And look, remember the question was, is this a surprising finding? They was like, no, not really. We've been knowing this. We've been seeing it. We've been analyzing this information and coming to this conclusion.
Wow. Only the ancestors can see this.
It gets better. It gets better. Again, this is from the Natural History Museum in UK. Will these findings be published in a peer-reviewed paper? We are preparing a related paper for submission, but this paper is not exclusively about Cheddar Man, as previous studies had already suggested that darker skin pigmentation was common in Western European Mesolithic hunter-gatherers.
Wow.
The results from Cheddar Man are not novel enough by themselves to form a basis of a scientific paper. But they're saying we've been know this, we've been published papers on it. This is nothing new.
Yeah, because novel enough, that means it's not, shocking. It's not something that's super shocking. It just adds to the fact of what they already knew.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's interesting.
All right,
so that just shows you how ignorant. What's his name? Who that doctor had debunked? What's that person's name with the evolutionists and stuff? Forgot his name. Darwin. That just shows you how ignorant Darwin is to say what he said, to say that one person is lesser because they're darker skinned and one person is greater because they're lighter skinned. It just shows, and it just even debunks evolution. It completely debunks it. It doesn't show that people, because in evolution, they'll try to show like they began darker skin. They'll say like the African was the older one, and then they kept on evolving, and it got more lighter. That just shows you that the time that we're in is it's a prophetic time of Daniel where it says knowledge shall increase. That's where we are today. That was interesting. That was really interesting. I ain't gonna lie. You definitely gave me some stuff. I'm really gonna have to rewatch this whole thing. I don't care that it's 5 hours. I'm gonna sit here and notes. I'm probably gonna be doing notes for days. I had jumped in about the 3 hour mark because I just got off of work. But what I saw is like, oh man, you're getting deep. Well, I'm gonna have to watch this from the beginning.
Yeah, man. We try to push the issue on genetics. And we in population genetics, migration patterns, we do all that on this channel, man. And we welcome you to come and do your presentation. Like you said, if you're available, I guess tomorrow, you can do your presentation and share your information and give the people bread, man. Give these people meat, because a lot of these people are getting a tainted product from other sources, not fully fleshed out, no information. It's just a lot of what's the word I'm looking for? Sensationalism. There we go.
I'm going to lead those up there. Yeah, that'd be good. Tomorrow, y'all willing, if we can go have a live, it's going to be on this. I'll show you a note just to show like a little sample real fast. And it's meat. Everything in it. I've been studying on this thing for like a long time before I even brought it forth. I just was sitting there studying until I finally felt like, because it's like a genetic ladder when you're, because you can't, it's almost like, when we study in our genetics and everything, it's almost untouched on who is this people of Israel. But I want to show something real fast besides those things up there. I'm gonna go down to something I thought was really interesting. Let me see, where is it? Is it besides
Why you find
Yep.
Low Avenue says no, brother. The UV map says that they are pale. Says Unc. Now Unc is a very unscientific person. He's not up to date with his information. That's why he keeps regarding Darwin. No one cares about Darwin. The neo-Darwinists don't care about Darwin. They say Darwin was wrong in a lot of things. Specifically on natural selection. They say no, it's random mutation that does everything now. Now back on the UV maps, what kills the UV maps, they say after 500 years you should see a change in the skin gradation. The Abkhazian Negroes have been living in the Caucasus region of Russia for over 1,000 years. We know because Herodotus says there were Negroes up there, and they haven't changed to white people yet. Same thing with the Eskimos. Cheddar Man's population was there for 30,000 years, according to secularists, right? They ain't changed the damn white. They didn't change the white people, man. The Chadic people are from them regions. They didn't change the white people. So that climactic theory is false. You can't move to a certain area and magically because of less UV rays. Matter of fact, in colder regions, you get exposed to more UV rays. That goes against popular opinion, but that's actually the truth. Yep. In colder regions, you get exposed to more UV rays. So that don't even make any sense.
It's fact. Let me see. I'm still going to it, but let me show you something that the geneticist found right here. I'm gonna touch on this, but I'm just gonna touch on it a little bit on the Nature, which is a common genetic site. Nature is they call it Nature's Communication, and it just talks about the comparison. It says the comparison with data from. Hold on, it's just I didn't mean to click that, but it's just popping up. Or I'll just close that. All right, right here it says the comparison with data from Africa allowed placing the most likely origin of 12 out of 20 potential founders. And it says the result pointed to multiple origins in Western Africa in a territory expanding from Upper Guinea to Angola, which is an interesting quote where it actually mentions that some of the Angola women actually mingled with some of the Judeans from Spain that was sent in exile to Spain, that was sent down to Lower Africa when they were sent to the islands of St. Thomas. Although it was not possible to assign the origin of 38%, the reason why they couldn't assign the 38% because that's A00. A00 can't be linked with anyone else. A00 is like a legendary line. But it says the remaining lineages seem to have been brought to America from diverse ports along the western coast of Africa. But I'll go into more of it because it has to go in together with pretty much some of these things. But what it talks about pretty much is that out of all the lineages, there's 12. It says of the possible 17 haplogroups, 12 were observed in the complete data set with haplogroup E1B1A model, because that's a confirmation that there's 12 main branches that actually are going to be in E1B1A, which that's Israel. That's going to be the 12 tribes of Israel. But we'll talk about that when we go over it, because it's really interesting. It's really interesting. It just shows that the E line, it not just only confirms Ishmael's line, but you can actually take the information in the E line and you can find the 12 tribes. You can find the 12 tribes and you can find out what's going on in the whole picture. You can find out what's going on in the whole picture. So I just wanted to just show that real fast, that the E1B1A, as you can see, 12 were observed in the complete data set, with haplogroup E1B1B model. So I always like to have two or three witnesses. This is right here. I just like to have different information to confirm that that's what's being shown there. So y'all willing Sunday we'll go into it a little more deeper because I designed it like this is like a little, I like this note because it's like a little scroll and starting from the top and working my way down piece by piece, nice and slow, but not too slow, but going by it and everything. I'm gonna go over some things that if anything, it will just give us a chance for someone to think about if they don't agree with, and then obviously it's good to have questions on those different things, because this is going to be one of those things that once you get a chance to see it, the information is undeniable when you actually see the whole thing in its entirety. When you see the whole thing is in entirety, and I think it's going to be a real interesting one. So I just wanted to show that real fast. But since I touched on that E1B, I mean that A00, I guess I'll end on this this video. I'll show you this little video real fast on the A00, because you know when we think haplogroup groups, when you think about A and B, those are Hamites. A and B is 100%. You're gonna call those Hamites. But when we actually look at A00, though it says A, they just put A there, but it's not actually A00. The reason why they put A00 and they call it the haplogroup group of Adam is because they think, you know, the evolution theory. They think that it began with darker skinned people and it moved its way down. It began millions and billions of years ago, which that's obviously not true. For the sake of understanding, if we look at the genealogies in the Bible, it can't be millions and billions of years, because we know Adam was the first man, and then the Lord had completed everything in 7 days, 6 days, and then celebrated the seventh. But let me show you something down here that I think is really interesting that I was noting with haplogroup group A00, right down here. I'm just gonna read something real fast, and then I'm gonna play it. This is from a genetic site. You can see it right here. It's from Cell. It's from Cell, the site called Cell. I'll go down a little bit, and I'm just gonna read this part right here. It says, we report the discovery, and this is important because Israel, the line of Israel, has to have a line that no one else has, which E1B1A is not really anyone else that's connected with that besides Israel. It says, we report the discovery of an African American Y chromosome that carries the ancestral state of all snaps that define the basal portion of the Y chromosome haplogroup tree. So that's why they call it Y chromosome Adam, because it literally has every single piece of information in it. It literally paints the whole picture with the genetics. And look what it says on this part right here. So it's just, you can see I just put a little thing right there. Basically, the so-called Negro is not the same as Africans, as I put Shem. I'm gonna have to correct that. Early ancient age combined right here. Watch what it says here. The extremely ancient age combined with the rarity of A00 lineage, which we also find at very low frequencies in Central Africa. I'm gonna go down a little bit. The A00 lineage was discovered in a large database of consumer samples of African Americans and has not been identified in traditional hunter-gatherer populations of sub-Saharan Africa. So the only people who have A00 lineage in them, the only people, period, are the so-called African Americans. And this lineage they call Y chromosome Adam. That's what they call it. They call it, talk about father of nations, Y chromosome Adam. That's what they have. And it's only in one people. Only in one people. It's like a genetic sign that the Lord had showed us, and it just shows you where some other places is found. So they find it in Africa, and you can obviously use a understanding of maps, looking at these different areas. This is where most of the people of Israel was stationed, down over here. They was stationed down there. But I want to show you a little video, and then I'll show these little maps and everything where we can see that they were clearly there, the land of Judah and things like that, as there's multiple maps that said the Jews were down there. But I want to show you something, one more thing, if I can find it. Let me see. if I can. If I can. If I can't, then I'll just show it another time because this one right here. Maybe it's this. No. This one's good too, but that's not it. Let me see. 3530. A brother, there's another brother who goes over it, over this dictionary, over something in the dictionary, and he just talks about some things. But right here, you're probably familiar with it. I probably don't even need to play it. You remember? I don't know if you ever seen it, where there's in a dictionary, two different dictionaries that say that Ham is the progenitor of the dark-skinned races, but not the Negroes. You probably familiar with that. I believe.
The whole Israelite community is familiar with that, bro.
Amen. That's good. Amen. So that's kind of like to put it all together to show that they already knew that the people called Negro aren't the same people as Ham. They're not the same, and they have a genetic marker in them that is almost, when you actually break it down, that understanding of the marker is impossible. It's technically and they know it. They know it for a fact. They actually know it for a fact that it's technically impossible. It doesn't make sense because it changes their whole understanding of when man existed. That's why at the bottom I just put ancient man, or a sign of the creator, right? The creator of DNA. I think it's a sign of the creator in DNA that he put that A00 lineage there. That's a different branch. It's the only branch that's like this, the only one. There's no other people, no one else. There's no other people with such a branch as A00. It's not connected with A. It's not connected with B. It's not connected with any other lineage besides the Shemites. That's the only one, the E lineage of the people who are of Israel. That's the only place you find it. There's nowhere else. But that's what I'm gonna go over. I'm gonna go over these things, and I'm gonna show you that, because what they also tried to do, you can see right here, they try to link it with apes, but obviously that didn't happen. That wasn't working out. That didn't link. That's why they had the hole right there and then link together, because they said that's the root of every single person. That's why right here, they put A00 African American. This is actually from a genetic site. This is from an actual official site that put that there right here, Science Direct. So it's almost like, I think, in my sense of understanding of studying this, I'm just gonna throw this out there and I'm gonna show it when I go over this. I believe that that's the Y chromosome of Aaron. I believe A00, because remember, Aaron, he wasn't just a normal person. Like, remember with the stick, when he took the stick and then the flower grew on the stick. I believe that the Lord put a genetic marker in Aaron to identify him and identify his people. I believe that the Lord had took his people, just like he took Aaron and dedicated his line. I believe the Lord had put a genetic marker on Aaron. So I just wanted to show that. And that's what I'm gonna get to and talk about that. I'm gonna talk about that tomorrow. Y'all willing. So I'll close that. But I'll close that because you already seen that. You already know that. But that's what I wanted to show. I just wanted to show a little taste of what I'm gonna get into on that A00 and the actual impossibility of it, because it's actually impossible. Because let me explain why it's impossible real fast. Why is A00 impossible? Because if every single person, which we know in the Bible, came from Ham, Shem, and Japheth, how in the world can we have one lineage where every single person came from? How can we have a lineage like that? It's impossible. We can't have a lineage that every single person came from. Biblically, we can't. It's just impossible. We can't have a lineage that I can show you that Hamites are from, or that Japhethites are from, and Shemites are from, having every single lineage connected with it. That's impossible. Biblically, it's impossible. And once you see the actual thing I'm gonna go over, you're gonna understand it. You're gonna be like, this lineage, Yah must have put a marker on his people to identify them. He must have put a marker on his people to identify them. And I believe that this marker is the sign of Aaron. That's all I have to say for now. That's all I have to say for now. I just recommend looking to that. Look into that A00 lineage. Really interesting with that one. Really interesting. But, well, yeah, I like the question from Yahuwah Reborn 91. Aaron and not Moses, David, or Adam. Well, because we got to think about that. Think about that, for example. How can we have what's the word I'm looking for? Adam, right? If we have Adam, what happened during the time of Moses? I mean, not Moses, Noah. We had a split, right? We don't have Noah. We have either Ham, Shem, or Japheth. We don't have a direct line for everyone. We don't have a person that's just going to have everyone. We're going to have a split of different people. David's going to be Moses and David, because remember, Moses wasn't also Aaron, because remember, Aaron was separated. His whole line was dedicated. Even in the time of Ezra's, when someone went, there was a time when someone was a high priest, but they didn't know if he was because he didn't have the papers to show that he was a high priest. So he couldn't be in the priest line because a priest line was protected for a long time, all the way to the time of Messiah. Because we even see high priests in that time, during that time. Even Flavius Josephus was of the line of Aaron. Flavius Josephus of the line of Aaron. And we actually know that that line continued on for a long time. And I believe that that marker on there just shows the purity that the Lord had kept them pure for a long time, right? And that's what I believe that is. I believe that that line is not just pure, but it's a sign. It's a sign from God. That's what I believe. It's impossible. It's actually genetically impossible if we consider the Bible. Now, if someone believes in evolution and all those things, they'll try to make logic off of it. And they'll try to say, see, it started from A00 and then went to A and then went to so-and-so and then went to B and then it went down and then it came down to these ones. But that doesn't make any sense. That's why when you look at, for example, going back to that, if you look at the family tree, right, you actually notice something very important when we look at the family tree. The first time you look at the family tree, and even the I think his name was Nathan, the geneticist Nathan even mentions it. He says what geneticists do is that they start from the oldest one and work their way down. But he actually talks about there's a split somewhere, and then all these branches split off. For example, right here. Well, not here. Let me see. It's a little lower, probably. Let me make sure I can get a easy one. Here's one. This is one that's common. I believe they actually call this. Let me make sure I actually put it underneath here. That's something else for something else. Let me see. I forgot what you call this. But the brother here, he had talked about it. But right here, if you notice, let me just click this. This is going to be the split of Ham, Shem, and Japheth. But the thing is, A spreads out all the way by itself. That's the thing about A. A spreads out all the way by itself. And to say that everyone came from that line would, one, it would actually confuse what the Bible is saying. Two, it's impossible. The reason why it's impossible is because we don't come from one person. No one here is Adam. Like if we had an Adam today, then that would make sense. But for someone to have a chromosome that has every single person, that itself actually shows that we ourselves, we might have to consider that God actually put a sign in his people. That's what we have to consider, because we can't start from A00 and get every single person, right? Like, for example, this will make sense. From me, right? Let's just say if I had A00, I couldn't bring forth someone from Europe, right? You can't take my genetics and put me next to a European and say, you brought forth this person. But that's technically what they're saying. They're technically saying that from A00 came everyone. You see what I'm saying? And the only way that works is if we do this. If we put A00 at the top and work our way down. But what I'm telling you is that the split is here, and this is Hamites, and these are all Hamites. That's without a doubt. You can look at the A and B, and these are all Hamites. And then it splits also to the Japheths, and we just confirmed by the brother just doing a study today that these are Japheths. And then in DE is actually going to be Shemites. But what other people try to say is that it starts from A, and then you get it goes like this. That's what they say. They say it just shoots straight down like that, which we know is not true. We know it's not true because what the Bible tells us is that from Noah came 3 sons, and that brings us 3 distinct lines, which we even see in that diagram right here. That's three different branches. There's 3 different groups, major groups that are here. But there's one that branches out, and they say that from that line came everyone else. But what I'm telling you is that if we look at the information of the Bible, we can't have a line where everyone else came from, because the split, and is even evident in the information that you see on the trees. We actually see the split, that everyone does split, and that we don't go from Hamites and then go to Japheths. That's what the geneticists want you to believe, that a Hamite became a Japhethite. That's what they want you to believe. They want you to believe that every Japhethite began as a Hamite. You see what I'm saying there? They actually saying, like, in ancient times, everyone's haplogroups groups were A. You see what I'm saying? They say that every human began as A. In fact, they try to say every human began as A00. That's why they call them Y-chromosome Adam, because they try to say everyone began as this. And as we kept on growing due to so-called millions and billions of years, or millions of years, or thousands of years, for the sake of understanding, because they say it's about 300,000 years old. They say that that's how they got these. And that's the idea of evolution. That's why idea of racial superiority, they'll say, like, these are the superior ones that evolved later on. But obviously there's another branch, and they know that these are the Shemites because it's undeniable. So it's one of those things that it doesn't go from Hamites to Japheths. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous biblically. Biblically, that's impossible. So that's why that A00, when we actually consider it biblically, don't let the name A00 trick you, right? It's not related to Ham or any line but Shem. And that's what they actually find. They don't find it. Now, if it was creation, right? If it was random creation, guess where you'll find A00? In everyone. You'll find it in everyone. You'll find it in random places. You'll find it in everyone in random places, but you don't. You only find it in one people. One. And it is so-called African Americans. That's what they report. In the so-called African American, they say that that's where that's found. A00 only is found in the so-called African Americans. So that's why this idea of that man began and then it proceeded on all the way into Japheth, from Hamites to Japheth. If you understand the Bible, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous to think that a Hamite changed to a Japhethite. We never seen nothing like that. It's the same thing like how they say the Big Bang. Have we ever seen non-life bring forth life? No, we never seen non-life bring forth life. We never seen a rock that was dead bring forth a tree. We never seen that. You can't plant a rock and get a tree. That's the same thing. You can't go from a Hamite to a Japhethite. That's that. And just like with those darker skin, we see that they had darker skin, but guess what they also had? The same genetics as the people today. Maybe obviously older, the older branches, they had the older branches of their branch. You don't go to a Japhethite and look up his ancient DNA and find an A lineage and say that that's a European stock. Rather, they say that they'll say African stock, right? So it's insane to believe that from A00 you get A0, then A1, and then B, and then get the branch of Japheth. And you're gonna see that. I'm gonna show you tomorrow when I break the whole thing down, the whole picture. You're gonna understand that A00 is, as they say, a private lineage only to one type of people, and that people is, as they say, I'm gonna show right here real fast. I'm gonna go over. See this is just visual examples I'll go back to the visual examples, but first let me show you what they say. I think I passed it. Right here. This is from their own genetic study. It says the A00 pretty much descends from a former slave family in South Carolina. The closest match. Now, obviously, they found more. This was when they first found it. When they first found this, they thought it was amazing, and they thought it was confirmation to the evolution theory. But then they found it in a large portion of, like I showed you, in a large portion of the African American community. It says the closest matches are found in Western Cameroon, near the Gulf of Guinea, a prime location in the slave trade. It says there appears to be about 500 years between the participant and the sample from Cameroon, an age that speaks to the beginning of the slave trade. See what's going on there? And it just talks about those things and whatnot, and a couple of different things where it talks about which they talk about a old one, which they name A00, and then they estimate the time. And look at how ridiculous how old this is. 338,000 years ago. Can you now let's just now, first of all, that breaks what they first was claiming how old man was. That destroys their idea how old man first hit the picture when they said so-called evolved from monkeys. But that destroys it. That completely destroys it, because it's 338,000 years ago. That passes all their previous estimates. It just passes it. I'm telling you, the Lord put that there to destroy the Big Bang Theory and to identify his people. The ancient age, combined with the rarity of A00 lineage, which we also find at low frequencies in Central Africa, points to the importance of considering more complex models of the origin of the Y chromosome diversity. You see what he just said there? It says they're considering a different design, because it destroys their idea of what they think how humans started. It destroys it. It completely wrecks the idea that they had of the Big Bang and the evolution of man. It says, I'm gonna go down right here. It says the A00 lineage was discovered in a large database of consumer samples. Now, consumer samples, obviously people who are willing to do the DNA test. People who are willing to do the DNA test, they found a large database, not a rare database, but a large database of consumer samples of so-called African Americans, and has not, and I repeat, has not been identified in traditional hunter-gatherer populations from sub-Saharan Africa. Do you see what it's saying there? And what I'm going to show you is that, again, looking at it, understanding the Bible, this single-handedly destroys the Big Bang Theory. It destroys the evolution theory. It even destroys the idea that the African American is just a normal, simple person. They're just like the rest of they think that they're just like the rest of the Hamites. But you've seen the actual dictionary quote that tells you that the Ham is a progenitor of all the dark-skinned races, but not the Negro. Why? Because the Negro is indeed the original people of Israel. That's why. And this is a single hand, this genetic information in the A00 proves it. It completely proves it. It's impossible. It's impossible, and it's only in one people. So that's what I would like to go over tomorrow. So, and you can see, I'm just gonna show you visual examples. I'm just gonna go over. Well, did I go too far? Let's go back this way. So right here, so they tried to link it. There's no link with chimps. It's ridiculous. It obviously destroys their what's the word I'm looking for? It destroys the idea that humans evolved from chimps. It's nonsense. Absolutely ridiculous. But obviously, you can see here, there's also one called they call it MBO, but that's all still A00. It's just one goes older than the other. And it's in African Americans. You can see it's just a normal line that they find them. That's in no one else. No one else. Not anyone. This is see this right here. Don't let this fool you. They're not connected. They actually saying this is where it begins. See that 3038 KYA. That's actually 3,038 38,000 years ago. That's what they're saying. It was 38,000 years ago, and it began there, and it shoots straight down to African American. Think about that. That means they skipped Ham, they skipped Shem, and they skipped Japheth and became their own individual line. They're not even connected with the normal line. That's what they're saying there. It's not even connected with the normal line. Here's another one. And if you see, this is the novel branch of the modern human Y chromosome. The novel, you remember, novel means it's groundbreaking. It's groundbreaking. It's something that they had to bring forth. It's groundbreaking. And it's on its own. See that? See how this is the beginning. It's a different branch. And this is the normal branches. You see what it's showing you right there? These are just your normal. You see your A, there's your BT. So you can see these are normal branches, but it's its own branch. It's its own branch. That's why it was a novel branch, because it was groundbreaking. That's why they had to bring it forth. It wasn't nothing they ever found before. That's why, and you see right here, this revised Adam. You see that right there, how old that is? This was the former Adam. They found one in a few central North Africans, which, you know, the who they call African American. They found some, and then they keep finding more that goes older and older. I guarantee you, they'll find one that's 1,000,000 years old. They'll find it 1,000,000 years, 1,000,000,000 years old. I guarantee you, if they keep on going, the Lord is not going to play any games. He's going to reveal out something and see how these are different. See how this was the first Adam. This was the former so-called Adam. And then here's another one of a different one. This is that MOB right there. And this is everyone else. You see how that it branches off? They would say it started here, and then it branches off to everyone else where the other lines are. But right here is a private branch. That's why it's a novel find, because it's impossible. It's impossible to be a different branch than the branches that were previous. You see what I'm saying? And they know that it's human, but this is the idea. Let me show you something. This is the idea that the only way they can work this out to make this make sense, they have to make someone who made the A00. This what I'm showing you right here is what scientists created. This everything A000, A00000, false. There's never been one found of these. They know that this is impossible. This is their idea. And look at this. This is almost 1,000,000 years ago. That's 700,000 years ago. And that's what they say. For this to be possible, they have to have a A000, or they have to have a A0000. Why not an A000000000? And you see what I'm saying here? It's impossible. It's impossible to have a A00, yet we do have it. We do have it. And that's why it says right here, they say non-Africans, non-African Americans, what they're saying right there. And that branch right there is single-handedly destroying the idea of the Big Bang. And they wouldn't tell you that. What they'll try to tell you is, oh, we found the original Adam. We know that every single person came from one man. We know that everyone came from the same person. You may have heard that before, but once you actually study what they actually found, you'll find out that the real information that they found is groundbreaking. It's groundbreaking. It's a groundbreaking find. You see that? This is the beginning. They say it got to be someone else, but this is the beginning. This is A00. And now you see right there, these are Hamites right here, Hamites. And then your BT and everything right there. So you can see what's going on there. But this is a whole different branch, a whole different branch. So that's why I put that there. I put that there at the bottom, like ancient man or a sign from the creator of DNA. So it's just, I just put that there just to leave a thought. If for someone to choose to think after showing all these things, it's up to the person to choose that the Lord, if the Lord is revealing this, or evolution is having a ground, because evolution has no ground in the Bible, has no ground. If we actually consider the split from Ham, Shem, and Japheth, this is impossible. It's just impossible. That's why this ridiculous idea of an A00000000, it doesn't work, because it's never been found. One, it's never been found, and is their only way to conclude to make sense of A00. It's the only way, because everyone else is on a whole nother stem, and anyone who was born after Ham, Shem, and Japheth should have been here. But there's a lineage that we know is human, but is only found in one person. So I just want to show you that. And that's what this study is. It actually concludes all these things and it brings it all kind of mostly together. This brings it all together for the sake of understanding. So I think it'd be interesting to go over these things. I think it'd be interesting to go over these things, because then you'll find out what actually was going on in Africa. And the richest man in the world that ever existed was actually of E1B1A. The richest man, the richest people in the world. You'll see that it's going to be one of those things that I think once you see it, it's definitely something to consider. I think it's definitely something to think about. I think it's something to think about. And why you think that Ezekiel 38 and 39 is so important? Ezekiel 38, he says everyone's going to know that his people went into what? Captivity. And then Jeremiah also tells us what? There's not going to be one nation they don't go into. The book of Jeremiah, the Lord lets us know that there won't be one nation they will not go into. And they went into every single nation. They went into every single nation. As the scripture said, Messiah said it. They shall all go into captivity, right? They shall all be captive. They shall go captive and fall by the edge of the sword. And Jerusalem shall be trampled down by the Gentiles until the time of the Gentiles fulfilled. I just wanted to show that because that's what I'm pretty much going to go over. I'm going to go over the information. I'm going to single-handedly show you that they're Israelites, and I'm going to show you that they have genetic studies on the people of São Tomé, and they know that the people in São Tomé were Israelites. I'm gonna read this right here real fast, where it says this study seeks to explore the little-known story of the Sephardi Jewish orphans of São Tomé. Not much is known about the children who were taken from Portugal to the western coast of Africa. You see? So I wanted to go over those things, because that's also in agreement with another study with this little information right here, where it just talks about the Y haplogroup found in São Tomé, E Príncipe population. You see right there. And São Tomé Príncipe, that's like a little island that was uninhabited that the Portuguese took. And we can actually find the people that was taken on the island. It says the second most common haplogroup in São Tomé, E Príncipe, is E1b, which it says right here, a typical haplogroup from Western Europe, most likely carried by Portuguese settlers, suggesting their genetic contribution to this population. You see what it's saying right there? That's very important. And obviously the Lord knows. He knows what's going on. Don't think that he won't rescue his people. He won't. He will definitely rescue his people, because that's actually as a sign. He let that happen as a sign. Because remember, there's nothing that happens that the Lord doesn't allow. It's important to understand that. Anything that happens, and just like he says, can evil happen in a village and the Lord didn't cause it? He says haplogroup. See what it says right here? And I'm gonna show you that these are real. These are real genetic studies that you'll probably never see mainstream, but they are real genetic studies. Haplogroup composition obtained from, I don't know what to say that, put basically Jewish descendants. You see what it's saying there? Jewish descendants from São Tomé, because it's without a doubt, it's historically confirmed that the Jews were taken to São Tomé. There's no debating it. And they know what's in them. The same thing that's in most African Americans, the E1B1A. And the purpose of this is to point out that the lies of the world, the lies that a lot of the Ashkenazi idea is that they're covering up who are the real people. That's what a major thing is. And we will never have peace in the world until Israel is in their land. You understand? It will never have peace in the world until Israel is put in their land. Okay. All right. And I'm gonna read this last thing, and then I gotta actually head off to work. I'm probably a little late. I just realized that. All right. But let me read this last thing, because it's more important than work. São Tomé Island were probably uninhabited at the time of the Portuguese discovery in 1471. Soon after that, the first settlers took place in 1486. It says this person who took with him many Jews. You see what he's saying? He says many Jews. One of the most controversial episodes of this colonization is the forced migration of Jewish children in 1492. So that's what I'm going to go over. I don't have time to go over it right now. Otherwise, I'll go a little more deeper. But be blessed, family. Be beloved. Hey, man, I got to go. I got to actually go to work. the sake of understanding.
All right. We're gonna see more from this brother tomorrow. I'm gonna let him have the floor. We're gonna have a whole show breaking and divulging this information. So y'all come through and show the brother some love. With that, we're gonna close out the show. It's been almost 6 hours. But it was very insightful. I'm glad everybody was able to, like I said, at one point we peaked at 75 viewers. A lot of people was intrigued. We're gonna continue to push genetics. I see the chat was in it, man. Y'all was in it the whole time. Of course, I know Ahia be praised. He's a veteran here. He's always gonna give his sources, his knowledge, his 2 cents on the topic. And I seen a Blaze Heart going hard in the yard with a library card, man. So we appreciate all y'all here at the Source 7 Gang, Source Gang over everything. We gonna leave with a jam. You know what I'm saying? Genetics, man. We're gonna always talk about genetics here on the Source. Because when we go into genetics, Ashkenazis ain't got a leg to stand on. We know exactly who they are. Let's get it, man. I love all y'all. Let's go.
On my side, this look like a balling. You can see the twinkle in my eye. Pussy bitch, you stalling. Out your living suicide. Out your living do or die. Getting high, bitch, I'm too fly. Raise a roof to the sky. Proof I never lie. Tell the truth, I never die. To the sky, bitch, I'm too fly. Bulletproof, big shout out to I. People listen to the man up in the sky. But you listen to the man up in the skies. Why you vote? You just choose which way to die. Rock the boat, shake this bitch from side to side. Make them feel just for their lives. Just like you feel just for your lives. I see that look up in your eyes. You might step, but it's only black lies. Wish you niggas realize that ain't gangsta, you won't touch the one that's strength. All in all, the bitch, you might just tell him thank you. Right before we blink. Your dog niggas by my side. Cause these niggas scared to die. Your dog niggas by my side. Cause you niggas scared to die. Tears falling down my eyes. Never kiss a Taurus 45 on my side. This look like a balling. You can see the twinkle in my eye. Pussy bitch, you stalling. Out your legs for suicide. Big shout out to I and I.
Yo, with that, we out of here, man. Great show. Want to appreciate and it's just give you guys your flowers right now. Appreciate everybody that came out, show support, show love. You guys are very interactive. in the comment section. I just want to say it's very great to see that, because I'm seeing that brothers and sisters are actually learning from the material, actually learning DNA, understanding what a Y chromosome is, understanding population genetics, population replacement, understanding a lot of these arguments that are coming from the naysayers, coming from the opposition, can easily be trampled over and easily defeated in debate or whatnot. I saw someone say, "Oh, it's easy to say this, just on your show talking, but how about invite a Jewish rabbi on?" I'm all for it. If you can find a Jewish rabbi that wants to get on here and engage in conversation, we're here for it. He want to stand on the Ashkenazi haplogroups? Guess what? He gonna die on that foundation, man. He gonna die on it, as you've seen today. There's no way you can substantiate that. Those groups go back to European clades, Eurasian clades, South East Asian clades. These clades all go back to Japheth, the F haplogroup. So, again, I appreciate you guys coming through, man. We're going to continue to pump out information, pump out PowerPoints, products for you guys to get the information and retain it. Most importantly, retaining the actual information. So, you can always count on the source, always count on Genesis 49ers, providing that meat, that spiritual bread. Man cannot live on bread alone, but every word that proceeds out the mouth of God. So we giving you out that spiritual bread here. And we're trying to educate the people. I push scholarship. But I also tell you, if any man be ignorant, let him be ignorant, like Paul stated. And we should not be ignorant of anything small or great, like in the book of Sirach. So remember, we're about educating. We're about being for progress and not stagnation. All right? 7 gang, source gang over everything. Y'all know the slogan. Gang!